I was assigned to be a manager of a female dormitory, but the level of the girls living there was just too high. There's no way I can fit in like this. Volume 2, by Natsuno Minoru. Translated by Amalin at Story Seedling. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 40, Kotoha and her superior. Around the time Hiyoriy was heading towards the dormitory. Kotoha, do you have the picture of that guy yet? I'm not interested in him as a member of the opposite sex, but a picture of that wonderful guy who can rival my husband. Kotoha, who had little work left, was organizing today's documents when her senior Ogawa's voice came from behind. Ah, I completely forgot about that. Come on, I've been looking forward to it. Kotoha skillfully replied to Ogawa's voice without stopping her work. Also, Ogawa, who called out to her, was talking while working in the back. They could have a slightly conspicuous conversation like this today because there were no more visitors from outside and only people from within the company. I'm sorry, but I will have an opportunity to take a picture soon, so I would appreciate it if you could wait a little longer. An opportunity to take a picture? Yes, we have a promise to go out drinking together, so at that time, huh? Ogawa, the senior, was the first to stop working. She froze as if she couldn't believe Kotoha's words. 3 seconds later, she blinked her eyes. Ogawa, who came to her senses without blinking, stood up and approached Kotoha. Kotoha, going out drinking together? You mean just the two of you? That's right. That's rare. No, I'm really surprised though. Kotoha, who never goes out drinking alone. That's not true. It's not untrue, Ogawa declared. In fact, adding definitely would be correct. Of course, Kotoha participates in events like year-end parties, but that's with multiple people. When invited to drink one-on-one, individually, Kotoha always shakes her head. In other words, she refuses 100% of the time. Even so, the reason it doesn't seem sharp is probably because her way of refusing is exceptionally skillful. Ah, I get it. You were forced into a situation where you had no choice but to go, right? That makes sense. I was the one who invited him to drink. What? The moment she almost raised her voice, Ogawa covered her mouth to avoid attention from inside the company. As expected of her long years of service, she could act immediately. No, that doesn't make sense at all. It's beyond rare now. Weren't you drugged with something that makes you lose your mind? Fufu, don't worry. I am normal. I'm kind of worried. It's like Kotoha trusts men too much. You never know what can happen when drinking. Thank you, but it's all right. I never get drunk. The amount of alcohol, its strength, that is what Kotoha understands the most. Indeed, I know you've been counterattacking one after another those stupid men who order strong drinks because they want to see Kotoha drunk. I'm thinking of making that person drink more, so it's fine. What will you do if he's as good at drinking as Kotoha? Ogawa had a smirk on her face, as if she wanted to say something. Kotoha, who picked up on that, said casually. She read the air. Well, in that case, I might try to seduce him. The power of alcohol is amazing. After all, drunken sex feels so good you get wild. It's recommended. Fufu. The moment she let out a laugh, Kotoha stretched her body and picked up a file from the back. In this 1 second where her face couldn't be seen by Ogawa due to the position, Kotoha had her eyes wide open. She was biting her lip as if enduring something. Her cheeks were turning pink from the graphic conversation. It was as if she didn't have the tolerance for real, graphic talk that went beyond dirty jokes. Somehow the weight of your words feels different when Ogawa-san says it. Oh, really? As expected of someone who has sex with her husband every week. No, not every week. My husband always asks me for cowgirl position, so it's really tiring. You know, if you're out of shape, you quickly get muscle cramps, and your shoulders get really stiff if you put your hands in the wrong position for that posture. Oh, well, it feels good enough to make up for it though. Ogawa thinks Kotoha is on the same page. No, if you see her easily turning away men at the receptionist desk, you might misunderstand that. I see, she muttered. Did you say something? Nothing at all. Fufu, I'm envious of how lovey-dovey you are. You're saying that, but Kotoha has a high chance with this drinking date. You even said you might seduce him. That's right. For some reason, Kotoha's mouth was twitching more than usual. Maybe the guy going out drinking with Kotoha has a big one down there. If Kotoha invited him, he must be a pretty cool guy. Oh no. Instantly, Kotoha put both hands on her cheeks. Oh no? That whisper was heard by Ogawa. I am sorry. A bug suddenly flew in front of me. But it's still rare for Kotoha to stumble over her words. It was a bug I'm not good with. Anyway, back to the topic. I think Kotoha knows this too, but I'll tell you just in case. The characteristics of a guy with a big one down there! Exclamation mark. The eyes speak more than the mouth. No matter who looks at her, Kotoha is saying I don't know that, but Ogawa, who was speaking proudly, didn't see it. A guy whose index finger on his left hand is long. A guy with big feet. A guy with a thick neck. Tall and muscular. That's it. If he has 3 or more of these, it's almost certain he's big. I think the last one, tall and muscular, applies to the guy Kotoha can go out with alone, so check the other 3, okay? Why yes, the usual Kotoha was not there. She was completely defeated by this topic. Now that the conversation had reached a good stopping point, Ogawa went back to the rear, satisfied. On the other hand, Kotoha was completely different. Why are you telling me that? A guy whose index finger on his left hand is long. A guy with big feet. A guy with a thick neck. Tall and muscular. Oh no. I remembered them all. She was rolling her big apple-colored eyes and making her mouth like a W. She was in a state of being on the verge of a breakdown. It was at that time, a certain person from the company rushed to Kotoha. Hey, Kotoha-chan. Won't you go out drinking with me today? Exclamation mark. Thank you for the invitation, Saito-san. But I've been refraining from drinking recently, so. Then I'll invite you again. Wait, isn't your face a little red? It's your imagination. Ogawa saw that scene. See, she refused after all. It really is rare. She muttered her thoughts as she pleased. Chapter 41, Kotoha wants to confirm that. Afterward, Kotoha, having finished her work safely, drove her car and arrived at the dormitory. She parked the car in reverse in the parking lot, turned off the engine, took out the key, opened the car door, and put her feet on the ground. There was no sense of accomplishment on Kotoha's face as she felt the outside air after finishing her work. She was dead serious. In her mind, she kept replaying the words of her senior, Ogawa. Anyway, back to the topic. I think Kotoha knows this too, but I'll tell you just in case. The characteristics of a guy with a big one down there. From Ogawa's jab of an introduction. A guy whose index finger on his left hand is long. A guy with big feet. A guy with a thick neck. Tall and muscular. That's it. If he has 3 or more of these, it's almost certain he's big. Ogawa's right straight with all his might. Because Ogawa was smart and left a strong impression, Kotoha had completely memorized it at once, and by dwelling on it, she recalled the combination's punch. Her whole body was heating up just like when she was told by Ogawa. Kotoha used her hand as a fan to cool her face. It lasted for 10 minutes. Having spent some time, Kotoha was able to behave normally at least for now. She walked up to the dormitory's entrance, approached it, unlocked it, and opened the door. She opened it slowly and quietly so as not to make a sound, and that. After stepping inside the entrance, she waited for a few tens of seconds, but Souta didn't come out to greet her. Success in infiltration. With this, one of her objectives was within reach. Kotoha looked down to see the necessary item for achievement. At that moment, her heart leapt up greatly. The item in Kotoha's field of vision was a pair of black riding shoes neatly placed there. Anyone living here would know whose shoes they were. There's a rule in this dormitory for residents to put their shoes in their designated shoe box. However, the manager is an exception. As a precaution against suspicious individuals, they are allowed to place their shoes directly in the entrance to be able to go outside immediately if something happens. You should understand by now why Kotoha quietly opened the front door. One of the characteristics of people with big, as taught by Ogawa, confirming big feet. Curiosity. A desire to pursue. A desire to know. It was an action that matched these three. Kotoha was fascinated and approached Suta's riding shoes as if drawn to them. She first took off her own shoes, stepped into the entrance, turned her back towards the hallway, slid Suta's right shoe, which she had been wearing, next to her left shoe. Exclamation mark. The size was evident at a glance. It was absolutely nothing like comparing acorns. It was like comparing a child bee to an adult longhorn bee. Oh, it's big? It wasn't just judged by sight. It was clearly evident because she compared them in person. Kotoha's heart pounded even more, and she wanted to investigate more. That desire. Next, Kotoha sat on her knees and took Suta's shoes in her hands. She checked inside the shoes to know the exact size. The size was written prominently inside. 27.5. Kotoha, who is less than 150 centimeters tall, has a foot size of 22 centimeters, and Suta's is 27.5 centimeters. In other words, we have a 5.5 centimeters difference. Kotoha's foot size is smaller than average, and Suta's foot size is larger than average, which creates this difference. Kotoha mentally stamped Ogawa's statement about one of the characteristics of people with big shoes. Her body trembled slightly with excitement, guilt for investigating without permission, or maybe both. Even Kotoha couldn't tell for sure. Even though I understand that doing this won't make it any more credible. Even though she understood this, she couldn't resist what could be called instinct. Kotoha put Suta's shoes back in their original place and put her own shoes in the shoebox. She then fanned her face with her hand to send some wind to it. I'll do my best. What she was going to do her best at, she didn't know. Changing her body's direction, Kotoha began to walk down the hallway and opened the door to the living room. I'm back, Suta-san. Kotoha, you're back? Suta was replenishing the soy sauce on the open kitchen counter. For Suta, Kotoha's return was sudden, and he was so surprised that he almost spilled the soy sauce. Sorry. I didn't notice and couldn't greet you. It's okay. Are you tired? Maybe? No. Why didn't I notice something normal? It's no wonder Suta didn't notice. After all, Kotoha entered the dormitory silently. Suta-san, am I the first one back today? No, you're the second. Hiyoriy finished dinner a little while ago and is probably in the bath now. Then, the timing is good. Luck was completely on Kotoha's side. As I mentioned earlier, the reason you didn't notice I came back is because you're tired. An assertive statement that brooks no argument. You were out late with Hiyoriy-chan yesterday, right? If I said it like that, it would sound like I'm blaming you, so let me rephrase it for Hiyoriy-chan's sake. And she explained the reason. Indeed, I didn't get as much sleep as usual, but it's because I'm working, so I can't use that as an excuse. Then let's do this. Suta-san, take a break now and let me give you a massage. You always take care of me, so I want to repay you a little. No, it's fine. Kotoha must be more tired than me coming back from work. Am I mistaken? Suta-san, you're not the type to disregard kindness, right? When you put it that way, I can't refuse. Then, just a little, please. Thank you. Please sit in this chair. Kotoha was skilled at persuading people with her words. She had applied her skills as a receptionist to the fullest. She pulled out a chair in the living room and made Suta sit down after he finished putting the soy sauce back on the shelf. Thank you, Kotoha. Don't mention it. First, let's loosen up your arms and improve the blood circulation. Since Suta-san cooks, I'd like to focus on loosening the stiffness in your neck and shoulders. Oh, as expected of Kotoha, you know about massages. Not really. It was all a facade. Kotoha had no knowledge of massages. The natural explanation was a means to measure one of the characteristics of people with big, Loosening the hands was to measure the length of the left index finger. Loosening the arms was to measure if he was muscular. Height was already confirmed. Finally, loosening the neck and shoulders was to measure the thickness of the neck. With this massage alone, she could confirm everything Ogawa had said. Yes, Kotoha, instead of relieving Suta's stiffness, was trying to gather information about his. Whether this could be considered a win-win situation depended on the individual. Now, Let's start with the left hand. Please. Souta offered his left hand, and Kotoha began to knead it as if she knew what she was doing. She continued this for 3 minutes. Inside, Kotoha worried if her heartbeat could be heard. She was that nervous. Souta had tough, manly hands with rough edges. The feel of a man's hand was completely different from a woman's. Oh, this is what a man's hands look like. The more she massages, the more she feels the sensation of a man's hands entering her mind. Oh, Ogawa-san must be getting stimulated in that area by hands similar to these of her husband's. They must be rough, big, and feel incredibly good. Kotoha, your wicked thoughts are running wild. Even if I were to climax, if it were to continue with these hands, if I were to be teased continuously, I'm envious. It goes without saying that there is no intention to improve blood circulation. The one getting excited just from massaging is Kotoha. Because she ends up thinking weird things, she quickly moves on to the main topic so as not to let out a heated sigh. Being able to change thoughts and tone of voice separately is Kotoha's strength. So, Souta-san, your hands are big, aren't they? Really? I guess they're bigger than a woman's. It's not related to the massage, but may I compare mine with yours? Sure, go ahead. Souta extended his palm towards Kotoha for a high five. Then, I'll overlap them. She moistened her lips, as she said. She overlapped her hand with his to measure one of the characteristics of people with big, Souta's left index finger. As a result, Kotoha's index finger was between the first and second joints of Souta's index finger. Closer to the second joint, her finger was probably 1.5 times thinner than his. It was completely hidden by Souta's hand. Wow, there's quite a difference. Why yes. While exchanging words, Kotoha stamped the characteristic of, inside her mind. After that, Kotoha continued the massage. While loosening the arms, she requested him to put more strength to see the muscles more clearly. She checked the muscles that bulged up. Next, she massaged the shoulders and then the neck, subtly measuring the thickness of Souta's neck. She couldn't make a ring with her hand around it. With this, the confirmation was complete. A guy whose index finger on his left hand is long. A guy with big feet. A guy with a thick neck. Tall and muscular. That's it. If he has 3 or more of these, it's almost certain he's big. Souta had completed the checklist. Kotoha had stamped 4. It was a result where everything Ogawa had said matched. Wow, that feels amazing. Your massage is incredible. Thank you so much, Kotoha. After 20 minutes, Souta felt the effects of the massage and his tension was high. He was waving his arms around. Haha, I'm glad to hear that. Kotoha was flushed, her body, and the important part too. Well, I'll make a special dish tomorrow. Oh, and when I went to the supermarket today, bananas were on sale for 89 yen, and they were really nice. Look, I bought 2 bags, so you can have some too. Kotoha. Bananas. Why yes, I'll have some. There's no need to explain further. Kotoha, who admired older sisters, was very interested in such things and had a mischievous side. Chapter 42, Banana. After Souta's massage was over, Kotoha returned to her room as usual. Normally, she would prepare to change and take a bath, but today was different. Kotoha was sitting CIZ style on her bed. She had locked the room to prevent anyone from entering. Halting her movements as if in meditation, Kotoha leaned forward, much like when playing chess. She silently stared at the 3 things on the bed. If described by shape, they were round, square, and elongated. In order, a tape measure, a smartphone, and a banana. These 3 seem to have no connection besides being written in katakana. Those who could answer what could be done with these items at this stage might consider taking the Mensa membership test, a high IQ group that only allows entry to those in the top 2% of the population in terms of intelligence. Kotoha, who had successfully investigated what Ogawa had taught her through the completion of the massage, still harbored a curiosity that continued to burn. Simply investigating their size was not enough to satisfy her curiosity. In conclusion, Kotoha had finished Ogawa's task by completing the massage, but her curiosity, or rather, her desire for something more, continued to burn. All right. With a serious expression on her face, Kotoha on the bed made a determined voice. This was the start of her actions. First, Kotoha reached for her smartphone. She turned it on and immediately went to a web page. It's truly a convenient world today. With a palm-sized light device, you can look up things you don't know, search for 4-character idioms, translate other languages, and even watch educational videos. Using this wonderful human invention, Kotoha searched for average size of that. Despite her reserved nature, she had never searched for something so explicit. Her heart was full of excitement and her chest was tight, but there was also a hint of excitement. With the excellent Wi-Fi connection in this dormitory, search results quickly appeared. She tapped and read through the page, which was like a blog with titles, summaries, and tables of contents. One of the contents was, "What is the size of that for men in this country?" Kotoha tapped there and found the answer she was looking for. Compared to other countries, it may be small, but it's safe to say it's between 12.5 and 13 centimeters. She emphasized with a grape-colored highlighter. This is the standard size? No way, it can't be small. 12 centimeters is definitely big. Watching a video that satisfies one of the 3 great desires, Kotoha was seeing the actual numbers for the first time. She had estimated around 10 centimeters. Peefy. She calmed her boiling head with a deep breath. Knowing that no one would come into this room gave her a sense of security, which helped her calm down quickly. Kotoha pondered over what this meant. So, does that mean what Souta-san has is 13 to 15 centimeters? She completely believed in what her senior, Ogawa, had said. Considering a size above the guideline, it would be reasonable to increase by this much. But since 4 of them matched, it wouldn't be strange if it's around 3 centimeters larger, right? Her pink imagination continued to grow, stretching by 1 or 2 centimeters. With that, the role of the smartphone was over. Kotoha placed it back on the bed and, next, Kotoha held the tape measure with her right hand. Then, she moved the banana she had received from Souta onto her thigh as she sat Caesar style. With this, the preparation was complete. Bzzzt, the sound of extending the tape measure. Kotoha had done it. She had measured the size of the banana. For an ordinary person, the opportunity to use a tape measure would be limited to measuring the room. Knowing she wasn't used to it, she was aware there might be some deviation. She measured the size with an unaccustomed hand. After several tens of seconds, she caught sight of it. The measurement was 16.80 centimeters. It's impressive, but, no way. I'm sorry to say that the banana, in all honesty, resembles a certain part of the anatomy. It's unavoidable for one to unconsciously fidget and blush at such a sight. Kotoha, who is usually calm, intuitive, and treats others to her cooking on weekends, would never have guessed that the second big sister of this dormitory would be using a banana as a reference for a certain measurement, lowering her vocabulary in the process. This is something that all the residents are unaware of. Phew. Oh, okay, calm down. Assuming the banana is 17 centimeters, and Souta-san's is at least 1 centimeter smaller than this. If we don't consider the circumference and the curved part of the banana, there's a possibility that it might be smaller when compared vertically. Kotoha had estimated Souta's size to be 16 centimeters, which is 13 centimeters plus 3 centimeters. With the roll of the tape measure now finished, Kotoha placed it beside her smartphone. This wasn't the end. There was still an important role left for the splendid banana placed on her thigh. Kotoha, with a trembling right hand, held the banana and pointed the tip towards the ceiling, then broke her Caesar posture, spreading her toes to the left and right and sitting flat. From there, she opened her knees to form a V shape. Another preparation was complete. For some reason, Kotoha, in this comfortable position, immediately placed the banana between the base of her right and left thighs, visually confirming that the banana was touching her stomach. Ha, ha, unconsciously letting out such a heated breath, she lifted her skirt. Her white belly, resembling a marshmallow, was exposed, and Kotoha aimed to see where the tip of the banana was. At that moment, she trembled and quickly pulled her skirt back down. It must be my imagination, what I just saw. She felt like she had seen something unbelievable. The position of the banana remained the same, but with regained composure after a moment of contemplation, Kotoha squinted her eyes to avoid hallucinations and looked again. The unbelievable result remained unchanged. No. Thinking logically, it was only natural. It was wrong for Kotoha, who is less than 150 centimeters tall, to try to compete with a banana. The tip of the banana had reached above Kotoha's small navel. This can't be true. Kotoha was frozen. Even if you were to shave off another 1 centimeter from the banana, it would still be around her navel. Kotoha's face turned pale. If something that big were to be inserted, I'd pass out. The manga-like scenario became more real. So when that happens, my belly will also bulge. Kotoha showed a frightened expression as if entering a haunted house while rubbing her lower abdomen. However, her small body looked strange. The thought that bigger is better, such a momentary idea. Next, there was a sensation as if something was leaking through her underwear. The switch of desire had been pressed without her consent. Enough already. This mutter was the last, and Kotoha quickly prepared to change. Undressing and becoming completely naked, Kotoha hurried into the bathroom and turned the shower to maximum strength. On that day, Kotoha spent a longer time in the bath than usual. No one in the dormitory knew about what had transpired. After a long bath, Kotoha showed up in the living room. Yay. Koyuki-san, please help me with this. Hiyoriy is doing this for the second time today. For about 15 minutes. It seems like something happened, but don't you think she's already recovered? Oh, it's the second time? I think so too when I see her face. I don't know what happened, but stop letting this guy pet you, Hiyoriy. You'll spoil him. All the residents were gathered in the living room, and for Kotoha, an enviable sight unfolded. Souta's large, rugged hands were gently petting Hiyori's head. Chapter 43, Souta's side. It's really sudden, but as the manager of this dormitory, I have a certain concern. In this environment with only the opposite sex. Work hours? Mirei-san, who speaks harshly to me. No, none of these are the issue. But maybe the second one, Mirei-san, who speaks harshly to me, is somewhat similar. Yes, my concern comes from one of the residents living in this dormitory. I'll get straight to the point without wasting time. Oh, sorry. There are certain regulations that might be triggered when talking about my concern. So, I think I'll have to proceed by avoiding direct expressions and being vague. Please refrain from making comments on this vagueness. Now, to the main point. I've been feeling lately like someone is staring at my important thing down there, among the residents. Yeah, I know I'm saying something strange. I'm aware that it might be paranoia. But, I really feel that way. I think it's natural that no one would believe me if I suddenly said such a thing. That's why I want you to feel the passion in me that wants to convey this, even if I have to sacrifice myself to be believed. Continuing with the story, if asked who is staring at my thing, I can answer right away. It's not Hiyoriy, not Koyuki-san, not Mirei-san. The remaining resident is one person with white hair and red eyes. Despite being the shortest in the dorm, she has a calm demeanor and a sisterly attitude. It's Kotoha, who is the same age as me. I may be foolish, but I understand common sense. No way, Kotoha-san wouldn't be such a pervert. Don't say things that would lower her reputation. I know from the bottom of my heart that I would be showered with such abuse. However, there is only one reason I say this. I wanted to somehow increase the credibility of my words. However, feelings are quite tricky. You can't explain it in words. You can't have confidence in it. You can't prove it. It was just a feeling like intuition that I couldn't explain. That's why I'm troubled. I want to dispel this haze in my heart, but I can't. No. Then ask Kotoha-san directly if she's watching you. You're close, aren't you? I think there's a reasonable opinion like that. Certainly. I'm close to Kotoha. I'm close enough to her to want to go drinking when she invites me. To the point where I made plans to drink with her last night. This Saturday. But, Kotoha, why are you looking at my important part? I can't use such a straightforward approach. Even if I ask vaguely, I'll just be treated as a pervert. Kotoha, have you been looking at me lately? Even if I ask more vaguely, it will seem like I'm being overly self-conscious. I don't think my intentions would be understood at all. So, I have a difficult problem to solve. No one would believe that Kotoha is looking at my second self, especially the residents who know Kotoha's personality well. They would never help me with this issue. What do I want to say? Well, it's just that I have to solve this issue by myself. I really want to check if she's really looking at me. If I'm wrong, I'm really sorry. But, solving this problem will resolve my worries, and it's worth investigating. However, I promise one thing. In investigating this matter, I will absolutely not do anything that would constitute sexual harassment. Today is Monday, the beginning of the weekday. It is currently in the late afternoon to evening. Hiyoriy, as usual, went straight home to the dormitory after school. She ate dinner first, and now she's taking a bath. Sitting alone in the living room, I let myself be guided by the time while looking at the clock. About 10 more minutes until Kotoha comes home. I can roughly estimate Kotoha's return time because she works at a company that is very punctual. If there are no personal reasons for Kotoha, her return time to the dormitory is almost never off. It's something I still admire, called regular quitting time. Because I know Kotoha's return time, I have to make up my mind now. I have to take action to investigate that matter, to get closer to a solution, even a little bit. 15 minutes later, my prediction was correct. First, I heard the sound of the key unlocking, then the sound of the door opening echoed in the living room, and then, I'm home. Upon hearing the beautiful soprano voice, I immediately moved to the entrance to perform one of my duties, which is to greet her. Welcome back, Kotoha. Good work today. Oh, hee. Thank you for welcoming me. You're welcome. I exchanged greetings with her with my usual expression, trying not to reveal my thoughts. It may seem like newlyweds greetings, but it's common between the manager and the residents. And during this time, I already felt it. Kotoha's gaze shifted downward, and I felt like she looked at my thing. My senses tell me it happened 3 times during this greeting. However, even if I can predict to a certain extent, I can't be sure. There's no connection between this greeting and my thing. There's no need for her to look. In other words, it's possible that Kotoha just happened to lower her gaze, and I misunderstood. Huh? Souta-san, is something wrong? No. It's nothing. I was just lost in thought. I was caught making a difficult expression. Kotoha urges me with a worried look. I feel nothing but guilt for doubting such a kind-hearted person as Kotoha. You seem to be thinking a lot, Souta-san. I've said it many times, but please make your work easier. I had been thinking that Kotoha might be looking at my rising. There's no way I could say such a thing. All I can do is smile wryly. And, at this moment, just as this thought came back to me, I felt Kotoha's gaze shift towards my little buddy again. So, I casually raise my pants and smooth out the wrinkles. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. I thought about the possibility. If it's a guy like me, he would understand. Misunderstandings could arise if physiological phenomena were mistaken for wrinkles in the pants. By smoothing out the wrinkles, the misunderstanding of physiological phenomena should be resolved. Gradually narrowing down the possibilities. Oh? It seems like your current reaction has missed my expectations. Were you thinking about something other than work? Why yes. Sorry for making you worry. In that case, there's only one other thing it could be about, Souta-san. Oh? Hee. Something naughty, shall we say? Huh? You're going there? Kotoha seems to think that I am experienced in such matters, from romantic experience, well, even adult activities. So, when we're alone, she sometimes teases me with such topics. Huh? Could it be she's looking at my grape because she's teasing me? Wait, she looked again. I feel it, which means it's not a misunderstanding of physiological phenomena. Hee. I was thinking there might be a possibility that you were imagining Hiyori's bath appearance. After all, you're on such good terms with her that you even pat her head, right? While saying that, Kotoha, are you also having naughty thoughts? Indeed, that possibility also exists, right? Hee. What kind of conversation are we having? And at the entrance, too. Yes. Shall we stop now? Yeah. But, don't you think it's tough mentally? Can you have a normal conversation while imagining private parts? There's no change in the way we talk, and it doesn't feel strange. I guess I'll have to use the final method to make it clear. It's a problem that won't be solved easily. That's why I had a strategy, or rather, a final method. With this, if she's not looking, it's all my misunderstanding. I'll take action to that extent. Ugh. It may seem abrupt, but I intentionally let out a tired voice. You seem tired. I was cleaning a bit today, and my back is stiff. I'm only 23, but if it's like this, I'm worried about the future. Then shall I massage you again? I can't let you go that far. Look, if you arch your back like this, it'll feel better. This is the final method. I put one hand on my waist and lightly arched my back. It was really light so that no silhouette could be seen. I stretched and closed my eyes. Then, I glanced at Kotoha. At that moment, I deeply regretted doing such a thing. I was convinced Kotoha was definitely looking. She leaned forward slightly. Her apple-like eyes widened, her mouth slightly opened. At my important part. Sorry, I'm still chatting after work. Talking with Souta-san is fun, so it's okay. In that case, let's stop. With that confirmation and those words as the last, I turned my back to Kotoha. Cold sweat continued to run down my forehead. I can't believe she was staring so intently. And she's talking so casually. What is that? It's so embarrassing to look at that kind of thing. Saturday, drinking with Kotoha. There might be something. It was enough to think that, if Souta knew Kotoha's true nature, measured bananas with a tape measure, and accurately estimated the size of a black tyrant, he might have had a more concrete imagination. Chapter 44, Souta, Koyuki, and the pre-drinking talk. 3 days had passed since the incident where Kotoha was caught staring at Souta. It was Thursday. I heard from Kotoha. Souta-san, you two are going out for drinks on Saturday, right? Yes, that's right. I was grateful to be invited today. Koyuki didn't have a shift at the family restaurant, so she was making handmade accessories, which was her main job, while talking to Souta, who was on break. This time, since Souta had made plans to go drinking alone with Kotoha, he couldn't invite Koyuki, saying, "Would you like to join us, Koyuki-san?" However, Koyuki probably understood this point from Kotoha's explanation. She didn't say anything like, "I want to go too." Kotoha must really like you, Souta-san. Like me? In Suta's mind, the scene from Monday resurfaced. Kotoha, who was staring at his crotch when he arched his back and stretched for just a moment, he had the thought that she liked that part of him. Yes, this is the first time I've heard of Kotoha going out for drinks alone, and with the opposite sex at that. If word got out at Kotoha's workplace, it would surely cause a commotion. As you can probably tell, Kotoha is cute, so she's popular at work too. It might be taken the wrong way if I, a building manager, said this, but I can't deny that. Fufu, if they seemed suspicious, I was thinking of telling them this, that her work phone is overflowing with male contacts. I think there were close to 3 digits, right? She's super popular, isn't she? Men must be captivated by the gap between her childlike appearance and calm demeanor. I don't think Kotoha realizes it though. Koyuki was telling him this in an amused way, but the reality was that her own social media accounts were overflowing with men due to her face being visible. Depending on the accessory, she would show her neckline, ears to nape, or feet. Naturally, they would sometimes turn into service shots. However, Koyuki probably didn't realize that such shots were turning out that way. For Koyuki, she was most conscious of making the accessories look good for her income. Somehow I'm getting nervous about drinking alone with Kotoha, who's so popular. Since you were the one invited, you can feel at ease borrowing her confidence. Besides, Kotoha must be thinking that she wants to refresh you since you've been working so hard, Souta-san. Right. Ever since the staring incident, a part of Suta's thoughts had been completely taken over. Wants to refresh you. He was interpreting this part, which surely had no impure intentions, in a different way. He was at the end of his rope. No, that's how much of an impactful event it was for Souta. But Souta-san, be careful with Kotoha. She's really strange, you know. Strange? What do you mean? I'm not complaining, but Kotoha is really strong with alcohol. She can even chug it down. though it's dangerous. She's strong with alcohol. Kotoha is. Even if you placed an orange juice on the table in front of her, it wouldn't seem out of place at all. That status of being strong with alcohol despite her appearance was probably one of the reasons for her popularity with men. Yes, and in Kotoha's case, the staff might ask to check her age, right? Yeah. For Souta, this was his first time drinking with Kotoha. However, Koyuki had forgotten that point. She asked him this with a matter-of-fact face. For the staff, that's part of their job, so Kotoha responds politely. But she probably still feels annoyed, since she drinks at a fast pace because she's strong with alcohol. The face of the staff member who checked quickly becomes strained. Ahaha. It's like she's taking revenge on them for checking. It's a cute attack, but still. That's why I recommend you drink at your own pace, Souta-san. If you try to keep up with Kotoha, you'll be hit with a hangover. That's true. Thank you for the warning. Souta thanked her with a somewhat relaxed face. In fact, Souta himself was also a person who was strong with alcohol, a person who was used to alcohol. During the 3 years he worked at a black company, he would always escape to alcohol on the rare days he could take off. His mind and body were worn out, and it could be said that reality was truly painful to that extent. At that time, alcohol was also an important support for his heart. It was a precious item that made him feel alive. There's one thing I want to ask. But Koyuki-san, are you also strong with alcohol? From what you just said, it seems like you've gone drinking with Kotoha a few times. Promise you won't laugh. Okay? Oh, of course. With this question, Koyuki's behavior suddenly changed. She prefaced it while darting her gaze around. If a video was uploaded of her current appearance, tilting her head and shaking her watercolored hair while asking him to promise, many people would tap the like button. I am really bad with alcohol, you know. I'm very weak. When I go drinking with Kotoha, I have ginger ale tea. Huh? You don't seem like that at all. Rather, you seem stronger than Kotoha-san. Then I'll tell you more specifically. You know those Hiyoriy alcoholic drinks sold at convenience stores? The ones with 3% alcohol content. You mean Hiyoriy? They're easy to drink like juice. I can't even handle those. You're that weak with alcohol. Souta's words of easy to drink like juice were a complete slip of the tongue. It's quite rare to be this weak with alcohol. Yes, I get drunk right away. And I have a bad drinking habit too. I really can't believe any of this. By bad drinking habit, do you mean like complaining and stuff? I become bold. A small voice that Souta, who was nearby, couldn't hear. I said, I end up becoming bold. I fan myself with my skirt, unbutton my top, cling my body close. I also get sleepy right away and my memory becomes hazy, so I try not to drink alcohol. Why yes. Honestly, I think that's for the best. Koyuki, who was probably usually very guarded, becomes open with just one drink. To put it badly, she's in a sitting duck state. However, the desire to see that side of Koyuki is probably a man's nature. So anyway. Koyuki tried to change the subject by clearing her throat in an obvious way to hide the redness on her face. Since you're going drinking with Kotoha on Saturday night, Hiyoriy, Mirei and I will hold a cooking class for breakfast on Sunday morning. Huh? No, that's my job, so I can't let you do that. Fufu, I already accepted Mirei's proposal, so it's decided. Apparently your cooking isn't tasty and she's tired of it, so she wants a palate cleanser, she said. I see. Thank you very much. Really, there was no doubt that Koyuki was paraphrasing Mirei's words. Still, Koyuki told him in a way that he could understand what Mirei wanted to say. Drinking party at night, cooking early in the morning. Even if you consider the drinking party as staying up late, the difficulty is easy to imagine. In other words, they were taking care of him so that he wouldn't bring anything unnecessary to the drinking party. Fufu, I won't go into details, but Mirei isn't honest, so she might be a bit difficult for you to handle, Souta-san. With those words, Souta fully understood Mirei's consideration. I'm telling you, it's not for your sake, it's for Kotoha-san's sake. Souta felt like he could hear such a tsundere voice. Chapter 45, How Kotoha Dodges. Kotoha, who had a 1-hour lunch break scheduled from 11:45 a.m. to 12:50 p.m., was having lunch at a cafe inside the building. Receptionists like Kotoha are required to wear their uniforms even during their lunch break. If they go to a restaurant or employee cafeteria, not only do they stand out unexpectedly, but the smell can also transfer to their uniforms. Considering all possible scenarios, they spend time in calm cafes like this. Kotoha is a regular customer who visits this cafe once or twice on weekdays. The staff knows her, and she engages in small talk with them when ordering. And the cafe staff fully understands that Kotoha is stopping by during her break. They don't talk to her any more than necessary once she takes her seat. In other words, they try not to disturb her break. Today, Kotoha had ordered a sandwich and black tea. After finishing that simple meal, she was now watching cat videos on her smartphone. Fufu, cute. Kotoha's smartphone history shows the word cat being searched almost every day. Even though Kotoha is such a cat lover, she has the worst compatibility with cats, a cat allergy. It's precisely because she can't actually touch cats that she empathizes with these interaction videos. With less than 30 minutes left until the end of her break, she had a melting expression on her face. After finishing a video of a Scottish fold cat breed, Kotoha tapped on the next related video, her heart racing. It was just as she was spending such a fulfilling time. "Oh, Kotoha-chan, you're here." "Oh, hello. Good work." Kotoha was called from the cafe's ordering counter. When she shifted her gaze from her smartphone, there was Saito from a different department. Although he was of the opposite sex, they knew each other's faces well, and he often invited Kotoha out for drinks. Being 3 years older, Kotoha immediately tried to be considerate. She turned off her smartphone, stood up, pulled out the seat across from her, and waited for Saito to arrive. "You could have stayed seated, Kotoha-chan. Please let me do at least this much." "I don't mind though." After finishing his order, Saito sat in the pulled-out chair and faced Kotoha. It was in the form of having lunch together. "Sorry, Kotoha-chan, you've already finished eating, but if there's something you want to eat, I'll treat you." Saito, who had pasta, a hamburger, and rooibos tea on his tray, spoke kind words to Kotoha with a bright smile. "Thank you very much, but I'm already full." "Really? You don't have to hold back, you know? Are you perhaps trying to make me gain weight?" "Ha ha ha, of course not." "Then, I'll have to decline this time." While refusing with a business smile, Kotoha wasn't actually full. However, this wasn't because she was holding back for Saito's sake either. Kotoha was saving her meal portions so that it wouldn't affect her afternoon work. "Bad timing, huh?" "Sorry about that." "Fufu, there's nothing for you to apologize for, Saito-san. Please ask me again next time." "Got it. Then I'll do that when there's another opportunity." "Are you on your break now, Saito-san?" "Yeah, I was planning to go to a family restaurant, but my companion brought a bento, so I came here." "What about you, Kotoha-chan?" "I took my break about 30 minutes ago, so I have to go back in about 10 minutes. I also need to touch up my makeup and such." Receptionists' shifts are tightly managed. In other words, if they don't move on time, it will definitely interfere with their work. Since they also manage meeting rooms as part of their duties, it has become a habit for them to move with leeway in their time and adjust their schedules. It's tough for women, isn't it? Having to do things like that even during your break time. "That's a fair point, but getting dolled up isn't a hardship for me." "I think, Kotoha-chan, that you'd be perfectly fine without makeup, you know." "Thank you very much, but I feel more confident when I'm dolled up, after all." Kotoha answered Saito's compliment with a calm face, without getting embarrassed. It could be said that she was handling it in a very mature way. "I understand why everyone relies on you, Kotoha-chan. I still have a long way to go, you know. I'm always just being supported by everyone." "You're being modest." "I've heard about your work performance, you know." "Fufu." There is definitely a difference in how Kotoha interacts with Saito compared to how she interacts with Souta. That is, the topics Kotoha encourages never include anything private. However, This is something Kotoha naturally does when she's at work. Only a third party would know the information that she casually keeps her distance from the opposite sex and communicates with them. Hey, Kotoha-chan, did something good happen? Huh? Why do you ask so suddenly? Well, I'm really sorry for bringing it up out of the blue, but you seem to have a face like something happy happened. So I thought, if I can think of anything, it would be that I was watching cat videos earlier, and that today is Friday. Tomorrow and the day after are my days off. So, haha, I see. Kotoha completely hid the fact that she was looking forward to drinking with a certain person. She had just refused Saito's invitation to drink, telling him that she was refraining from alcohol. But I don't think that alone would show on your face, you know? Could it be that you made plans to hang out with someone on the weekend or something? Fufu, that's true. I'm an adult woman too, so there's a non-zero possibility that I have such plans. Whoa, popular women sure say things differently. I want to be able to say things like that too. Oh my, I heard that last month you turned down a certain woman's feelings. Saito-san. Huh? That kind of information gets around quickly, you see. At this moment, Kotoha covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. It was a face that said she had seen through his lie. The gap between her childlike appearance and this expression. Countless men have been captivated by it. Well then, I think I'll head back to the reception desk now. Even if it's by chance. This is starting to look like a secret meeting. Kotoha stood up from her chair after bowing once, implying that she didn't want to draw resentment from that woman. She picked up the tray with the finished sandwich and black tea and bowed again. Then, let's both do our best in the afternoon, Saito-san. Oh, got it. Kotoha, who smiled at this last greeting, left with a straight posture, directly taking the tray to the return counter. Saito was watching her retreating figure. Another person was naturally heading from the register to the seating area and calling out to him. You got turned down again, didn't you? Saito-san? Please stop teasing me, master. I mean, please don't watch me like that. I can't help but be curious. You were expressing such blatant affection. After all, master, didn't Kotoha-san seem kind of happy today? It seems she has plans starting Saturday night. The master directly conveyed the contents of their conversation. It was a straight shot for Saito. At night? It seems like she's got something going on. Ugh. Who the heck snatched her up? I think your potential is high, Saito-san, you know? As expected of Kotoha-san, I'd say. Damn it. Drinking with Kotoha, who has so many men harboring feelings for her. Souta was undoubtedly reaping the benefits of his position. Chapter 46, The Driver's Advice. It was just before 9 p.m. The scene was the entrance. Souta had made a reservation for a taxi to arrive in front of this girl's dormitory at 9 p.m. Beside him, Kotoha was putting on her shoes, and 3 residents were standing in the hallway to see them off. Souta-san. Kotoha-san, no drinking too much, okay? It's bad for your health. Thanks, Hiyoriy. We'll drink in moderation. Even at this hour, Hiyoriy, with her usual high tension, gave them the warning. Anyway, I won't forgive you if you do anything to Kotoha-san. Seriously. I won't. It would be a problem for a building manager to make a move on a resident. As usual, Mirei was looking at Souta with eyes that could kill. It was hard to believe she was the same person who said, "The 3 of us will prepare breakfast tomorrow morning," considering the drinking time. However, the fact that she came to see them off like this meant that the situation had really changed. Mirei-chan, what does defile mean? Souta-san isn't dirty at all, you know? Hiyoriy, shut up. You're noisy. Why? As you can see, Hiyoriy was the only one who didn't understand the meaning. Given the situation, it was probably impossible to explain it to her. It was unfortunate, but silencing the pure-hearted Hiyoriy might have been the right choice. But I wonder if it was okay not to drive you there. I haven't been drinking, so I could have at least given you a ride there, you know? No, I can't take advantage of you that much when you're already preparing breakfast for us tomorrow. Well then, I wanted to experience the atmosphere of going by taxi too, you know, Souta-san. Ahaha. Kotoha, who had finished putting on her black heels, stepped in between Souta and Koyuki to act as a cushion so that they wouldn't be too considerate. It was a well-timed interruption that made sense even if she said she had been waiting for the right moment. Well then, we'll be going now. I think it will be late at night, so please just lock up. Yes, I'll do a pointing and calling check to make sure nothing is missed. Thank you very much. Well then, we're off. Have a good time. Hiyoriy waved her hand vigorously to see them off. It was worrying that she might hurt her wrist. Take care. I want you to say goodbye to me too, Mirei-san. Shut up. Hey, stop talking to your elders like that. Koyuki immediately scolded Mirei. This exchange had been done many times before, but it never got old. Haha. Well then, we'll be heading out smoothly. I think Mirei-san is in for a lecture after this, so I can't get in the way. Huh? What kind of weird thing are you saying? It's not weird, Mirei. Think of it as your bedtime being late today because there's going to be a lecture. Koyuki-san, I bought some bell peppers that Mirei-san loves, so if you'd like, please use a bag for breakfast. I hate them. What the heck? That's seriously annoying. Thank you. Since there's no sign of remorse, I'll gratefully use them. Koyuki showed Souta a sparkling smile. Mirei, looking at her profile, must have thought it was serious, as her mouth tightened. However, Koyuki should be the first to understand that this is Mirei's way of communicating now. It could be called good acting. Sent off with such a lively atmosphere, Souta and Kotoha got into the taxi they had called. Section. The destination is Ange, correct? Yes, please go there. Kotoha instructed the destination and responded to the rare female taxi driver. And is the temperature inside the car okay? I can make it warmer or colder. Thank you very much. It's just right. What about you, Kotoha? It's just right for me too. Okay, got it. The driver's name was posted inside the car. The name was listed as Suzu. Her personality was just like Hiyoriy as an adult. She was visibly overflowing with energy and seemed to enjoy her work. Wow, you know a good place to drink. This izakaya is one of my top recommendations too. The private rooms are great, aren't they? Oh, is that so? That's why I made a reservation at this izakaya. Ah, I thought so. Gosh, I'm jealous of your boyfriend. To be able to drink with such a cute girlfriend. Oh, thank you very much. It wasn't that Souta didn't deny it. He couldn't deny it. He was caught off guard by the monstrous way she closed the distance like Hiyoriy, whom he had just met, and by being thrown a topic that seemed to be aimed at him. See, Souta-san, you're the one who talks like that. You're not trying to hide your experience with women because you've been found out, right? That's not my intention at all. Here too. He was surprisingly misunderstood. Kotoha's red eyes stared at him. Oh dear, weren't you two a couple? I'm sorry about that. You looked so good together. I just assumed. Fufu, that makes me happy in its own way, you know? Souta-san? Kotoha was completely teasing him, riding on Suzu the driver's words. It wasn't that Souta was bewildered because he knew that. Driver-san, what do you think of a woman who teases like this? Don't you think it's terrible? No, I think it's very cute. As I said before, I'm jealous that you have such a cute woman next to you. Thank you, Suzu-san. You're welcome. Women do get along quickly with each other. The two of them were now chatting with smiles on their faces. Are you planning to drink a lot today? Fufu, yes. I'm thinking of drinking until this man Souta-san gets drunk. Oh my, those are quite attractive words. When it comes to close relationships, getting drunk at a one-on-one drinking session and then heading to a love hotel is not uncommon. It might not be wrong to say that Suzu's grin was imagining that. No, I won't get drunk, absolutely not. There was only one reason. He didn't know what she would do to him. I see. This may be sudden, but I'd like to give Souta-sama some interesting advice based on what I've seen so far. What do you think? Advice? Yes. For this, I'd like Kotoha-sama to cover her ears for a bit. Of course. It's not a dubious conversation, so please don't worry. Fufu, I see. You mean advice that will make me do something, right? Thank you for your quick understanding. Understood. Then, trusting that Souta-san will make use of Suzu-san's advice, with that, Kotoha accepted Suzu's words and covered both her ears with her hands to block out the sound. With an expression that included excitement, She then made eye contact with Suzu through the rearview mirror. This was a sign of okay. So, Souta-sama. Yes. They spoke in low voices so that Kotoha couldn't hear. When you have experience as a driver like me, you can somewhat understand people's personalities by talking to them like earlier. You know? Suzu prefaced her statement with this and then said, from Kotoha-sama's personality and way of speaking, I think she's probably portraying an older sister image, right? If this is wrong, it's all over. But including her appearance and such, I think there's almost no mistake. But, Souta nodded at that question. I'm glad. Then, to continue the conversation, people like this tend to act in a way to take the lead. You might have an idea, but they create an older sister persona by giving themselves some leeway, so to speak. I see. That's right. You're spot on. Oh, then the advice is this. Act in a way that doesn't give leeway to someone like this. Almost certainly. Oh. Then how can I act in a way that doesn't give her leeway? Since Kotoha is also covering her ears for us, I might as well take the advice and try it out. Knowing Kotoha, she would definitely ask what this advice was. No, she would definitely tell him to put it into action. Well, Souta-sama, I think you'll be hesitant, but pretend to be close to me and act like an S. An S? Yes. I think it will be very effective because Souta-sama seems kind, so that gap will show. I understand the gap, but doesn't that make Kotoha an M? Right. It certainly wasn't a conversation between people meeting for the first time, but Suzu's personality was probably making her do this. And Suzu seemed to have a lot of confidence. The personality you admire and sexual preferences are completely different. If you do that, I think you'll see a different side of her. It wouldn't be wrong to interpret it that way. Somehow it feels like a gamble. Ahaha. I think there's more than an 80% chance of winning. Because Kotoha-sama said this to you, you're not trying to hide your experience with women, right? She certainly said that. In other words, that means it's okay for you to use that experience. If she didn't like it, she would never say such a thing. And this is the advice from my way of thinking. In just about 10 minutes of riding in this taxi, Suzu spoke as if she had read Kotoha's personality, even the parts she had been hiding. Well then, since we're done, I'll give Kotoha-san the signal. And as if nothing had happened, she looked into the rearview mirror and gave Kotoha the signal again. Is the advice over already? Yes, I look forward to your success, Souta-sama. Fufu, I'm counting on you, Souta-san. Ahaha. Kotoha and Suzu are chatting happily, as if nothing had changed. This was indeed a predicament. After all, Souta had very little involvement with women. Chapter 47, Hands Being Held. This is really a nice place. I understand why Kotoha recommends it. Fufu, I'm glad to hear that. Since Kotoha had made a reservation at Izakaya Ange in advance, the two of them were smoothly guided to their seats by the staff. This private room had 4 seat cushions placed, with 2 more prepared as spares. There was a large table with a sunken kotatsu, and folding screens were set up on the side facing the restaurant's aisle, so it could be turned into a private room by closing them. The two of them chose the private room space, but it seems that if they want to drink in an open atmosphere, they can also leave the folding screens open, and they can enjoy 2 situations depending on their mood at the time. Today being Saturday, there were many customers, but that also allowed them to feel the unique atmosphere of an izakaya. Well then, let's not worry about any drinking rules today and order whatever we each like. To be honest, this is my wish. I agree, so don't worry about it. Company drinking parties can be tiring. After all, it's like having to be considerate the whole time. Thank you very much. That's true, isn't it? If your boss points out your manners in the middle of drinking, it can dampen your mood. I know it may be questionable for me to say this as a working adult, but I don't want to participate in drinking unless it's with close friends. Company drinking parties are often mandatory by default. Some companies even deduct the cost of the drinking party from your salary in advance. Kotoha is one of the working adults who participate reluctantly. However, the percentage of working adults on Kotoha's side might be higher. Oh, so you're saying you consider me close, Kotoha? Of course, we live under the same roof, after all. The way you put it isn't wrong, but it's no wonder people might misunderstand. Fufu, shall we enjoy that kind of thrill today? Well, that might be interesting too. Got it. The switch for drinking had already been flipped. Both of their tensions were rising. For now, let's decide on our order. I'll have a draft beer, but what will you have, Souta-san? I'll have a draft beer too. And let's add some smashed cucumbers. Then I'll order some fried food. I'll get these fried squid rings. Nice. The two of them quickly decided on their first order. Kotoha stretched her body and pressed the electronic call bell chime at the edge of the table. At that moment, MMPH, she let out a cute small voice like that. Ding dong. That sound rang throughout the restaurant, and after a short time passed, there was a knock on the closed folding screen, and it slowly opened as the waiter's voice was heard. Excuse me. I'm here to take your order. Wait. Isn't it Kotoha-san? Long time no see. Oh, good work. So you were on shift today. And suddenly, a conversation between acquaintances began. The boyish female staff member broke into a grin and dropped her customer service tone the moment she saw Kotoha. Yep. Unfortunately, I'm working. Sorry I couldn't guide you when you came in. It's crazy busy today. Seriously feels like they're skimping on labor costs. Shall I report this word for word to the manager without missing anything? Ahaha. Please keep it a secret. Just as they were having a fun chat, the female staff member shifted her gaze and brought Souta into her field of vision. She had probably been waiting for the right timing to talk to him. By the way, Kotoha-san, you brought your boyfriend today. Whoa, you came with such a high-level boyfriend. Thank you for the compliment. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm with Kotoha. Thank you for having us today. No, please take your time. Oh, so what would you like to order? 2 draft beers, smashed cucumbers, and fried squid rings, please. Got it. Then please wait a moment. The female staff member who heard Kotoha's order quickly took notes and left immediately. Although she was complaining about the izakaya she works at, she was quite a capable staff member. There was no doubt she was relied upon. There was a pause, and Kotoha smiled with a chuckle. You're not bad either, Souta-san. To think you'd lie so easily like that. It was a little bad of me, but we talked about enjoying this kind of thrill today. I thought if I'm not going to deny it, I might as well fully enjoy being the boyfriend reaping the benefits. Me being your girlfriend and you reaping the benefits, is it? I thought someone like you, Souta-san, would have had a more wonderful girlfriend. Nope. Souta clearly conveyed this while waving one hand. This was actually true. Fufu, the fact that you can easily reply like that makes me think you're a bit dark. But then, please enjoy reaping the benefits to your heart's content. Of course I will. I'll enjoy reaping them to the fullest. Fufafu. Haha. Being the same age makes it unusually easy to close the distance. A nice atmosphere was drifting between them even at this stage when they hadn't consumed any alcohol yet. By the way, there's something I want to ask. What kind of connection do you have with that staff member from earlier, Kotoha? You seem to get along really well. Are you a regular at this restaurant or something? No, today is my 4th time, so I can't say I'm a regular. Huh, you can get that close with the staff even on your 4th visit? That's because that staff member is special. When I first came to this restaurant, that staff member persistently asked to check my age so you could say we both left an impression on each other. Ha ha ha. I see. It's not a laughing matter, you know. Sorry. Souta realized that this might be the incident Koyuki was talking about where Kotoha's age was checked at an izakaya. I understand why you became close. It was rude of them, so I really wanted to get angry, but the staff member was just doing their job by checking, so it can't be helped. Of course, if they did the same thing outside of work, I would have attacked them with a punch. Kotoha immediately put on a stern look, pursed her lips, and clenched her right hand into a fist, putting strength into it. Her emotions were very rich when she was dissatisfied. Ooh, that's scary, Souta-san. At least put some emotion into saying scary. I really want to, but I actually think you might not have much strength. You know? That's not true at all. I'll have you know I'm said to be strong, you know. Really? HMPH. I can't overlook those doubtful eyes anymore. Then, Have a strength contest with me. Sure. I'm up for it. Their height difference was over 20 centimeters. With this height difference and gender relationship, they both understood who would come out on top. However, Kotoha wanted to make him think she was strong. Okay then, here. Souta extended his palm to match Kotoha's dominant right hand. Then, I'll grip it. Please give me your honest evaluation. Got it. Here I go. She said a word with a somewhat nervous look. Next, Kotoha gripped Suta's hand. She intertwined her soft, white, small hand with his, confirming that his hand was grabbed. Souta enveloped Kotoha's hand with his large hand, gently squeezing it as if to block her escape. With this, they were ready for the strength contest. However, for some reason, Kotoha didn't move. She froze, directing the round, ripe apple-colored eyes towards their clasped hands. What was happening now? She had realized the boldness of her own words. This had deviated from a strength contest. It was now a handshake from Souta. Moreover, come on, put your strength into it, Kotoha. Souta, who only had the strength contest in mind, had no reason to be embarrassed. However, Kotoha was different. As if brought back to her senses by Suta's voice, she blinked a few times. It was the moment their gazes intertwined as she raised her face. Kotoha's face dropped as if tears were dripping down. In the end, what Souta could see was the top of Kotoha's head. Her small, neat face was completely out of sight, but both her ears were even redder than her eyes. That was the finish. I give up. I give up. What? We haven't even competed yet? This manly sensation of his hand, the feeling of being enveloped by his large hand, was extremely effective on Kotoha. Kotoha had sexual knowledge, but her familiarity with the opposite sex was on the same level as Hiyoriy. This incident also ended up flipping the switch that accelerated Kotoha's drinking pace. Chapter 48, Kotoha's Attack. Phew. Delicious. So you like sake, Kotoha? Yes, I do. Some people say they don't like it because it's sweet, but I like it. Do you prefer shochu, Souta-san? Yeah. It may sound stingy, but I've been drinking shochu all this time because it's cheap, so it's what I'm most comfortable with. Kotoha was on her third serving of sake, and Souta was on his second glass of shochu and water. On the table were grilled chicken skewers, fried foods, an assortment of sashimi, salad, and other side dishes. They had been in this izakaya for over an hour, but they were both still sober. If you were to point out any signs of drunkenness, it would be that Kotoha's cheeks were slightly flushed. Have you ever had a bad experience with alcohol, Souta-san? I'm embarrassed to say it, but I've had many. I won't go into details since it gets messy, but from those experiences, I've come to understand roughly how much I can drink without messing up. I see. You can learn a lot from failure, can't you? But failures with alcohol are tough. There's also the hangovers. Fufu. It may be strange to say this in this context, but if you get dead drunk, Souta-san, I'll be able to do whatever I want with you, so be careful, okay? Now, if a man is told such words by Kotoha, how many would try not to get dead drunk? According to a survey conducted by the author, 90% of men said they would drink a lot to get dead drunk. As expected of the popular Kotoha, if I get dead drunk, you can do whatever you want to me. But the same goes for you, Kotoha, right? You need to be careful too. I don't have to be careful at all. If I get dead drunk, there's nothing I can do about it if that happens to me. So I've come to terms with it. You're too enlightened. You need to take better care of your body. Souta's retort made sense, but for Kotoha, she really didn't need to be careful. Don't worry. I'm not the type to easily let that happen, and I've never gotten dead drunk at a drinking party. This kind of one-on-one drinking with the opposite sex is also a first for me with you, Souta-san. Kotoha's condition for drinking one-on-one is only with someone she trusts, and that range is quite narrow. If Souta weren't in the position of building manager, it would have been difficult for him to gain her trust. That's how guarded Kotoha is. No way. There's no way I'm the first. Oh, you're asserting that? Because you have close to 3 digits of male contacts in your phone, Kotoha. If this is really your first time drinking one-on-one with a man, I'll pay for all the drinks tonight. Souta said it. He confidently uttered the forbidden words. Huh? How do you know about that? Oh, you heard from Koyuki-san, right? Kotoha's mouth dropped open for a moment when she heard those words. Then she continued speaking as if nothing was amiss. Sorry, but my information source is a secret. Geez, it's true that I have male contacts, but I only have them registered on my phone, so I don't meet them privately. I don't even reply outside of work hours. You're so precise. I'm not the only receptionist who does this, so it's not uncommon, but there are probably guys who anticipate that, and directly invite you out for drinks, right? Souta could say this because he was a man himself, anticipating their behavior. Yes, that's certainly true. But I politely decline. You may not believe me, Souta-san, but I try to keep my distance from the men I interact with at work. Why is that? To be honest, it's a serious matter, but I have a rewarding job, so I don't want to cause any trouble like that. If I were to date someone, it would be someone outside of work. So that means I fall into the category of a potential romantic interest? Fufu, why don't you try dating me then? There was no doubt that alcohol was influencing her. Kotoha had a blissful look in her eyes, yet she tilted her head with a cheerful expression. Hey, don't joke around like that. Fufu, I thought you'd say that. Don't test me. It wouldn't be funny if I actually said yes to dating you. I honestly think dating you is a possibility, Souta-san. Huh? Suta's eyes widened so much they almost popped out at the sudden attack out of nowhere. After entering society, I realized that men who are good at their job, can do housework, and have a kind personality are really rare. So among the men I know, you're someone to be proud of, Souta-san. It was a series of unexpected compliments. As mentioned earlier, there was no doubt that alcohol was influencing her. She had never praised him to this extent before. Fufu, if I introduced you to the other receptionists, they would definitely go after you, so I'm keeping it a secret. It was when she tried to pour the sake from the toguri container into her cup. No sake came out of the toguri. She had finished her third serving in just over an hour. It's no wonder she was drunk enough to have a loose tongue. Drinking is fun. It's already gone. Kotoha stuck out her pink, thin tongue and returned the empty toguri to the table, looking somewhat embarrassed. The usually mature Kotoha looked a bit mischievous. Souta was also feeling the effects of alcohol. His heart was beating louder than usual. Oh, I'm about to finish drinking too, so maybe I should order some shochu. I might end up drinking so much that I get dead drunk today. After all, you're paying for everything, Souta-san. Huh? Don't play dumb. As Kotoha grinned, her expression broke. She placed her feet on top of both of Suta's shoe-clad feet. A warm, human skin temperature and a soft, mochi-like sensation could be felt through Suta's socks. It was only natural to think, huh? Souta lifted his upper body from the table and looked into the sunken kotatsu. There, he saw thin legs clad in sheer black tights stretching out to his feet. Exclamation mark. 1 second, then 2 seconds passed before he understood. I heard your words, Souta-san. If this is really your first time drinking one-on-one with a man, I'll pay for all the drinks tonight. Wait. What? Hold on. You're joking, right? Fufafu. Then how should I prove it? Kotoha's face was flushed red as she narrowed her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand. Just by looking at her expression, no one would notice that she was slowly moving her toes in her tights and digging into the top of Suta's feet. What do you mean by that response? Souta, who was being attacked like that, was distracted and flustered. On the other hand, Kotoha looked like she was really enjoying herself as she gently stroked the sole of his foot, using his foot as a slide. Chapter 49, Drunk Kotoha. Kotoha, let's slow down your drinking pace a bit. You might still be fine, but I want you to do that for the sake of your health. Is that so? Yeah. So can you slow down for me? I understand. 3 hours had passed since they arrived at Izakaya Ange. It was unclear how many drinks Kotoha had consumed at this point. However, she had clearly been drinking an amount that could be called excessive. Although there was a difference in alcohol content, she was drinking at a fast pace, nearly double that of Souta. Kotoha, are you feeling nauseous or anything? Should I order some water? I'm still fine. Thank you. It's not good to force yourself, so tell me anytime if something's wrong. Okay. From time to time, Souta could hear Kotoha's slurred voice, judging from the way she was shaking her head as if to keep rhythm. There was no doubt that the alcohol had gotten to her to some extent. Souta-san, you really are kind after all. I didn't expect you to say such things to me. Really? If you want to take me home, you shouldn't stop me from drinking. You know, if I wasn't the manager and the Mirei hadn't threatened me, I might have acted differently. I've had some drinks too, and I'm a man, after all. Fufu. That's too bad. Too bad? It was a response that couldn't be taken as a joke. It was truly rare for Kotoha, and there was no doubt she was under the influence of alcohol. Kotoha seemed to like having her feet on top of Souta's, as she had been using them as a footrest for a while now. She would sometimes move her tights-covered feet. Or maybe she was drunk and didn't realize her feet were resting on top of Souta's. Pressing the power button on his smartphone on the table to display the time, it was already past midnight. Crossing over to the next day, the closing time of this izakaya, Ange, was 2:30 a.m. Last orders were at 2 a.m. Souta planned to leave the restaurant around 1 a.m. The reason Souta was able to think this far was probably because he had been careful about the amount, pace, and way of drinking. Souta-san, I recommend you drink at your own pace. If you try to keep up with Kotoha, you'll be hit with a hangover. Koyuki had warned him, and of course, as the manager, it was only natural for him to respond in a way that would safely bring Kotoha back to the dormitory. Well, for now, let's eat everything on the table and then place our last order. I think it's a good time. I want to have ice cream at the end. Haha, got it. Then let's eat soon. It's not very desirable to use your smartphone while drinking. Souta placed his smartphone face down on the table and started eating the dishes in front of him. However, his chopsticks soon came to a halt. Souta, who had encouraged her to eat, had noticed it. Kotoha, who was sitting across from him, wasn't moving. When Souta looked up, he saw Kotoha staring blankly at a certain spot. The private room was unusually quiet. Is something wrong? The question was understandable. And Kotoha said to Souta, who had tilted his head. It was truly sudden. I am sorry. When I looked at your hand, Souta-san, I felt like holding it. Huh? My hand? Yes. Alcohol is a mysterious thing that greatly amplifies a person's state at that moment. Kotoha shifted her gaze to Souta and replied with a shy look. You want to hold my hand? I want to hold it. That much? Nod. She was probably drunk. Her dazed eyes showed the same honesty as Hiyoriy. I don't mind if it's just holding hands. Souta didn't particularly mind, especially since they had done something like a grip strength contest earlier. Is it easier to hold if I put it here? Then he extended his left hand and placed it near Kotoha. Thank you. Fufu, yay. Kotoha showed no usual hesitation. She placed her own hand on top of his as if giving in to her desire. She might have forgotten, but both her feet hidden under the kotatsu were the same. Kotoha was completely acting like a couple. Does Kotoha crave human warmth when she drinks? Right now, maybe I do. Oh, I just realized, but since you're using your right hand to hold mine, you can't eat, can you? I'm already full, so I'll leave the rest of the food to you, Souta-san. Got it. Also, it tickles. Fufu, sorry. Things that would be unthinkable for the usual Kotoha were happening one after another. Kotoha was happily tracing Souta's hand, squeezing it, intertwining her fingers with his. Yes, she was enjoying the sensation like a toy. Souta-san's hand is really big, isn't it? They say the structure of hands is different between men and women. Kotoha's hand was small, slightly cool, and soft. Perhaps because of the alcohol, just the sensation of Kotoha's hand was enough to excite him. Souta-san, this time I want you to envelop my hand like when we had the grip strength contest. Okay. This time, Kotoha extended her left hand towards Souta. Souta grasped that white hand from above and gently enveloped it as requested. It feels nice somehow. Why yeah. Silence fell. Their gazes naturally shifted. The moment their eyes met, Kotoha gave him a smile, as if she was truly happy right now. It was contagious to Souta as well. The reason of being the manager. Such reason was being taken away by the sensation of Kotoha's small hand and the feeling of her tights-covered feet. It was dangerous. He realized it instinctively at that moment. Kotoha suddenly let out this voice, and continued. Souta-san, that advice the taxi driver Suzu-san was talking about, what was it? Exclamation mark. That instantly dispelled Suta's earthly desires. Next, Suzu's words filled with confidence flowed through his mind. Try acting more on the sadistic side. The personality you admire and sexual preferences are completely different. If you do that, I think you'll see a different side of her. It wouldn't be wrong to interpret it that way. Suta honestly wanted to see Kotoha like that. It was also because the power of alcohol had attacked him. Chapter 50, Drunk Kotoha 2. Suta-san, that advice the taxi driver Suzu-san was talking about, what was it? That sudden question required some time to think about. Suta answered after a pause. That, could you wait a little longer for that? It takes some time, or rather, it's not the right timing yet. You know? Suta was not the type who could immediately follow the advice to become an S. Rather, the vast majority of people would shake their heads. I'll be angry if you're lying, okay? I wouldn't lie about something like that. I'd appreciate it if you give me some time since I need to mentally prepare myself. Okay. But I'll make it a condition that you have to do it properly for me, okay? Brace yourself for when the time comes. Oh my, Fufu. I'm looking forward to it even more now. An actor could easily pull off such a role. But Suta was not a professional in that field. Amateurs prepare in their own way and try to reduce the risk of being seen as strange. That was the right course of action. They continued chatting for about 10 minutes while eating the dishes on the table. Then it was time to wrap things up. Then shall we do the last order soon? We'll have them bring the ice cream after the meal. But is there anything else you want to order? I'd like to have one more drink. Is that okay? As long as you're careful about your drinking pace, you can order whatever you like. Thank you very much. Then I'll have a highball for the last one. I think I'll have something to drink at the end too. I'm kind of curious about the plum wine. Then shall we order it together? I'm sorry for being selfish, but drinking alone is a bit sad. Kotoha said those words while making a coquettish face with the corners of her eyes lowered. There was no way he could refuse this. Then I'll order the plum wine. Fufu, that helps. Then I'll place the order. Kotoha, whose snow-white cheeks were flushed red from the alcohol, pressed the call button. All that was left was to wait for the waiter. The matcha ice cream looks delicious too. At this time, Suta was about to order something refreshing if there was any. He was scanning the menu with his eyes when Kotoha uttered words that his understanding couldn't keep up with. By the way, Suta-san, you're quite the challenger, aren't you? Huh? What do you mean by that? Oh, come on. You're good at playing dumb, aren't you, Suta-san? At this rate, the waiter will see us holding hands on the table when we place the order! Exclamation mark. When Suta, who had been holding Kotoha's hand, was pointed out, he reflexively let go of her hand, and came to his senses at the same time. Until just now, the fact had completely slipped his mind. You may think it's impossible, but this is the scary power of alcohol, the power to dull judgment. Geez, you can't suddenly let go like that, Suta-san. It makes me feel lonely. I understand how you feel, but it's no good because people who see it will feel uncomfortable. As long as they were holding hands, they could feel each other's body heat and warmth. When they let go like this, the gentle warmth disappeared, and cold air flowed into their hands. It was natural to feel unsatisfied. I shouldn't have pointed it out then. I can't believe you really didn't notice. Ahaha. Normally you'd notice, right? Suta, who still had confidence in his tolerance for alcohol, had to change his perception. I'll hold your hand again after we finish ordering, so bear with it. I refuse. I'm not satisfied yet. Even if you say that, you know, I can't do something that makes people uncomfortable. Even though my hand feels lonely too. Suta refused and then followed up, taking into consideration that they had been drinking. However, this action was wrong. It only served to stimulate Kotoha's mischievousness. Then let's hold hands under the table. I still want to hold hands with you, Suta-san. Under the table, you mean in the sunken katatsu? This way, we won't get caught. Our feet touching didn't get noticed. After all, It's deep, so our feet won't get noticed. But hands are different, aren't they? There's no difference. Besides, you said it first, Souta-san, that you'll enjoy being my boyfriend for today. This was Kotoha's strength. Tends to act in a way to take the lead. What the taxi driver Suzu said was correct. Even when drunk, Kotoha uttered words that defeated Souta. I can't argue with that, but then please hold my hand. Is that okay, Souta-san? Sigh, I give up. Fine. Fufu, yay. Souta thought. If he became Kotoha's boyfriend, she would probably use her words skillfully to make him spoil her. Souta, who had completely given up after being outtalked, thrust his right arm under the sunken kotatsu. Seeing that, Kotoha put her left arm in as well. Their fingertips immediately touched, and Kotoha intertwined her fingers with his as if seeking it. And the moment Souta held her hand back, Kotoha, who made eye contact with him, broke into a happy smile. It was truly rare to see her show her emotions so clearly. I hope the waiter comes soon. Yeah, I'm about to die from the tension. Me too. My heart is beating so fast. Should we let go after all? Those words were a landmine. Suta's hand was squeezed tightly as if to say she wouldn't let go. It's fine, as long as we don't get caught. Even though Kotoha had a baby face and was more than 20 centimeters shorter, looking completely like a middle school student, Souta was completely defeated by her composure. If he started dating Kotoha, such thrilling days would probably come. And it was past 1 a.m. They finished their last order and left the izakaya. Then let's get going soon. Okay. Souta lifted his feet from the sunken kotatsu and stood up first. He felt momentarily dizzy, but it wasn't that strong. He took 2 or 3 steps forward while grimacing as if to endure it. And he was about to put his hand on the closed folding screen. However, Kotoha, who had consumed more alcohol than Souta, was different. The severity of her dizziness was strong enough to make her lose her balance. Whoa! Kotoha's voice, close to a scream, flew from behind him. At the moment Souta consciously turned around, a sweet scent passed through his nasal cavity. Then a small, soft body clung tightly to Souta! Souta reflexively hugged her back rather than thinking about it. They both understood what had happened at the same time, and their thoughts differed. Hey, are you okay? Souta, who was more worried about Kotoha than flustered, whispered close to her ear while continuing to hold her small body. Kotoha trembled and said a word. I am sorry. Kotoha, whose face was touching Souta's chest, raised her head and apologized with an upward gaze. At that moment, Souta's field of vision was filled with Kotoha. Her face was redder than ever before. A small forehead peeking out from between her bangs, thin, well-shaped eyebrows and long eyelashes, large, moist eyes and small lips, and the sensation of Kotoha's body conveyed throughout. Souta-san. Souta had been thinking about asserting dominance over Kotoha during the drinking session. The power of alcohol strongly added to that. His reason was chipped away, and Souta's eyes changed. Kotoha, that's not good, you know. Souta's right hand stretched out unconsciously. Its destination was Kotoha's white hair. A small voice leaked from Kotoha. Souta gently stroked Kotoha's hair while patting her head. Chapter 51. On the way home from drinking. Souta-san, thank you for today. You're welcome. Having settled their bill at the izakaya Ange, the two of them left the establishment enveloped in a sense of happiness. Their bodies warmed by alcohol, the cool breeze outside felt pleasantly refreshing. The current time was 1:20 a.m. A full moon hung in the dark sky, with stars shining like jewels. There were few cars passing by, and a calm atmosphere spread all around. Hey, Souta-san, what should we do next? In the midst of such silence, Kotoha suddenly prompted. What do you mean? What should we do? I mean, our next destination. Taking small, steady steps closer, Kotoha looked up at Souta with pleading eyes. Despite being drunk, she maintained a pace that didn't waver. Do you have somewhere you want to go, Kotoha? Well, I'll leave it all up to you, Souta-san. Anywhere is fine? Yes. Let me ask one more time. Are you sure? Yes. I'll go along with whatever you decide today. With a seductive tone, Kotoha grasped the hem of Souta's jacket with her thumb and forefinger, nodding slightly with a flushed face. She had already flipped that switch. Having embraced Souta tightly in the private room during their drinking session, her intoxicated state, having felt a man's body, the desire to feel more had surged within her, and Souta had flipped the same switch. Isn't it shameful for a man not to seize an opportunity? Yes. May I have you take me home? Sure. I'll take you home without reservation. I'm really embarrassed right now, but I'm embarrassed too. So it's okay. Hey, so this is what happens when you have a drinking session with a man. It's a learning experience. The power of alcohol is amazing, isn't it? Yes. Indeed. I'm already yearning for a man's body. With a firmer grip on Souta's hem, Kotoha had no intention of letting go as she spoke. Her mind was already dominated by desire. Imagining what lay ahead, the heat in her lower abdomen grew. Oh, I forgot to call a taxi. I really want to head back soon, but it slipped my mind. About that. How about we walk instead? It would be a waste to use the taxi fare for something else. I see. That's right. It would be better to add that money to what we already have. Then, would you mind wearing this? It might take some time to get there from here, and I think you'll get cold in that outfit. Kotoha was wearing a long-sleeved docking dress, but the temperature at midnight with the moon floating above was still cold. Souta took off his navy blue jacket and handed it to Kotoha. Even if you're so kind, it won't lead to anything good. You know, good things are yet to come, right? Hee. You're right. Then I'll take the jacket. Here you go. Taking Souta's jacket, Kotoha draped it over her small shoulders and slipped her arms into it. However, the jacket was too big for her. After she finished putting it on, only the tips of her nails painted in a beautiful pink peeked out from the sleeve. It's still too big. But it feels like I'm being embraced by Souta-san. Don't say such embarrassing things. Hee. I'm sorry. It was a conversation that would only be possible between a couple, but it was something that would never happen without alcohol. Well then, since we're ready, shall we walk? Yes. Piggyback ride on Kotoha. Huh? Kotoha showed a comical reaction, like a comedian. She opened her mouth slightly and sent a puzzled look at Souta. I can't let you walk when you're feeling unsteady on your feet, right? Honestly, just walking might be tough, so I won't force you. At that moment, Souta knelt down and lowered his body to make it easier for Kotoha to ride on his back. I am fine, really. I'm perfectly fine. Piggyback ride. I am okay. Piggyback. But I piggyback. Fine. It's embarrassing, though. Kotoha was behind Souta. Although her expression couldn't be seen, her voice trembled, and her face was bright red. If that's what Kotoha wants, then it's fine. But if you won't let me piggyback you, I'll leave you here and won't take you home, okay? Why are you being so mean? Come on, hurry up and get on. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 6, why you didn't say 7, 5, 4, 3, alright, I get it. With 3 seconds left, the declaration of giving up was made. Kotoha was determined to be taken home, no matter what. She pursed her lips to endure embarrassment and decided to be piggybacked. She wrapped her arms round Souta's neck, pressing her chest and stomach against his back. Then, she whispered near his ear, I'm ready. Understood. With that signal, Souta stood up. He put his arms around his own waist, ensuring Kotoha's dress covered her underwear while supporting the soft back of her thigh with his inner thigh. This way, both of Kotoha's legs were off the ground. All right. Let's go. It's still embarrassing. What if someone sees us? Want to go somewhere where there might be more people? Please don't. Carrying someone on one's back is something commonly done for children but is almost never done once they reach a certain age. Kotoha had only faint memories of being carried like this, as it had been decades since it last happened. Moreover, with alcohol in her system, she was now imagining what was to come. Exceeding her capacity to handle embarrassment, Kotoha buried her face in Souta's large back as if defeated by shame. Oh, are you out of breath, Kotoha? Of course not. A clear bluff. I see. Then let's try this. Nen, what are you doing? Making me take off my heels, huh? It's rude to wear shoes when being piggybacked. It could make someone uncomfortable if you bump into them. No one's going to bump into us, Kotoha. It's late, so keep it down. NGH. Taking full advantage, Souta then effortlessly removed the other heel as well. Her ankles, wrapped in black tights, and her exposed toes could be seen. Since the fabric was thin, her skin color could be seen through the black. I didn't ask you to take them off. Please give them back. Nope. Please. It's embarrassing to have my feet exposed like this. Despite Kotoha vigorously moving her legs in tights while being piggybacked, her attacks against Souta were ineffective. It was as if she was being massaged. From now on, no talking or attacking. If you break that rule, I'll put you down on the ground without your shoes, and I won't take you home either! Exclamation mark. You're so mean, Souta. Sure, I'm a meanie. With a teasing remark, Souta lifted Kotoha, who was hanging from his back, and continued to walk down the dark road while piggybacking her. Section. About 10 minutes after being piggybacked, Souta could hear Kotoha's calm and regular breathing, indicating that she had fallen asleep. Is Kotoha asleep? That was her only response. Her body wasn't moving, indicating that she was sound asleep. This was exactly what Souta had planned. The command to forbid talking and attacking was simply to lure Kotoha into sleep. Well then, I guess it's time to take you home. Souta immediately changed direction. Their destination was not a hotel but the dormitory where both Souta and Kotoha lived. Sigh. Alcohol sure is scary. Souta was just as affected by the alcohol. The reason he didn't want to use a taxi was because he was certain that once he lost control, things would get out of hand. In the quiet air that cooled his head, a single word from Souta escaped. Chapter 52, Souta's Attack. Oh Souta. She's sleeping so soundly. Ha ha. Souta chuckled as he looked at Kotoha, who was sleeping peacefully, appearing comfortable on her back. Having been exposed to the outside air for a long time, Souta was now sober enough to maintain his composure, but he didn't use a taxi. He had carefully considered the possibility of Kotoha waking up when they shared a ride. The best way not to disturb Kotoha's sleep was to walk. So, he had been moving his feet for 50 minutes along the dark and quiet night road, and now he was finally close to the silhouette of the girls' dormitory. Oisho. Lifting up the defenseless Kotoha who was descending, Souta continued to move forward without stopping. His mind was filled with only one thing. How should he explain this taking home situation to Kotoha? It goes without saying, but Kotoha had the intention of being taken to a hotel, while Souta intended to take her to the dormitory. If Kotoha's hangover had subsided, she would most likely remember everything up to that point, and she would wonder why they were at the dormitory instead of a hotel. For now, I can only say that I can't touch a sleeping partner. I hope she'll understand. Kotoha, who kept her contact information separate to avoid connecting personal troubles to work, even refrained from drinking alone with the opposite sex. There's no way the guarded Kotoha would easily allow her body just because she was drunk. She must have had some kind of determination. At least, that's Souta's view. In conclusion, if he were to say that he wasn't in the mood in that atmosphere, it might hurt Kotoha. Bringing a meal to an unserved table is a man's shame. Going against this behavior, Souta thought that he needed to take appropriate aftercare. Honestly, I really regret it. While mixing in these honest feelings, if we were to borrow the words of a villain, Kotoha would be a superior gem. It's only natural that he missed the chance with her. However, Souta had a stronger sense of responsibility than most people. Because it was a job requested by his mother, he was able to refrain from touching the residents in that situation. Even though I took the obvious action, I still regret it. I'm still not sober yet. Overcoming his desires, Souta would likely be considered a fine manager for taking his current actions. He had thought ahead and managed to act rationally, which was commendable. Section. After another 10 minutes, Souta had arrived at the girls' dormitory. Relying on the light of his smartphone, Souta muttered, "I did it," as he slowly opened the door to the manager's room. Kotoha, who was still clinging to his back, was still asleep. Souta didn't go to the second floor where Kotoha's room was. No, he couldn't go. This was because of the rules imposed on the manager. Regardless of the reason, entering a room without the resident's permission was prohibited. Souta's mistake was that he couldn't talk about this during the drinking session, and as a result, Kotoha could only sleep in the manager's room. Oisho. Souta gently laid Kotoha down on the bed in the manager's room, lowering his posture. Although Kotoha showed a slight reaction to the change in posture, she soon resumed her cute sleeping breath. It seemed that the alcohol had induced a deep sleep. It's natural. But such a defenseless appearance was unimaginable from the usual Kotoha. With a gentle smile, Souta covered the small body with a blanket and headed towards the living room to finish his work. If they were to sleep in the same bed, it would defeat the purpose of taking her to the dormitory. Souta understood this best. I'm tired. He dropped his body onto the sofa in front of the TV, letting out a sigh of exhaustion. Taking out his smartphone from his pocket and turning it on, the screen displayed the numbers, 2:19. In a dark room, a bright screen, Souta squinted as he tapped the clock app on his phone and set an alarm for 6 a.m. Great. I don't have to make breakfast, he received the grateful words, but he couldn't just give up on his job so easily. At the very least, he felt a sense of duty to keep an eye on things. About 3 hours. Souta turned off his phone, which was his last sound before going to bed. Closing his eyes immediately to gain more sleep time, Souta fell asleep within 5 minutes. The power of alcohol had not yet faded. Section. Hey, what are you doing there? Seriously. Hey. How many hours had passed since then? Souta remembered the feeling of something hard pressing against his cheek. It was now 6:05 a.m. The first resident to wake up was attacking. The living room is not a place to sleep. Why didn't you go to the manager's room? You won't be able to rest properly if you sleep here. With a prickly voice, Souta, who was being pressed by something hard again, finally opened his heavy eyelids and looked ahead with a blurred vision. At that moment, the symptoms of a hangover, nausea, and headache hit him. Souta had set an alarm for 6 a.m., but the actual time he had set was 1800 hours, 12 hours later. He had set a strange time due to the effects of the alcohol. Mirei-san, right? Good morning. With a distorted expression, Souta was staring at Mirei's distinctive pink antenna in the blurred focus. He hadn't realized that the thing that had been poking him was a magic hand from a 100-yen shop. No, it's not good morning. Get out of here quickly. Go to the manager's room. Huh? No, there's breakfast. What are you saying? I said you don't have to do that. I don't need your cooking today. Then, just look. But, if you say that again, I'll kick you out. Go to the manager's room quickly. You're in the way. Okay. A hangover, coupled with a morning argument with Mirei. It was a predetermined outcome, and there was no way Souta could win. Hurry up. You're not in any condition to be useful. If you want to work, you should sleep first. We'll talk after that. Hurry up and go. Okay. I got it. Rubbing his aching head, Souta stood up. With the magic hand pressing against his back, Mirei pushed him out of the living room. As soon as he stepped into the hallway from the living room, the door closed behind him. Souta staggered, opened the door to the manager's room, and collapsed onto the bed as if shot. Breathing heavily, Souta had slipped out completely. As it was a place where no one usually entered, the fact that a certain resident was sleeping there. Chapter 53, Kotoha's Side, Counterattack. Several voices can be heard from somewhere, waking me up from deep sleep. A sound of waking up. It feels like I slept for a long time, and my whole body feels pleasantly numb. I open my heavy eyelids and stretch at the same time. Where is this? I immediately noticed something was off. In my sight was a ceiling I didn't recognize. Not only that, a brown blanket that I had never seen before was draped over me. But, that blanket had a comforting smell, as if I had smelled it somewhere before. To confirm? No, because I liked the smell. I pulled the blanket closer and sniffed with my nose. What's this smell? So cozy. Wrapped in a sense of satisfaction, my fuzzy consciousness couldn't sort things out. I couldn't hold back a big yawn, and unconsciously covered my mouth with my hand as I sat up. My body feels really good. It's as if all the tiredness and stress have been reset. I felt refreshed. Feeling fulfilled right after waking up, I wiped away the tears from yawning with my index finger. By now, I'm fully awake, and my blurry vision clears up. Anyway, I was about to get up when, I saw something unbelievable. For a moment, I thought it was a ghost's arm. But that was a misunderstanding. It's still right in front of me, in my field of vision. It also has weight. It's undoubtedly real. While on top of the blanket, a large arm was on my stomach. This must be why I felt a bit suffocated when I was sleeping. As I tried to change my gaze, I heard such sleeping breath. Huh? When I looked at the source of the sound, Souta-san was sleeping soundly next to my bed, lying face down. For some reason, Souta-san was there. Why is he here? I'm so surprised and flustered that no words come out. But as soon as I understood that this was indeed reality, a tension so strong that it made me dizzy hit me. It's not a deliberate reaction. It's a genuine reaction from being so surprised. There's a man next to me when I wake up. This is my first experience of such a thing. What's going on? I'm in a strange state. My head is full. It's completely blank. But at that moment, I suddenly remembered. After drinking, isn't it shameful for a man not to seize an opportunity? Yes. May I have you take me home? Sure. I'll take you home without reservation. I'm really embarrassed right now, but I'm embarrassed too. So it's okay. Hey, so this is what happens when you have a drinking session with a man. It's a learning experience. The power of alcohol is amazing, isn't it? Yes. Indeed. I'm already yearning for a man's body. I remembered this embarrassing conversation. What is this place? With minimal information, I concluded that it was a hotel. But then, something happened that refuted that answer. Hey, Hiyoriy, why are you making such a huge rice ball? You can't eat that much in the morning. I can eat it. Besides, the bigger it is, the more satisfying it is. In the first place, that's no longer a rice ball. Just make a bunch of small ones that are easy to eat. No way. For some reason, I could hear Hiyoriy-chan and Mirei-chan's cheerful voices. My head, which had been so overwhelmed, cooled down, and the situation began to connect in my mind. Maybe the dormitory, the manager's room? Upon closer inspection, the view through the curtains and the gap between them was of the familiar corridor of the dormitory. Having understood the situation to some extent, I began to check my clothes. However, there was nothing particularly disheveled. There was no muscle soreness as if I had moved vigorously. At this point, I understood everything that had happened to me. There was no way I wouldn't understand. Sigh, is that so? Souta-san didn't eat me, huh? There's only one reason for that. It's because I fell asleep on Souta-san's back. Right? Not taking advantage of a sleeping partner is truly like Souta-san. There really isn't another man I can trust so much, as expected of Ri-san's son. But, I was disappointed. I think the other women will understand. Just like men, women also have sexual desires. How should I put it? Even though I was drunk, I had every intention of doing that. I even put the square thing in my wallet and prepared for it. You know, I'm also at that age. I don't have a reason not to play the husband and wife game. At first, I heard it's painful, but if it's Souta-san, I trust him. He's experienced, and he'll definitely be gentle and make me feel good. Ogawa-san also said, drunken sex feels so good you get wild. It's recommended. How messed up is messed up? Honestly, I wanted to experience it. I wouldn't have minded if Souta-san had desired my body and acted on it, letting his desires take over. Could it be that I'm not attractive to you, Souta-san? I understand that you acted like a gentleman. But how can it be okay for a man not to do it in that situation? Choosing to go to the dormitory instead of a hotel makes it clear that wasn't your intention. If it had been a hotel, we could have played the husband and wife game during the daytime. There's not even a chance for that in this dormitory. I feel like I've been played. I give Souta-san, who is sound asleep, a strong stare. Being a gentleman is a good thing. I acknowledge that. But being too much of a gentleman is not good. I think any woman would agree that a man who doesn't respond to a seduction, even if it's in the heat of the moment, is no good. Despite my feelings, I can't forgive Souta-san's seemingly comfortable sleeping face. Revenge. Those two words came to my mind. I came up with a good idea to relieve my frustration. I took out my smartphone from my pocket, turned it on, and moved to the camera screen. You know what I mean, right? Click. I took a frontal shot of Souta-san sleeping and confirmed that it wasn't blurry before pressing the favorite button and moving it to a folder. Hee, such a cute sleeping face. 100 points. However, I won't stop at this. I switched to the front camera and slowly moved Souta-san's arm from my stomach and stood up. He's still breathing deeply, so I squat near him. The rest is easy. It's cruel, but I poke Souta-san's cheek with my index finger, making a dissatisfied face. Click. This time, it's a two-shot. I was able to take another good photo. Speaking of which, Ogawa-san told me, show me a picture of your drinking buddy. I can show this to her tomorrow. Let me say one thing. I haven't done anything wrong. Souta-san also had the right to do whatever he wanted while I was asleep. So it's his fault for not doing anything. But, don't you think this is unfair of me? During the piggyback ride, Souta-san touched my thigh and leg. I'm a woman, but that obligates me to touch Souta-san somewhere. It's okay, right? Unconsciously, I aimed at Souta-san's pants. If I did it now, I could definitely touch. I slowly reach out my hand. I came back to my senses just before. Am I stupid? There's no need to think about going too far. If I did what I was about to do, I would have been a criminal. I would have been arrested for groping a man. However, now that I've come this far, I want to touch somewhere. It's a shame to waste the opportunity. I search for a good spot on Souta-san's body, starting from his head downwards. And, I stopped at one spot, his back. Would that be okay? Souta-san's back felt good. Maybe I could sleep so comfortably because of the piggyback ride. I decided to touch this spot. I moved Souta-san's arm, which was stretched out to the side, and did this. I placed my head and hand on his back. It's a different sensation from the piggyback ride, but the feeling and warmth of his back are the same. I haven't done anything wrong. It's all Souta-san's fault for not doing anything. This back belongs to me. I won't be jealous of Hiyoriy-chan, who was being petted anymore. Well, I'll take another nap here. It's thrilling to think that Hiyoriy-chan and the others might find out, but Souta-san brought me here. Because of Mirei-chan too. I'll have to confess if it comes to the worst. The smell of the futon was Souta-san's scent. It's very warm and comforting. Gradually, my eyelids became heavy. Since my head is on his back, Souta-san might feel suffocated, but until just now, I had his arm on my stomach, so it's the same for him. So please endure it. This is my counterattack against the overly gentlemanly, cowardly Souta-san. I won't accept any objections. Well then, good night. Chapter 54, Kotoha's Aftermath. There are too many morning visitors. It's the beginning of the week, and my body is sluggish. Can't they hold back a bit more? To be honest, I feel the same, but the number of visitors should calm down in the afternoon, so we'll have more time. The weekend has passed, and it's Monday afternoon. Kotoha and Ogawa, who bought bread at the convenience store, were taking their lunch break in the break room. Kotoha, you seem so relaxed. I can't compete with youth anymore. Ogawa-san, you're only 29 years old. You're still young enough. That's not true. I'll be in my 30s in a year. Time really flies. But I think it's a good thing that time flies. It's proof that you're spending fulfilling days with your husband. ! That's why receptionists who talk too much. Ogawa was caught off guard by the response involving her husband. She shyly looked away and took a bite of her bread. What's that supposed to mean? I'm just being honest. I can see why Kotoha is popular. Men must fall for this. If you're saying that on purpose, you're a wicked woman. A wicked woman. Oh no, I don't have the experience to aim for that, you know? Yeah, being modest. Ogawa looked at Kotoha with narrowed eyes, half in doubt. However, the conversation quickly changed due to a certain memory. Oh, speaking of that guy, did you go on a weekend drinking session? Is he as good a man as my husband? Yes. We drank together for about 3 to 4 hours. Oh, then tell me about it. Drinking with the opposite sex is something that few people would ignore, especially since Kotoha doesn't usually drink with others. It's natural for Ogawa to be interested in such a rare event. I can't make it sound very interesting. I expressed a lot of dissatisfaction. From looking at Kotoha's face, it doesn't seem like that. It seems like you had a fulfilling time. Hee. There were fun parts too. Despite saying dissatisfaction, Kotoha took out her smartphone with a bright face, as if the word was a lie. First, I'll show you the photo of my drinking partner, which I think Ogawa-san is curious about. I've been waiting, but it's a sleeping face, so I'm sorry about that. A sleeping face? That's rare too. Please wait a moment. With that cushion, Kotoha found the photo in her favorite album. This is him. She showed Ogawa the photo she took of Souta sleeping in the manager's room. Huh? In an instant, Ogawa's eyes widened as she brought her face close to the smartphone screen, staring intently. Hee. What do you think? Please give him a score. Well, I feel like he looks cool in a serious way. Really? No way. This is Souta-san. He can cook and clean too. Kotoha, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Sure. Here you go. After receiving Kotoha's phone, Ogawa used her index finger and thumb to zoom in and out on the photo. Observing it further, she remained silent, with a serious expression. Oh, Ogawa-san, you seem envious? Seeing Ogawa like that, Kotoha's expression changed to one of happiness. It was also a somewhat proud expression. Actually, I have another photo, so please take a look at that one too. Another one? Prompted, Ogawa swiped right. The next photo appeared. Oh, it's a shot of the two of them. Wait, why does Kotoha look dissatisfied? Could it be that this guy had a premature moment? The photo Ogawa was looking at showed Kotoha poking Souta's cheek with her index finger, causing his cheek to puff out. To put it bluntly, it's just as the expression suggests. I couldn't make him perform. What? You couldn't? But you're on the bed, right? Well, there's something I need to explain to Ogawa-san first. Actually, this person, Souta-san, is the manager of the dormitory where I live. The manager? It's quite rare for a resident to target the manager. There's no one who could ignore this line of thinking. You were trying to sleep with quite an unexpected man, Kotoha. You don't have to point that out. Sorry. Please continue. Well, based on that story, after drinking for a long time at a pub and getting drunk, so it led to that kind of situation, you know? Where do we go from here? You know, right? Kotoha suggests, but Ogawa doesn't realize that this is her first time. Yeah, that's where you'd normally say, let's go to a hotel, right? Yes, and in that flow, I say, let's go to my place. But, instead of a hotel, we went to the dormitory where I live. Huh? Even though I had given the okay, despite being prepared for it. It's terrible, isn't it? In other words, you were almost taken home and got scolded by the manager? Yes. Thinking back to the weekend, Kotoha shrugs with a dejected expression. It must feel like missing out despite having had a guaranteed win in pachinko or slot machines. Well, it may be strange to say this now, but Kotoha, have you ever lied? I can't imagine Kotoha being rejected like that. I don't lie here. It's true. Hey, why didn't Kotoha realize the difference between the dormitory and the hotel? Even if you were drunk, you should be able to tell the difference between a dormitory and a hotel. Did you take a taxi back? No. I was carried on someone's back because they said taking a taxi would be wasteful. They also prohibited me from talking and moving. So, they were definitely planning to make you sleep. It may have been the right thing to do as a manager, but since Kotoha was okay with it, you should have just gone for it. Perhaps because she knows that feeling, Ogawa, who is also a senior in life, sided with Kotoha. But it's okay now. I'll take revenge next time. Haha, that's the spirit. If you want it, you just have to go for it. Senior's advice. Thank you. Although this incident would be seen as a rejection after an invitation, for Kotoha, it wasn't just a rejection after an invitation. It's synonymous with being told that she isn't attractive. Oh, Ogawa-san. By the way, do you need the square thing I bought? Please use it with your husband. Huh? You can keep it for whenever you need it. Are you sure? Yes, I usually keep it in my wallet, but after this incident, it feels like my luck is running out. Then I'll take it. Kondo Takeshi is expensive, after all. It's not a loss to have it. That's good. With that, Kotoha, who opened the zipper of her long wallet on her lap, handed Ogawa a square-shaped love helmet. She can do boldly because they're alone. Oh? Is this the one that gives you a raw sensation? Haha, Kotoha, you're really doing it. Choosing this out of all the options. Hee, I did some research. I bought it at Don Quixote, but it's really noticeable at the register. It was embarrassing. The conversation continues. The hands exchanging items also continue. Huh? Can I really have this many? Yes, please use them. 6 Mr. Gum condoms were placed in Ogawa's palm. In other words, it means that this is all that was in Kotoha's wallet. Can I ask Kotoha something? Yes. What is it? Is this the one you had since the drinking session? Of course it is. Kotoha doesn't realize it, but with that statement, Ogawa's expression froze as if it had reached absolute zero. So, that's right. Everyone has their own way of doing things. Ogawa's misunderstanding, which made her cringe, didn't stop. Having the sexual desire for 6 rounds. Kotoha reached the peak in Ogawa's knowledge. Is this because the manager, fearing being taken advantage of, intentionally made her sleep? Such thoughts even crossed her mind. A few days later, Kotoha would be given a secret nickname by Ogawa. That name, 6 Battles. This term is often used in the context of games or stories to denote a character or entity that is exceptionally powerful or unbeatable in 6 battles. Kotoha didn't even realize the meaning behind it. Chapter 55, The Phone Call and Mirei. Prrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Souta was sitting in a chair drinking barley tea when he answered his ringing phone. Hello, long time no talk Souta. Are you doing well? Hello, I'm doing well, Mum. The caller was his mother, Ri, who he hadn't heard from in a while, but still, this is a sudden call. What's up? Saying it's sudden is a lonely thing to say. Parents always want to hear their son's voice, you know. In your case, it sounds like a lie, correct? See, I knew it. You're not hurt by that? I wouldn't be hurt by something like this. Souta didn't know it, but this was also Ri's way of hiding her embarrassment. Parents don't like to show weakness to their children. They want to keep showing a strong image. Well, getting to the main topic, I wanted to check how work is going for you. As the one who recommended you, I need to know about that. I see. Yeah, I feel like I'm finally getting used to it now. Compared to before, I have more free time. Oh, so you've grown. I want to praise you, but that free time isn't because you're slacking off and doing sloppy work, is it? That's harsh. I can't do a half-hearted job since I'm doing it in place of you and Grandma Shizuko. I may not be perfect, but I think I'm doing well enough that the residents have no complaints. I see. That's my son for you. You raised me well enough to be able to live on my own. Souta jokingly replied to Ri, who let out a sigh of relief. So, are you not angry, huh? Angry about what? The sudden, vague question. Souta understood with Ri's next words. There's only one thing, right? About me keeping quiet about a certain resident's circumstances. Ah, you mean about Mirei-san? Thump. At this time, Souta didn't notice a sound coming from the hallway. Don't just say you mean that. You never called me once about that matter, right? That's why I thought you might be angry. Ha ha ha. Of course I was surprised at first. She hurled insults at me the moment we met. At that time, Souta hadn't been told anything about Mirei's situation. Getting the treatment without knowing anything must have been quite hurtful. It would be rare for someone to laugh it off like Souta. Souta took a sip of the barley tea on the table to wet his throat. From the looks of it, Koyuki-chan told you to some extent? Yes. That's why I didn't need to contact you, and I quickly realized the reason you chose me as the manager. Well, let me say, I did feel sorry, okay? It's just, for Mirei-chan, it would be an opportunity to get used to men, and I thought you could handle it well despite any complaints, and above all, with that broken mentality of yours, Mirei-chan's verbal attacks wouldn't affect you. That last line is definitely not something a mother should say to her son. Well, that's why I also wanted to ask about that today. Suddenly, Ri's tone changed. She was telling him to speak from now on without any lies. Enough time has passed, so I was thinking, if there's no change in Mirei-chan, thanks to you making time, I was able to find a woman who said she'd be willing to be the manager. That means if it's hard for you right now, you can switch out, but the other person has things to do. So if you miss this chance, it'll take time to find a replacement. What will you do? These were words that would change someone's fate. After a few seconds of pause, Souta answered like this. Thanks for looking, Mum, but I'm fine. Nothing's hard, and there's nothing to worry about. I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Souta had refused the offer. I wasn't planning to continue this job for long. These were Souta's words on his first day as manager. There was no doubt that changes were happening in Mirei, but changes were also occurring in Souta himself. Wanting to continue. As you said, Mum, all the residents are good people, so I'll try continuing a bit longer. Fufu, got it. Ah, but Mirei-san has a sharp tongue. If you get too carried away like that, Mirei-chan will hear you one day. Ahaha, that'd be bad. Clatter. Next was a sound that reacted to the voice. Souta, absorbed in the phone call, still didn't notice, but even considering that, Mirei-san is a really kind person. I think I'll find more good points about her that I just don't know yet. If you're praising her that much, you might as well make her your girlfriend, How did it come to that? I don't see even a glimmer of that possibility. Well, who knows about that? I think kind people are especially grateful for your care. Yeah. From the flow of the make her your girlfriend remark, Ri kept teasing him, so Souta gave simple responses. After that, he chatted with Ri for a few minutes and ended the call. Geez, Mom is really something. With half joy from the call and half exasperation, Souta downed the barley tea he had poured into his cup. After checking the call duration and putting his phone in his pocket, Souta was about to stand up to do his final task. Well then, I should go check the locks soon. Just then, the door connecting the living room and hallway opened with a click, and the person they were talking about appeared. Sorry for having a sharp tongue. Perverted manager. Huh? Mirei-san? Souta was surprised by the unbelievable timing. On the other hand, Mirei was glaring intimidatingly while twirling her pink coat with her index finger. It was only natural since she heard him bad-mouthing her. Don't tell me you heard the phone call? Of course I'd hear it if you're talking that loudly. I see. You should be grateful that I waited in the hallway to not interrupt your call. Souta shuddered at Ri's words hitting the mark. This is what they call women's intuition. Ignoring the frozen Souta, Mirei, wearing pajamas that showed her slender legs, headed toward the kitchen with her footsteps resounding. She must have been thirsty, as she took out the barley teapot from the fridge and poured it into a cup. Mirei-san, for now, could you not call me a pervert? Says the pervert who got Kotoha-san drunk and took her to bed. I explained that was a misunderstanding, didn't I? I don't believe you. Please believe me. Don't move from there until I leave the living room. Sit. Why? You might assault me like you did Kotoha-san. I won't assault you. The conversation was going in circles. However, it had become normal, so there was no sense of discomfort. In the living room where there were no other residents, only the manager Souta, Mirei had come to set foot. After drinking the barley tea, Mirei washed the cup and put it in the sink. Then, holding the cooled barley teapot, she approached and, "Here, I'll leave the pot here." She wasn't staying for long. Leaving those brief words, she left the living room. Mirei wasn't playing a prank or being mean. She had seen Souta's empty cup and acted based on that. Kind people are especially grateful for your care, Mom. Ri's words were correct. In a way, Mirei was putting her utmost gratitude into action, in the way she could now. Chapter 56, Koyuki's Equivalent Exchange. Fufu, it's been rough since that incident, hasn't it? Souta-san. Ahaha. I can't say much since it's my own blunder, but I definitely want to fix that perception. I don't want weird rumors spreading outside. 9 a.m. Hiyoriy and Mirei were at school. Kotoha was at work. In the dorm with just Koyuki and himself, Souta was making a wry smile as they talked face to face. I understand Souta-san's concern, but there was nothing odd about the explanation of the situation, so I think it'll just remain an inside joke. Everyone should understand that. I hope so. Sigh. Feeling reassured by Koyuki's confident words, Souta let out a tired sigh. Oh my, you seem tired from the morning? Looks like Hiyoriy really squeezed you. I know, right? Since she has too much energy, she comes at me first thing in the morning. So dealing with that is pretty tough. And then Mirei-san follows up with an attack too. Fufu, but it's impressive that you still don't scold them harshly. As expected of you, Souta-san. In this dorm, only Mirei had been calling Souta a pervert, but a new person joined in, Hiyoriy. Hiyoriy would call him pervert-san, pervert-san, perverted Souta-san, using 3 variations, with a well-meaning smile, seeming to enjoy it. Well, when she gives off that much of an aura demanding attention, there's no way I could scold her harshly. That's certainly true. Besides, it's undoubtedly a good thing to be cared for while you can. Just as you feel down if you don't communicate, there's nothing sadder than a dormitory manager who is ignored and loses the interest of the residents. Then you can rest assured that you'll always be in your prime while working here. Even if there's no one else to pay attention to you, Souta-san, I'll give you attention. Haha. Thank you for that. There's no more reliable ally than you, Koyuki-san. Honestly, I wouldn't want to make an enemy of you, Souta-san. If you hated me, you might slip poison into the food. Hey, I wouldn't do that, Fufu. Somehow I'm starting to understand the feeling of wanting to tease you like those two. If you join their side too, Koyuki-san, I'll seriously cry. Souta had his hands full just dealing with Hiyoriy and Mirei. If Koyuki joined in too, it was obvious he would snap. With his work piling up, he'd feel like crying. Then is it okay if I tease you when you have some mental leeway, Souta-san? In that case, I'll tease you too, Koyuki-san. I know I can identify you if I search for your name on social media. You using that is cheating. Taken by surprise, Koyuki slightly pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes, giving Souta an accusing look. The fact that they could have such a lively conversation even when alone was because the distance between them had shrunk and a relationship of trust had been established. After that, they continued with idle chatter for a few dozen minutes, and then, the rainy season is coming soon. Koyuki brought up this topic. There was a tone of gloom in her voice. Sigh. There's no season I hate more than the rainy season. I ride a motorcycle, so rain is really troublesome. In that case, Souta-san, would you be willing to make an equivalent exchange with me? Equivalent exchange? Yes. As if she had read Souta's words, Koyuki made a suggestion without changing her expression. First, on rainy days, I'll take out my car and accompany you on your shopping, Souta-san. Then you won't need to wear rain gear, so it'll be a bit easier, right? Won't that be quite a burden on you, Koyuki-san? On rainy days, shopping involves going around to various places, so it would cut into your time for making accessories. Even so, this is something I want to ask of you. It was an immediate answer. Koyuki was pleading with Souta with that much feeling. So, in exchange for me providing the car, I want you to pay more attention to Mirei than usual. During the rainy season, Mirei's physical condition always deteriorates. Always? Is that due to the low air pressure or something? During the rainy season, low pressure and high pressure systems frequently alternate, which can cause physical ailments such as headaches and fatigue. Also, there are cold rainy days as well as hot summer-like days during the breaks in the rain, making it easy for one's physical condition to worsen. However, in Mirei's case, it was a different problem. Should I say it's a mental aspect? Mirei is not good with rain and thunder, especially at night. At night? Mirei's past. If I say that, I think you can guess. But yes, with this one word, Souta's expression changed. He unconsciously sharpened his gaze. The time when Mirei was saved from her father's abuse. No, when she was on the verge of death due to the abuse, was apparently during the rainy season, in that weather. At that time, because she's dragging the past with her, she inevitably remembers it when this season comes. It seems to appear in her dreams too. As a result, she can't sleep and her physical condition deteriorates, right? Yes. To reassure Mirei, I sometimes sleep together with her, but in the morning, She's gone from the room. I think she probably has nightmares and leaves so that her voice doesn't disturb my sleep. I see. Mirai's way of speaking was harsh, but Souta also understood that she had a kind personality. He agreed with Koyuki's thoughts. So, is it okay if I ask this of you? To be honest, the burden on you, Souta-san, is probably greater than on me, so it may not be an equivalent exchange. But, I'm sorry, if that's the reason, I don't want to make such an equivalent exchange. It was the first time that Souta used a strong tone with Koyuki, who was older than him. And for Koyuki, this was a reaction she hadn't even anticipated. I am sorry, that was too convenient of me, wasn't it? She closed her mouth and sadly lowered her gaze. No, that's not it. Sorry. That's not what I meant just now. Because he had unconsciously gotten heated, his tone had become strong. Souta hurriedly waved both hands and apologized. Judging from his current expression and the returned voice, it was enough to determine that he had been misunderstood. The reason I don't want to make an equivalent exchange is because I don't want to be mindful of Mirei-san out of self-interest, just because you're providing me with a car, Koyuki-san. This may sound bad, but wouldn't that be treating Mirei-san conveniently? I dislike that, and I'm a stubborn person, so I want to act on my own will when it comes to delicate issues. Souta probably wasn't aware of it, that this stubborn way of thinking was precisely why he was trusted. In other words, he was voluntarily proposing actions without seeking anything in return. Besides, if Mirei-san found out we made such a promise, I think it would hurt her instead. Most of all, she'd think she caused trouble for you, Koyuki-san! So let's forget about the equivalent exchange. I'll keep my promise even without such an agreement, you know? How many seconds of silence continued. Souta laughed wryly and scratched the tip of his nose. Because he had gotten heated, he felt an itchy, embarrassed sensation of having said something sappy. You're right. It seems you understand Mirei better than I do, Souta-san. No, that's not true. When worries pile up, your perspective narrows too. Then, can we forget the equivalent exchange, and I'll accompany you on your shopping when I have time? If that's okay with you, I want to go shopping together. Yes, I'd be happy to if that's the case. That alternative proposal was satisfactory for Souta. He nodded, gently narrowed his eyes, and showed a bright smile. Seeing that expression out of the corner of her eye, Koyuki averted her face with her cheeks flushed. Chapter 57, Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Souta's dinner. Look, pervert-san. I discovered the 15th green pea lurking in the immerse. Hey, if you're going to eat it anyway, eat it together with the egg. If you break it apart, there's no point in wrapping it in the egg. And let's go back to the original way of calling me soon, okay? Today's main dinner was immerse, wrapped neatly in a soft-boiled egg. Although Souta used the egg wrapping technique that looks simple but is actually difficult, Hiyoriy was skillfully peeling the egg to efficiently find the green peas inside the immerse. She was probably doing it with a sense of treasure hunting, but she was eating properly. It couldn't be called bad manners. Dere, learn from how Mirei-san eats. Look, she's eating beautifully without breaking the omelette and rice, and it looks delicious, right? Souta said these two sentences in rapid succession without taking a breath. Of course, there was a reason for this. It's not particularly delicious, it's just normal. He knew she would reply like this. That's why he wanted to make her admit it was delicious. However, this blatant trick didn't work. Mirei, who had been listening properly, responded, just normal. I was confident about it today though. Then give Hiyoriy Mirei-chan's immerse. No way. Hiyoriy, you're just going to look for green peas anyway, right? I'll eat it properly, so give it to me. Hey, don't try to swipe it at every chance you get. I made twice as much for Hiyori's portion compared to everyone else's, so eat the side dishes instead. Souta only uses a commanding tone during meals. Although Souta is the manager, his position is like a dorm father. Souta-san. I want to eat oyakodon tomorrow. You sure can say that with that amount of immerse in front of you. Got it, oyakodon it is. I'll put in lots of shiitake mushrooms. It's okay to put in a lot, But please don't put more than 2 pieces of shiitake in Hiyori's bowl. That's a bit too convenient, isn't it, Hiyoriy? What do you mean? Shiitake mushrooms are a food that Hiyoriy dislikes. I'm telling you to stop calling me a pervert, but you keep doing it. So it's only fair that I ignore your request, right? Eek. Then I'll stop. I'm sorry, I'll stop. So please make it 2 slices. You hurt my mind and body, so 3 slices. 2 slices. 3 slices. I understand. Please put in 3 slices. Hiyoriy, who took Souta's joke seriously, made a gallant face and put passion into her honey-colored eyes. That determination should be praised. Despite being a rival, bravo to her. All right, good job. You did well. For some reason I got praised. Souta realized one thing. Hiyoriy, being pure and innocent, was too easy to manipulate. Hiyoriy becomes meek once she's praised. With this honest personality, he was worried that she might get caught by a bad person. Mirei-chan, why don't you make a request too? You should say it if there's something you want to eat. Not really, liar. There's something, right? I said there's nothing. Come on. Oh, onion soup. Hiyoriy was the strongest when it came to this. Even Mirei gave in to Hiyori's persistence, and Souta was able to hear her request. Got it. Onion soup for Mirei-san. I'll put in lots of green peppers. Huh? What are you saying? There's no way that would go well together. There's a consomme soup with onions and green peppers, so I think it's normally delicious. Besides, Mirei-san likes green peppers, so it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I said I hate them. Are you seriously saying that? Of course I am. Dere is being punished for calling me a pervert, so Mirei-san has to be punished too. If I give someone special treatment, I'd be disqualified as a manager. If you say that, then you were disqualified as a manager the moment you slept with Kotoha-san. Do you think there are people like that in the world? A boomerang-like point. Souta was at a loss for words against Mirei's undeniable argument. He didn't say it out loud, but in his mind, he was making a retort like that's exactly right. All Souta had left was a single excuse. That's why I said that was different. Mirei-san, you saw that I was sleeping in the living room, right? I had no intention of sleeping together with her. Normally you'd notice if there was someone in the bed, right? I was surprised too that I didn't notice the usual things. And Kotoha-san proved that nothing happened to her, right? That's right. That's right. Go for it, Souta-san. Hiyoriy, who was probably trying to make Mirei a partner in punishment, was in high spirits. For that, there was an additional punishment. Okay, no need for your cheerful remarks there. Hiyoriy, 4 slices of shiitake mushroom, decided. But you're going to make the onion soup with green peppers, right? Huh? Of course I'm going to make normal onion soup. It's Mirei-san's first request, so I'll overlook it just this once. Compared to her initial attitude, it was unimaginable that she would make a request. Although Hiyori's help played a part, it was the happiest event for Souta. Souta doesn't give special treatment, but this was the one thing he wanted to grant without doing anything strange. You're trying to gain favor from me like that, but it's all pointless. I'm just telling you that there's no deep meaning, so don't worry. I've never made food with any ulterior motives. Oh really? I don't believe you though. That's fine with me. I'm satisfied just with Mirei-san eating the food I make. Perhaps due to her past trauma, Mirei unconsciously felt the need to stand above others, to not be looked down upon. A sense of guilt appeared on her face. However, this was something Souta couldn't do anything about, and seeing this expression was the most painful for him because he had no way to deal with it. In the end, is Hiyoriy the only one being punished? In conclusion, yes, of course, since you made light of it, Mirei-chan is the only one getting off easy. I object. Please direct your complaints to Mirei. Huh? I won't allow you to call me by name. Ha ha ha, busted. Don't say busted. Hiyori's one line that instantly dispelled the heavy atmosphere. In the end, is Hiyoriy the only one being punished? Really helped Souta. It was probably because of this that he was able to respond cheerfully. Souta was secretly grateful to Hiyoriy, who was somewhat absent-minded, or perhaps an airhead. Chapter 58, Mirei, Koyuki, and stargazing. How have you been lately, Mirei? Is there anything troubling you? Not really. Koyuki and Mirei were stargazing together on the dormitory balcony. After a long time, on the nearby round table were two heat-resistant cups, one containing onion soup that Mirei had requested yesterday. Oh, there is one thing. There's someone annoying, and I want to do something about them. Oh? You've stopped referring to them as one? Koyuki, contrasting with the previous Mirei, smiled amusingly. I had something good happen today. Something good? I heard from Hiyoriy that you requested Souta-san to cook for you, right? I thought you were getting along in ways I didn't know about. So I thought, that's not it. Hiyoriy just kept pushing me, so I said something random. It wasn't a request. Although Mirei denied it, she knew it wouldn't work on the person in front of her. You can fool everyone else, but you can't fool me. I know about Souta-san's first cooking that you said was delicious while eating. It was the stew he made in the onion soup you requested yesterday, right? Koyuki, who had stopped looking through the binoculars, confronted Mirei, whose emerald eyes widened. So, you couldn't forget that taste and wanted to eat it again, right? Since stew takes time, you changed it to onion soup. I refused to answer. Then I'll speak alone, but I'll request something for tomorrow. Your favorite stew. Click. Initially denying it, Mirei eventually nodded, showing her true feelings. Her immaculate face illuminated by the moonlight was slightly blushing. Hey, Koyuki-san, don't tell him about the first dish I ate. He'll definitely say something weird. He'll probably be delighted, won't he? That's why I don't want to. I don't want to make him feel too confident. I don't know what he'll do. It was a tone of sulking that she would never show to Souta. Souta-san is someone you can trust. I want you to know that soon. Mirei. There's no trust after bringing in Kotoha. I've thought about why you're so stubborn even though you know it's a misunderstanding. Maybe for you, there's no other way to get through to him? It was a sharp observation that silenced her. If there's no way to get through to him, wouldn't it be better to change your attitude a little? I didn't know Souta-san was feeling lonely today. Why? It's not why. Mirei, didn't you say the onion soup you requested was terrible? Exclamation mark. A rare sternness in Koyuki's voice. It was one of the factors that always made Mirei flustered. I really feel bad about that, but Hiyoriy suddenly teased me, so I accidentally said the opposite. If you're truly sorry, then that's fine. I'm just glad I could confirm that. Don't you want me to apologize? I lied about Souta-san feeling lonely, so I wouldn't say that to you. I needed to see if you were really reflecting. I'm sorry. I've been fooled again. Mirei, though being manipulated, never crossed the red line of not reflecting. If she had shown a defiant attitude, she would have faced the same kind of lecture as before. So then what kind of reaction did he have? That guy. Koyuki-san. He definitely heard it since you know he said it was super bad. That's right. I'll make her say it's delicious next time, he declared with a laugh. That's just like Souta, isn't it? Geez, what is up with that guy seriously? He's got to be bugging out. Mirei sighed and insulted him while holding her head. It's hard to say she was in a position for stargazing. What do you mean by that? I think Koyuki-san knows this too, but I let out some really dirty language at that guy, and yet still, for some reason, he treats me the same as everyone else in the dorm and doesn't even complain. It just doesn't make any sense rationally thinking about it. As if she felt uncomfortable, she reached out to the onion soup in her cup to keep herself occupied. She gulped down a sip and pursed her lips. It's an act that wouldn't be possible if he didn't care about Mirei. There's no doubt about it. That's why it's so weird though. Even if he knew about my past and felt sorry for me, I thought he would understand that it's not an excuse. Mirei isn't stupid. She understands in her head that her hateful past cannot serve as an excuse. Geez, it's so frustrating. What's up with that guy seriously? The guilt just builds up for someone like Souta. If he heard even one complaint, it would be different. But that's not the case. Honestly, it's really tough. Mirei had heard Souta's complaints. Mirei-san has a bad mouth. But still, however, those words did not alleviate her guilt. But you know, even taking that into account, Mirei-san is an incredibly kind person. I just don't know all the good parts about you yet. Hearing those additional words at that time, the tone of Souta's voice was kinder than Mirei had ever heard. Mirei is a kind person, but I can't beat that guy. He doesn't change his attitude no matter what I say. Mirei drank the onion soup again. The taste warmed both her heart and body. The kinder the person, the more they appreciate your attitude towards them. I think no one knew that Mirei's mother, Ri, had said those words to Souta. I hope you can open up someday, Mirei. There's stuff in the past though. I'm too embarrassed to open up. I can see a future where Mirei opens up and Souta-san teases her about the past. If that really happened, I'd kill myself. It's too embarrassing. Hee. It's said that my future predictions are accurate. Definitely a lie. The two remained as close as ever. This leisurely time continued until around 11 p.m. and the rainy season that Mirei disliked the most was slowly approaching. Chapter 59, The G Incident and the Catalyst for Change. 6:45 a.m. Today, it seems Kotoha has an early shift, so the three gathered for breakfast are Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha. With more people than usual, the atmosphere is livelier. Souta sits at the table in the open kitchen, eating breakfast with the residents and engaging in conversation. Souta-san, breakfast is delicious today too. The rice ball is so tasty. It's the simplest dish and seasoned only with salt. Mirei-san, is it delicious? I'm confident in my tamagoyaki today. It's normal, just normal. Maybe the flavor is a bit light. I'll make dinner a bit richer today. Hee. Mirei-chan is quite strict, isn't she? Well, I just prefer Kotoha-san's cooking. Thank you. I get shy when praised so suddenly. The praise for Kotoha came out of nowhere, and she looks uncomfortable as if caught off guard. So, if Mirei can get used to Kotoha-san's flavor, then she'll also find it delicious. All right, Kotoha, can you tell me the measurements next time? Like you, Souta-san. I also go by I see. Despite making a comment to bring Souta down, he casually accepted it. Not only that, he even agreed. He even tried to remember the seasoning of the one Mirei liked. This response is the factor that accumulates guilt. Mirei isn't unaware of how rude she's being. Hey, what is it? Mirei-san. Today, Koyuki-san requested a stew. I'll let you know. Got it. Then I'll prepare the stew today. The guilt piles up, and Mirei finally reaches her limit. Yours is delicious too. It was the first time Mirei conveyed a request without borrowing anyone's power, but it wasn't sweet enough to be delivered with such a vague compliment. Souta-san. Then, Hiyoriy also want to request a meal. Hiyoriy requests too much. Next is Kotoha's turn. I also wanted to request a stew, so Hiyoriy-chan can request in my place, right? Thank you. Then I want fried potatoes. Isn't stew and fried potatoes too heavy? Both have potatoes. It's okay. Alright, if you say so. I understand. 2 dishes for dinner are decided in the morning. However, Souta is relieved of the need to come up with a menu from scratch. He immediately switches to work mode and starts thinking of light side dishes like salad, sunamano, and steamed dishes. Hiya! It was abrupt. A cute scream escaped from Mirei's mouth. What's wrong, Mirei-chan? The three had no idea what had happened. Following Souta's voice from the kitchen, Kotoha and Hiyoriy reacted the same way. Sorry for surprising you, but, because it was there. It was rustling. Trembling, Mirei points her index finger at the curtain. Rustling? What do you mean, Mirei-chan? It's a G. No way. To visually confirm this creature during the meal, the residents ask for eyewitness information. The worst possible situation occurred from the morning. So, Souta-san. Can I have the insect repellent spray? With a pale face, Kotoha stands up from her chair and reaches out her trembling arm to Souta. She probably wants to act quickly to show her older sister's side, but she's clearly scared. I haven't bought insect repellent spray yet. I didn't expect them to appear at this time of year. However, without the weapon of civilization, which is the insect repellent spray, Kotoha is powerless against her disliked insects. For a moment, a dark shadow falls over her face. What do you mean you haven't bought it? What should we do? What should Hiyoriy do? The three move away from the curtain, thinking that Ji is there. It seems they're no longer in a mood for a meal. They move away from the table and gather in the kitchen where Souta is. Mirei-san, was its color black? Red. Well, that's somewhat better. If it's not black, it shouldn't be too big. Don't just casually say it's somewhat better. It's your fault for not buying the spray. Among them, Mirei was the most scared. As if she had some kind of trauma, she had the same expression as when she first met Souta. Souta-san. See, can I, do it together with you? Hiyoriy, sorry, it's too much. No, you don't have to overdo it. Everyone, leave it to me. The only one with composure was Souta. Although the spray is the best against the agile, slender black form of Ji, Souta can deal with it with his hands if it's anything else. Okay, I'll take care of it. He takes about 6 sheets of kitchen paper next to the microwave and stacks them in one hand, heading towards the curtain. He doesn't hesitate or slow down his pace. He feels no fear towards Ji. Souta arrives in front of the curtain and casually sits down. He lightly tightens the kitchen paper in his dominant hand, ready. With his left hand holding the curtain, he quickly lifts it up. There it is. As Mirei said, there was a medium-sized Ji lurking there. It starts to rustle and escape the moment their eyes meet. But Souta had already anticipated the Ji's escape route. He forcefully slammed the floor with a strong bang. Souta feels a definite sensation in his hand. Nevertheless, he doesn't move for a few seconds, anticipating the weakened state of the Ji. When he turns the kitchen paper he gripped inside out, the Ji is in a sorry state. All right, one strike. Confirming the defeat, Souta carefully wraps up the Ji and stands up. Just as he was about to head to the trash can, what? He realized they were all staring at him in amazement. What's wrong? Why are you looking like that? Souta-san. What about the Ji? I caught it, but with her apple-colored eyes widened into perfect circles, Kotoha asks Souta in a natural tone, with that kitchen paper? Yeah. It's still small. I've never seen such an innovative way to catch one. Me neither. I'll make sure to wash my hands properly. I mean it, I'll wash them properly. While the three are just surprised, it wouldn't be strange if they misunderstood and felt repelled. Mirei-san, I'm sorry. I'll buy the spray today. Oh, okay. If something happens again, let me know. I'll work harder on cleaning too. Souta still remembers that face of Mirei, feeling sorry for whatever happened. When he changed his expression, Mirei nodded. No one noticed, but those two responses were the first honest ones shown to the opposite sex in years. For Souta, defeating Ji is a natural action, and if someone asks for help, it's natural to do so. However, for Mirei, being helped by the opposite sex is not natural, especially because it wasn't a method of extermination that anyone could do. She saw it as a big action to protect her from something she disliked. In the past, being forcibly pushed into doing things she disliked, forced, and not getting any help from the opposite sex, was a common occurrence for Mirei. It continued for hundreds or thousands of hours, becoming a deep scar that remained in Mirei's memory. The culprit was her father, a man, the opposite sex. As a result, what was born was, men are enemies. They do things I dislike, no matter what kind of relationship it is. A rigid fixed idea, a thought of self-defense. However, this incident was different, and the kind actions of Souta she had felt up until now loosened this big screw. This casual day would become a catalyst for change for Mirei. Chapter 60. The start of the rainy season. So it's begun. In the living room with only one person, Souta, who was standing in front of the TV, had a stern expression. The sound of the rainy season has started could be heard, and in the top left corner, the red text "The rainy season has started" was displayed. June, the rainy season had finally arrived. Until now, it had been a time where feelings like "I feel lazy" were the only things to worry about. But this time, a certain feeling had taken precedence. Now, what should I do from here? He scratched his cheek with deep wrinkles between his eyebrows. If Hiyoriy were to see his current expression, she probably wouldn't even try to speak to him. Such seriousness was overwhelming and apparent. Souta had only one thing on his mind: Mirei. He had been informed of the situation by Koyuki. During the rainy season, Mirei would be strongly reminded of the past. As a result, she couldn't sleep well and her health would deteriorate. Souta had been desperately trying to come up with a plan all this time, but unfortunately, he had not been able to achieve any results. However, Mirei trusted him the most, and Koyuki, who knew Mirei the best, couldn't handle it well either. There was no room for a newcomer like Souta to intervene. Even so, he couldn't help but sigh at the disappointing results. It was because he had been so nervous that he thought back to it. To reassure Mirei, I sleep with her, but in the morning, she's not in the room anymore. She's probably having nightmares and trying not to disturb my sleep with her voice. Every word of Koyuki's. It was definitely tough to be alone in a state where you were having nightmares. Even so, Mirei was moving with just that feeling so as not to inconvenience anyone. Thinking about Mirei's feelings was an indescribable feeling. The news changed from the weather, but Souta still didn't move. No, he was so lost in thought that he forgot to move his head. Souta-san? He didn't even realize he was being spoken to from the side. With his hand on his chin, he continued to contemplate without changing his expression. What words should he use for Mirei, who would retreat to her room? How should he approach the frightened Mirei? Is there even a time for him to interact with Mirei in the middle of the night? The moment he entered a maze with no end in sight, as if being brought back to reality. Souta-san. With a warm breath, a clear voice reached Suta's ear. When he turned around momentarily, Koyuki, who seemed to feel guilty for some reason, was there. Good morning, Koyuki-san. Good morning. I am sorry. I was so focused on the TV that I didn't notice. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Shaking her head a few times, Koyuki looked out the window and said, I guess you could say it's finally here. The start of the rainy season. Koyuki-san, you knew too? I thought you wouldn't know since it's about today. It's just a coincidence, but I arrived in the living room around the end of the news about the start of the rainy season. Why you've been here since then? Well, that's surprising. It was not an act, but genuine surprise. To put Koyuki's words in another sense, Souta was thinking about it, and she heard his own thoughts out loud. Souta-san, I'm sorry for relying on you so much. I didn't notice because you were acting normal, but you must have been under a lot of pressure. With her well-shaped eyebrows furrowed and her hand on her chest, Koyuki. This was the true nature of the expression she had shown earlier. Koyuki was taking full responsibility. In that instant, realizing Koyuki's feelings, Souta was listing things he had never thought of before. Koyuki-san, it's difficult to say, but I wasn't thinking about Mirei-san just now. I was thinking about tonight's dinner. To lessen Koyuki's sense of responsibility, there was no need for her to feel that responsibility. That's how he felt. Of course, I didn't just leave Mirei-san behind. I was just thinking about what to put in the stew she requested for today. I think changing the ingredients a bit from what I made before will prevent it from getting boring. What's with the silence? Souta-san, please tell me the truth. If you try to be considerate of me, it will only increase your burden. There's really no burden when it comes to dinner. I could have kept it to myself because telling you wouldn't have made you uncomfortable. But I don't want to lie to the people who are helping me. With Souta calmly sticking to his guns until the end, Koyuki, who had remained silent again, stared at him. It was a truly puzzled expression. If you're going to say that much, I'll just have to force myself to accept it. Thank you. What for? You really are so cold, Souta-san. Despite being younger, you're not cute at all. What's that supposed to mean? Having apparently given up on getting him to confess, Koyuki now sulked. Koyuki wasn't dull. She had seen Suta's face when he was watching TV, and she had heard his murmurs. It was her way of thanking him for that. Well then, can I ask you to prepare dinner since I'll be eating too? I'll go wash my hands first. Understood. I'll get it ready. Koyuki, who had put a period on their conversation, moved from the living room to the washroom. As she was about to grab the doorknob and take a step into the hallway, can I add one more thing? What is it? At a well-timed moment, Souta stopped Koyuki. I've wanted to say this for a while, but before you worry about me, Please take care of yourself first. Under your eyes, you're using that concealer, right? You must be sleep deprived. Huh? I think it's because of the accumulated worry for Mirei-san. But do you think I can honestly say that in such a state? I see. That's what you meant. The reason you tried so hard to deceive me. With a smile as if she had given up, Koyuki. She seemed somehow refreshed, not just her imagination. Even so, you noticed it well. I was confident in my concealer technique, you know? It was just the lighting. Anyway, please make sure to take a nap today. What about my commissioned work? If there's anything I can do to help, whether it's organizing small items or anything else, I'll help. And at this time of year, if you were to get sick, who do you think would be the most affected by it? Even if one wants to rely on Koyuki-san, they might not be able to. A resident who can't rely on Koyuki-san might appear, right? As Souta checked Koyuki, who didn't retort out of care for Mirei, he continued. Koyuki-san, I'm worried about you. Please listen to me honestly. It's sneaky of you to say it like that. I can't help but say okay. I care about you so much that I'm resorting to this. Not just Koyuki-san, but everyone in the building. Alright, I'm going now. That was the last response. Koyuki left the living room as if she were escaping to the hallway. He really is not cute at all. In the square mirror in the washroom, Koyuki's face reflected there had turned as red as autumn leaves, to the point where she didn't want to see it of her own accord. Not only did he care for Mirei, but he also worried about her in the same way. For Koyuki, that was the most moving thing. Chapter 61, Mirei's Kindness. 3 days have passed since the rainy season began. The heavy rain continues to pour down with a whoosh sound. The rain bounces off the ground, creating ripples in the puddles. Amidst the downpour that seems to create a white fog all around, Dere and Mirei were making their way home while listening to the sound of the raindrops hitting their umbrella. Whoa, the rain got even heavier. That's true, but I still can't believe it. You said you put a folding umbrella in your bag before going to school. I thought I put it in. Today's afternoon weather forecast predicted a 90% chance of rain. With that likelihood of rain, Mirei had urged Hiyoriy to bring an umbrella this morning, but she had forgotten to pack it. Currently, Hiyoriy is taking shelter under Mirei's umbrella since they're going home together. You have to make sure to check properly. You'll catch a cold if you get wet in the rain. It's okay today since you didn't have any plans, but we can't go home together every day, you know? I'll be more careful next time. Yep, you say that with such energy, but knowing Hiyoriy, you'll probably forget by tomorrow. It's happened so many times before. Ah really? The fact that you're not even self-aware is hopeless. Mirei narrows her eyes at Hiyoriy as if to say get it together, while Hiyoriy gives a half-hearted smile to brush it off. Geez, come on. Get closer. You're getting wet. Hee. Thank you. You can get even closer. You're really a handful to take care of. Mirei pouts as if to complain, and uses her free right hand to firmly pull Hiyoriy closer by the shoulder. With the heavy rain, she's keeping Hiyoriy close to prevent her from getting wet. Mirei-chan smells really nice. You don't need to say things like that. Then I'm just happy that you're worried about me. Hee. Don't get carried away. Hiyoriy rubs against Mirei like a cat, taking advantage of being held close. However, given the current situation, that action is a mistake. Eek! That startled voice slips out of Hiyori's mouth. Because she wasn't watching her step, she ended up stepping right into a puddle with a splash. Of course, the water splashes up, getting Mirei wet as well. The unpleasant sensation of water soaking into their socks. Hiyoriy, why didn't you jump over it? I am sorry. I'm sorry. Hiyoriy manages to escape the puddle with an awkward gait, but it's too late once she made the initial mistake. And Mirei-chan got wet too, right? Oh, handkerchief. As Hiyoriy hurriedly tries to pull a handkerchief out of her pocket to wipe herself off, Mirei stops her. Wiping with a handkerchief is pointless in this rain. We have to wait until we get back to the dorm. Why, you're right. I'm sorry, Mirei-chan. I only got my socks wet, so don't worry about it. But, are you okay, Hiyoriy? Looks like your shoes are soaked. Yeah, I'm all soggy. Even the usually energetic Hiyoriy has her spirits dampened considerably. However, Anyone can understand that feeling of gloom when rain gets in your shoes. Let's hurry back. It must feel gross, and knowing him, he probably has towels ready. Huh? Souta-san does. Yeah. I don't think so. Souta-san doesn't know that I forgot my umbrella. Then want to bet 2 juice boxes on it? To be honest, I'm fine with any number. Any number? You're that confident you could call it a win. Okay, got it. Then 2 juice boxes like Mirei-chan said. Okay, and just like that, the bet is on. A bet is only made when both parties have differing thoughts. Hiyoriy predicted that Souta would not have towels ready because he doesn't know she forgot her umbrella. On the other hand, Mirei predicted that Souta would have towels ready regardless of knowing about the umbrella, simply because of the heavy rain. Mirei, being the one who proposed the bet, naturally had a fair amount of confidence. Section Arc. See, after that, the two somehow made it back to the dorm, getting their feet even more wet along the way. And the moment they opened the front door, the outcome of the bet was decided. There were 2 towels laid out in the entryway. Oh, and then there was Souta, who had likely been sorting invoices in the manager's room and came out into the hallway upon hearing the door open. Welcome back, you two. Good work at school today. We're home. He exchanges the usual greetings with Hiyoriy and makes eye contact with Mirei. Wait, Souta-san. What are these towels for? What do you mean? They're for you two to use. With this rain, I figured you'd come back wet to some extent. It's just like Mirei-chan said. Huh? What about Mirei-san? Hiyoriy, you don't need to say unnecessary things. Anyway, make sure to keep your promise, or I lost. Souta is at a loss as to what they're talking about, but Hiyoriy seems to be lamenting while Mirei has an unsurprised expression. But as expected of Souta-san, Hiyoriy admits total defeat. Oh. Souta can only give a vague response to Hiyoriy, who seems happy despite declaring her loss. Oh, okay then. I'll borrow the towel, okay? You're already using it before getting permission, but I'll let that slide. Sorry. It just felt gross. Hiyoriy takes off her right loafer along with her high socks, revealing her slender bare feet, ankles, and calves as she wipes them with a towel. She does the same with her left foot and steps into the hallway. Thank you for the towel. What should I do with the towel? Those are for common use, so you can just leave them there. I'll wash them later. Got it. Thank you very much. Well then, you must be chilled too. So go take a bath first. We can have dinner after that. Okay, Mirei-chan, let's go together. Hiyoriy tries to go upstairs together, but Mirei shakes her head while scratching her left shoulder. I'm not done wiping myself off yet, so you go ahead. We have individual baths anyway, so there's no need to wait. But you lent me your umbrella, so I'll wait for you. Listen. It's because I lent you my umbrella that I want you to warm up your body quickly. You understand what I'm saying, right? Oh, why yeah, I get it. Then I'll go take a bath real quick. Mirei-chan, make sure to get in soon too. I know. The obedient Hiyoriy seems to understand Mirei's feelings. After a big nod, she heads to her room with the pitter-patter of her bare feet. Souta and Mirei watch her retreating figure. The moment Hiyoriy is completely out of sight, Souta is the first to speak. I'll bring you another towel, so wait here, Mirei-san. With that response, Mirei lets out a sigh of relief and stops scratching her left shoulder and moves her hand. That spot was wet from the rain, and her skin could be seen through. From what I heard earlier, it seems you were trying to keep Hiyoriy from getting wet. Thank you, Mirei-san. There's no point in doing that for Hiyoriy when I'm the one who lent her the umbrella. Don't get the wrong idea. Oops, sorry about that. Mirei takes the extra towel from Souta and starts wiping her shoulder, her face turning sullen. But still, don't tell Hiyoriy, okay? Of course, I wasn't planning to. In fact, I'm on your side, Mirei-san. That's why I urged Hiyoriy to take a bath. Whatever. Even if you're on my side, I can't rely on you. So it's pointless. Ahaha, that's certainly true. But, you know, I'll do my best to become reliable someday. Geez. Souta's kind response is met with one counter after another. Mirei's heart takes damage. Anyway, how long are you planning to stand there? I can't wipe my feet. Huh? Can't you tell I don't want you watching me wipe myself? Sorry. I wasn't being considerate. Then I'll head back to the manager's room. Mirei-san, make sure to take a bath soon too. Souta wasn't told anything unreasonable. Apologizing for his lack of consideration, he immediately turns around and heads to the manager's room. He wants her to get in the bath quickly. Hey. But for some reason, Mirei stops Souta with a flustered voice. What is it? Mirei hangs her head in silence. After about 10 seconds of silence, she somehow manages to speak. The towel. She gets that much out audibly. However, than ks. She mustered up a lot of courage, but the most important part didn't come out as a voice. She could only mouth the words of gratitude. Sorry. Could you say that one more time? It's a natural request since he couldn't hear her, but it's equivalent to stepping on a landmine. Shut up. Just go away already. Huh? But you're the one who stopped me, Mirei-san. Perhaps her embarrassment overflowed. Mirei's face flushes red as she scowls and displays open hostility. Now, who is in the wrong here? Applauding Mirei's courage. I'll conclude that Souta is at fault. Chapter 62, Shadow Work. That night, at a time when light rain was falling. Hey, Koyuki-san. What is it? Mirei, who was visiting Koyuki's private room in the dorm, called out to her. Koyuki deftly moves her hands while listening to the conversation, doing handmade work. Can I ask for some advice? Right now? Of course, I don't mind. Should I stop working? Koyuki was told by Souta that she was sleep deprived and took a nap today. She has more energy than usual to tackle her main job. She's been at it ever since finishing dinner today. No, it's fine if you keep going. Just listening is more than enough. I understand. So what's this about? Given the timing, is it that kind of consultation? Well, it's not entirely unrelated, but right now it's about him. Mirei's him refers to only one person, the dorm manager Souta. Souta-san? He's annoying. This is what happens the moment Koyuki asks for clarification. Sigh. Mirei, would you like me to kick you out? Sorry. Koyuki immediately notices Mirei's dishonest words. She was using a threat as a probing question. There's no point in asking for advice if you're going to lie, right? Is it that embarrassing? Why yeah. It's not like me and feels that way, so then talk about it when you feel you can. I won't laugh at you no matter what the issue is. Thanks. Koyuki, not allowing Mirei to rush, turns her swivel chair 180 degrees to face Mirei directly and waits patiently. She stops working, sensing it will be an important conversation. The patience pays off as the conversation progresses. The advice is, I want to thank him. Huh? Mirei fidgets with her hands, her face turning red as she awkwardly says it in a small voice. Hey. It's really embarrassing when you act so surprised. I know it's not like me. I am sorry. I just never thought I'd hear those words from you, Mirei. But why all of a sudden? It's about what happened today. Mirei then recounts the events from coming back to the dorm from school, how she shared an umbrella with Hiyoriy on the way back, how it started pouring and her uniform got wet, how Souta had towels prepared in advance, and how Hiyoriy thanked him for it, but Mirei couldn't. I did try to say it. But I couldn't get the words out. I see. So you did try to say it. It's not like I'm trying to be honest or anything. Just prefacing with those two words, Mirei connects her thoughts while averting her eyes. Considering what he's done for me, I thought I really need to change how I face him. Well, I don't think he means any harm. Mirei can be harsh with her words and hurt others, but that's not her true nature. She has many kind aspects, like having lots of friends at school and shielding Hiyoriy from the rain. Her aggressive personality is largely influenced by past trauma. It's not like I've fallen for him or anything. Let me make that clear. But I do feel bad for lashing out at him when he's being considerate. Mirei, not fully honest, expresses herself in a way no one would understand. However, one look at her bowed head makes it clear. Considerate equals kind. With that simple conversion. I see. I fully understand your feelings, Mirei. That you want to thank him directly, not through a letter or anything. But I don't think you should force yourself to say it. Now's not the right time. Huh? That was an unexpected response for Mirei. Even though it was advice, it wasn't advice on how to express gratitude. It deviated from the fundamental point. It's definitely better if you can say thank you. There are countless benefits for both of you. But Mirei, you couldn't voice it, right? Why yeah, that's exactly why I want you to take gradual steps to be able to say thanks without forcing yourself. Gradual steps start with a simple greeting. You settle for just making eye contact with Souta-san, right? Stop doing that and verbally greet him. Like today, go and say goodnight to him. Koyuki positions thanking him as the final stage, aiming to eliminate the need to force it by gradually tackling the basics. It's a theory akin to mastering something through continued practice and applying it in the real deal. Saying goodnight is a high hurdle too. A casual greeting like go to bed already is totally fine. Souta-san is truly perceptive, so he'll notice that you greeted him. If he doesn't notice, I'll pull some strings. How's that? If it's that, I can say it. Glad to hear it. Then off you go. You can come right back after saying it. Got it. I'm going to pick a fight then. Fufu. No heated verbal fights, okay? With those parting words, Mirei gets up from Koyuki's bed and leaves the room. She walks down the dark hallway and slowly descends the stairs. She soon notices light leaking from the living room. The doors open. A natural question. The only plausible explanation is that one of the residents is temporarily in the living room. However, no voices can be heard from the living room. Did he forget to close it? Feeling that it's unusual, Mirei steps onto the first floor. Go to bed. Go to bed, go to bed. Why yeah, I can tell him. It will be the very first time Mirei greets Souta since he became the dorm manager. Hiding her nervousness, the moment she peeks into the living room. Huh? Mirei sees something she never expected. Souta, down on all fours, wiping and cleaning as he moves the TV stand. Near him is a box of bait. I cleaned like this yesterday too. The more focused one becomes on a task, the narrower their field of vision and the less they sense others' presence. They get lost in their own world. Gotta work harder. Mirei takes in Souta's casual mutterings. Even at this hour, alone, without telling anyone, he's secretly cleaning. Even if it's his job. It's past 10 p.m., clearly outside work hours. Yet he's doing it to keep pests away. Just who is he doing it for? Is he a complete idiot? Her voice, barely a whisper, trembles, shaking Mirei's heart even more. In this state, there's no way she could tell him to go to bed already. Mirei flees back to Koyuki's room. He's not possible being so kind to me. Such complaints reach Koyuki's ears. Chapter 63, Mirei's past. The night sky flashes with lightning and resounds with thunder. Large raindrops pour down, the ceaseless sound of rain. Weather that visits frequently during the rainy season. On that day, a heavy atmosphere filled a certain house. The TV was off, and the only sound heard inside was the sloppy chewing noise. Amidst that, a feeble voice spoke. Papa, I am hungry too. Huh? I am hungry. Don't spout nonsense. You think there's food for someone who doesn't work? I did the dishes like you told me to, Papa. I tried my best to clean too. The things she was ordered to do. Mirei's cheeks are gaunt as she continues to sit eyes on the floor. Her small body trembles, showing her fear. Mirei musters the courage to put it into words in order to live. But it doesn't reach her father, who is eating a convenience store bento alone. Over half a year has passed since her mother passed away. Her father's mental state has already collapsed. Glaring at the weakening Mirei, her father exhales cigarette smoke. These words she spoke end up touching her father's reverse scale. Her father stands up from the chair and unhesitatingly walks to the corner of the room. He crouches down and traces his index finger on the floor to check. Fingerprints faintly whitened by dust. Just one is enough to be out. You call this cleaning, huh? Exclamation mark. Her father approaches Mirei, showing the dust on his finger, and without pause, smack. A merciless, full-strength slap. The dry sound echoes in the room. Mirei's body is easily blown away, her head hitting the floor hard as she falls over. Don't screw with me, you useless thing. Hick, Papa, I'm sorry, You think you can eat with this level of work, huh? I told you not to leave any dust. Want me to make you eat bugs again? Hick, hick. Please forgive me. Mirai's cheek is swollen bright red in the shape of a hand. Even so, she desperately apologizes while crying. Despite her best efforts to clean. Listen up. A useless thing like you has no value in living. Be grateful this trash is keeping you alive. Got it? Hick. Yes. Oops. Ashes falling on the floor. Here. The cigarette butt grows as he puffs on it. Her father takes the cigarette in his dominant hand and, of all things, flicks it hard as if using Mirei as an ashtray. The hot ash flies with momentum. It falls on Mirai's skin and hair. Even so, Mirei grits her teeth, desperately suppressing her voice. She endures it by curling up like a shrimp, tears falling because it's been beaten into her that if she cries out even once, the attacks will escalate. Ha ha ha, good girl, good girl. Her father doesn't stroke her. He grabs Mirai's long hair and shakes her head like a pendulum. Then I'll give you your food for today. You must be starving. Right away, Papa. Her father stands up, exhaling cigarette smoke. Those words give Mirei hope, but her face instantly changes to despair because her father reaches for a certain thing. Here, your favorite food. No, Papa. Thing. It's clearly not something humans eat. What's in the cage is something used as food for creatures. A medium-sized cockroach, a dubia that has already died. As if to do something, her father opens the lid of the cage with a devilish grin. Hick, Papa. Stop. Here, eat it. This should be plenty for you! Exclamation mark. Just like the cigarette ash, the dubia carcasses are scattered towards Mirei. Section. A mere part of her past. The cruel memory dwells in her dream, and Mirei instantly wakes up. Sweat forms on her forehead and soaks into her back, a state that always occurs when having a nightmare. Next, nausea assaults Mirei as if to corner her. She covers her mouth tightly, enduring in the darkness, but it's not light enough to settle with one attempt. Strong nausea comes intermittently. She realizes her limit. Mirei rushes to the bathroom on the second floor with teary eyes. She doesn't have the luxury to lock the door, and simply moving exhausts her strength as she falls to her knees on the bathroom floor, and she throws up everything in her stomach. In the middle of the night, the sound echoes in the bathroom dozens of times. Tears flow down her cheeks from the conditioned reflex. That's how much suffering continues. Her stomach becomes empty. With a lifeless pale face, Mirei takes oxygen into her lungs. She sits on the floor, lacking the energy to stand up. Damn it! Why is this happening? Emotions that can't be put into words eat away at Mirei's heart. As if to suppress that haze even a little, Mirei grabs and crushes her pink antenna and black hair with her hand. All her strength is put into that hand. The pain from being pulled naturally assaults her, but Mirei doesn't hold back her strength. She grits her teeth, as if to deceive the pain. When she loosens her grip, dozens of strands of hair have fallen out between her fingers. That's how much force she was applying. Hick. Sobs burst out from between her clenched teeth. Tears overflow from her large eyes. She clenches both hands and entrusts herself to time as if to endure past. The reason Mirei shows a strong attitude, the reason she doesn't apologize, the reason she didn't want to say thank you, it's all related to her past trauma, because she didn't want to be seen as weak by doing those actions. If she's seen as weak, it's engraved in her memory that the same thing as back then will happen to her. On that day, Mirei couldn't sleep at all and ended up missing school. To make matters worse, this morning's weather forecast showed a thunderstorm icon for the night. Chapter 64, The Weakened Mirei in the Perplexed Souta. The morning after a sleepless night. Well then, Souta-san, I'm off to school. Yeah, be careful. Okay. Hiyoriy gives her usual energetic greeting at the entrance, but there's one thing different about the situation. Mirei is not by her side. Mirei, who fell ill last night, has decided to be absent from school today. Given Hiyori's personality, it wouldn't be strange for her to say something like lucky you, getting a day off. But knowing that Mirei's poor health is affecting her, she doesn't make such a comment. She probably knows it would hurt Mirei even if she didn't mean it sincerely. And so, just as Hiyoriy is about to open the front door, Souta-san, please take care of Mirei-chan. Hiyoriy lowers her voice and bows her head with a solemn face. It's the most serious expression Souta has ever seen on her. No way. Why do I have to be asked to do that, huh? Souta flatly rejects Hiyori's request. If I do it because you asked, it'll just seem like I'm acting on your request. I act on my own will. Don't say such twisted things here. You startled me. Well, in short, your job isn't to worry, Hiyoriy. It's to study hard for Mirei-san's sake too. If you get it, give me an energetic reply. Why yes. Then I'm off. Yeah, take care. Then, please take care of Mirei-chan. Hey, wait. Right after saying he doesn't want to be asked, Hiyoriy makes the request again. When Souta tries to chase after her, she closes the front door and escapes. Furthermore, even Kotoha, before leaving for work, expresses the same wish as Hiyoriy. Souta-san, I'm sorry to leave this to you, but could you please check on Mirei-chan's condition? Of course, I'll do what I can properly. Although he responded to Hiyoriy that way, he doesn't do the same to Kotoha. It's natural to interact with each person differently. The way to dispel anxiety also differs. Let me just say, I was planning to act even without being asked. Fufu, I know that. But just to be sure, this is about all I can do right now. I see. Then I'll do my best, so you work hard too, Kotoha. Then shall we tell each other how hard we worked? I'll win though. I have that confidence too. Fufu. Well then, I'm off. Take care. And so, Souta sees Kotoha off as usual. In this dormitory, there are no residents who make light of or speak ill of Mirei. They show consideration in their own ways whenever they can. Souta doesn't know the details of Mirei's past, but it seems a good environment has been created for her. That's what makes the dorm manager the happiest. I can't lose to everyone. Such a feeling buds and blooms within Souta. An hour later, Koyuki and Souta are having breakfast. This scene unfolds. Normally, the two would spend time chatting here, but today is different. A heavy atmosphere lingers after a certain report. Souta-san, is that true? Yes. I received a report from Hiyoriy that she will be absent. She wasn't shown up in the living room either. I see. She had a bad dream. They both stop bringing food to their mouths. The atmosphere isn't conducive to eating. This may be inappropriate to say, but do people suddenly have such dreams? The weather wasn't bad yesterday, right? Meaning? I'm thinking she might have received some stimulation that made her compare it to the past. If so, I don't want to do anything that would trigger that for Mirei-san. That's quite a keen observation. I do think there's a good possibility of that. Koyuki feigns ignorance and pricks her food. It's not a good possibility. It's exactly as Souta said. Koyuki knows because, before going to bed, Mirei tried to say goodnight to Souta, but returned to the room cursing him. When asked why, she said, he was working hard to clean. For my sake. This is the cause. I want to thank him. I thought I really need to change how I face him. I feel really bad for lashing out at him. Mirei, who expressed such feelings towards a man she's not good with, was secretly observed in action. A completely different response from her former father. That is the stimulation that made her compare it to the past for Mirei. Still, the timing is unfortunate. Of all days, I have a part-time shift today. I'm sorry, Souta-san. What are you saying? No one can predict something like this, so there's no need to apologize. But you must be anxious without me here, right? Well, it would be a lie to say I'm not anxious, but handling any situation well is part of the dorm manager's job. I can't make the residents worry by seeming unreliable. You really don't seem younger than me, Souta-san. Really? I think it doesn't seem that way since I'm just doing what's natural. Fufu. Natural. Ha. Souta himself doesn't realize that this statement is the reason he seems mature. The attacks Souta has received from Mirei are countless. When he first approached her, she spat things like dye at him without knowing his past. Treating such a person the same as everyone else without showing any aversion is not something natural at all. Koyuki-san. I know I just said something dependable about not making you worry, but could I ask for one piece of advice? Yes, of course. What is it? How do you think I should interact with Mirei-san right now? To be honest, I don't know what the optimal response is. Souta crosses his arms and makes a difficult face. He probably doesn't realize that his expression has become quite intimidating. However, that happens because he's seriously thinking about Mirei. Koyuki understands that well, and that face is the very reason Koyuki thinks favorably of Souta and relies on him. Geez, Souta-san, you, a mutter, not out of exasperation. A monologue born from being filled with joy. It's fine for you to act as usual, Souta-san. Rather, it would be a problem if you didn't act normally. Ah really? If I do that, won't I end up arguing with Mirei-san and make her condition worse? Oh? Didn't you say handling any situation well is part of the dorm manager's job? Ahaha. Trying to act cool backfired on me. An embarrassed, wry smile. It's true, I think arguing would further deteriorate Mirei's condition. Huh? Then why? It's painful, but there's no other way forward. One option is to avoid draining Mirei's energy, but in the end, that's just postponing the problem. Mirei's condition will worsen further in the meantime. Why, you mean it's a gamble? That's not the best way to put it, but it's not wrong. It's better to refrain from that. This time, what's being gambled isn't money that can always be earned. It's someone's health. A heavier bet than money. I can only say this because it's you, Souta-san. I'm truly sorry for leaving it all to you, but I believe you'll somehow manage because it's you. Koyuki-san. I said something a bit out of character, didn't I? Koyuki blushes and giggles softly as she lowers her gaze. Thank you very much. You've given me courage. If you can meet this expectation, shall we go on a date? You mean grocery shopping for daily necessities, right? Fufu, who knows? And so, the conversation ends on a bright note with Koyuki's jest. The two continue their breakfast while chatting. The clock strikes noon. After Koyuki leaves for her part-time job, as Souta works as usual, a set of footsteps approaches the living room. Only one person remains in this dormitory. Souta sees a clearly different Mirei from usual. Good morning, Mirei-san. A figure with a hood pulled over her face. Even so, many things are apparent. Perhaps from lack of sleep, Mirei heads to the refrigerator with a lifeless demeanor, not responding to Souta's greeting, her gait unsteady as if weakened. Mirei-san? Be quiet. I don't know what I'll do. Her voice is so hoarse it can't be heard without straining one's ears. Mirei weakly opens the fridge and takes out barley tea. The amount she pours into the cup is a mere sip. Mirei-san. The moment he sees that, Souta takes forceful action. It's fine for you to act as usual, Souta-san. Rather, it would be a problem if you didn't act normally. Koyuki's parting words flash through his mind. Mirei, having poured the barley tea, attempts to leave the living room in the same manner as before. However, he doesn't let her. He rushes ahead to stand in front of the door as if to block her way. He refuses to let Mirei return to her room. He denies her that choice. It may not be the right choice. Even so, he couldn't just leave Mirei like this. Move. Tell me something you can eat even a bite of, or something you want to eat even a little. If you tell me, I'll move from here. Seriously, so annoying. He doesn't respond to such a voice. Souta just stands there quietly. You're in the way. Move. You're seriously annoying. I don't know what I'll do. Their gazes meet for just a moment, and he sees Mirei, her face pale, countless tear stains from who knows how much crying, and Mirei, shedding more tears from her jade eyes, looking so feeble. Chapter 65, Mirei and Souta 1. Mirei-san. Souta couldn't find any words other than bewilderment. Seeing her crying face now, in stark contrast to her usual strong front, left a powerful impression on him. Mirei's insistence, move from the door. Souta's insistence, I won't move unless you tell me something you can eat even a bite of, or something you want to eat even a little. From Mirei's perspective, she doesn't want to show this side of herself. She doesn't want to deal with anyone right now. From Souta's perspective, he wants her to eat even a little. He wants to cheer her up. Neither can yield on their resolute thoughts. As a result of their continued argument, Mirei finally breaks down crying. It seems impossible given her usual demeanor, but that's how unstable her mental state is. Not only that, having her insistence denied is equivalent to Mirei being burdened continuously. Souta tried to act normally as Koyuki told him. However, it's unclear if that was the right move. He just strongly wishes for her to somehow stop crying. To calm down, Souta kneels on the floor, meeting Mirei's gaze at the same level as she collapses. The moment he reaches out to comfort her by placing his hand on her head, his body freezes as if an electric current ran through his brain. No. He holds himself back. Knowing Mirei's past, he wonders if it's okay to touch her without permission. He worries that touching her might make her suffer more. Deep darkness assaults him, followed by another blow. Move. Mirei continues insisting even now, shedding tears. Even if he moves from here, she seems to lack the energy to even stand up. Souta had restrained himself once, but he couldn't stand seeing Mirei like this any longer. It might make her suffer, but more than that, he wants to help her somehow. The latter feeling won out. Souta understands better than anyone that it's a selfish action. Even so, this is all he can do now. If he's to keep his word to Koyuki, this is the only way. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Huh? Souta, kneeling to close the distance, places his hand on Mirei's head over her hood. Mirei's body twitches instantly. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. It's okay. It's all right. Though they can't exchange words, Souta couldn't find any other words to reassure Mirei. Even if she voices refusal, her body doesn't reject it. No, perhaps she simply lacks the strength to physically refuse. I said don't touch me. It's going to be okay. You keep saying that. I'm sorry. The more he tries to comfort her, the more Mirei's vigor dissipates. That becomes the trigger for Souta's next action. I won't do anything bad. Just rely on me for now. Souta holds the back of Mirei's head with his right hand and gently embraces her by wrapping his left arm around her shoulders. He holds her close to his chest. Even if he gets hit, bitten, or struggled against, he wants to save her. With that thought, I absolutely won't do anything you dislike. It's going to be okay. Hearing Mirei's crying, Souta gently puts more strength into his embrace. He has never done anything like this before, and it's something that easily exceeds the scope of a dorm manager. Souta himself couldn't suppress the trembling in his voice and body. Being a dorm manager is a job Ri entrusted him with because she had faith in him. He has no regrets about trying to comfort Mirei. Even so, he imagined a future where he gets sued for it. There's only one reason he took this action, with the resolve to throw away his life. To ease Mirei's suffering even a little. It's a foolish and clumsy action, but his feelings are properly conveyed. Mirei clings to Souta's chest, pulling his clothes with all her might, crying like a baby. Phew. How many dozens of minutes have passed? Souta lets out a big sigh of relief. Zzz. Mirei's unmoving head rests against Souta's chest. Mirei is there, her arms around his back, sleeping soundly. Even if Souta spreads his arms wide, Mirei cleverly clings to him in her sleep. Perhaps from lack of sleep, feeling secure, or crying herself to exhaustion, or maybe all of it, she seems to have fallen into a rather deep slumber. I wonder if this was the right thing to do. The collar of his t-shirt is stretched out, proof of how strongly Mirei pulled on it. His chest is damp with Mirei's tears. Seeing Mirei up until now, it's clear she has an unimaginable past. There's no way he could have any impure thoughts about doing something to Mirei, who overcame such a past and is now sleeping in front of a man she's not good with. Well then, he can't stay like this forever. Souta gently lifts Mirei up in his arms and stands supporting her unresisting body securely so as not to drop her. He lays her down horizontally on the living room sofa. Given Mirei's current state, it's more convenient to let her sleep somewhere he can keep an eye on her. One thing left to do. Souta brings a towel blanket from the manager's room and covers Mirei from her toes to her shoulders. Lying face up, her sleeping face is visible through the hood, but she has dark circles and her eyes are swollen. Tear stains are also prominent. Just one day has passed, and this is the impact. It's truly heart-wrenching. Let's slowly recover from now on. Taking advantage of her sleeping state, Souta pats Mirai's head as if soothing a child, and tries to return to work. At that moment, Papa then KS, huh? It's not his imagination. Mirei uttered those words in her sleep, as if she had experienced something like this before. There was a sense of peace on Mirei's sleeping face. However, that Papa is probably referring to her further before her mother passed away, before the abuse began. A confusion of memories is occurring. Instead of saying that, Souta's voice trembles again. Hearing those words just now, he couldn't bring himself to return to work. Souta sits down next to Mirei and strokes her head just like before. Then she shows him a relieved expression once more. Haha, can't be helped. Souta, with a smile on his face, ends up skipping work for the first time that day. To reassure Mirei even a little. Chapter 66, Souta and Mirei 2. The time is 3 p.m. Mirei, who had been sleeping for several hours since then, opens her heavy eyelids while stretching her back. Good morning, Mirei-san. Morning. Her vision still seems blurry, and based on her current state, she doesn't seem to recognize that it's Souta. She responds with a soft, cute voice. You can sleep a little longer, don't you think? I feel like you're still not getting enough sleep. Then I'll sleep a bit more. Okay. Mirei, who is half asleep and groggy, uses something warm and flat with human body temperature as a pillow. She repositions her head in a convenient place and tries to go back to sleep, wrapping her arms around something thick and muscular connected to the flat object, like hugging a body pillow. Ahaha, my hand is being used as a pillow again. Along with the laughter, such a kind voice reaches her ears. In her drowsy consciousness, Mirei begins to sense several things that don't feel right. Who did she just talk to? What was that voice just now? A few minutes later, Mirei slowly sits up, making a small sound as if fighting off sleepiness. She rubs her eyes with her hands, trying to clear her mind. When she stops rubbing, there is something skin-colored in front of her. You don't need to sleep anymore? I'm fine. Were you able to sleep a little? Thanks. She doesn't know who it is, but she answers because she was asked. A simple thought process due to just waking up. With her mind in such a fluffy state, information from her vision enters. Her blurry vision clears up, and the identity of the skin color in front of her becomes apparent. Huh? Good morning, Mirei-san. The moment Mirei's languid eyes lock gazes with him. Huh? Gone is the soft voice from before, replaced by an inorganic tone, and Mirei freezes as if seeing something unbelievable. They stare at each other for a few seconds, and just as Souta shows a smile, what? Mirei, reacting as if she saw a monster, rapidly backs away to create a distance and falls off the sofa onto the floor. A dull thud as she lands on her butt. Ow, that hurts. Are you okay? Souta approaches Mirei, who is enduring the pain with a grimace. Wait. Don't come near me. Huh. Why are you there? I don't understand what's going on. Perhaps not fully grasping the situation, Mirei falls into a complete state of panic. She blinks her beautiful upturned eyes and her mouth opens and closes in sync. You don't remember? You were using my hand as a pillow, Mirei-san. Huh? There's no way I would do something like that. Then, Mirei stops speaking. She abruptly puts her hand on her cheek, as if confirming something. Yes, Mirei had been using Souta's hand as a pillow for several hours. There is a lingering sensation, however slight. Do you understand that I'm not lying? Seriously the worst. She clenches her white teeth and expresses her emotions with a bright red face. It's clearly out of embarrassment, and that comes across. Huh? If anything, I'm the one who was assaulted by a half-asleep Mirei-san. I couldn't even do my work because of that. Shut up. It's your fault for not moving my head away. If it was just my hand under your head, I could have moved it. But how could I when you had your arms wrapped around it too? Perhaps having no words to retort, she shows a regretful expression with her mouth in a straight line. While Souta is calmly dealing with a situation like this, he keeps it a secret that his hand was captured solely for Mirei's sake to reassure her. But I'm relieved. I'm really glad you've recovered enough to be like this. Huh? Souta's true feelings appear on his face. Shown a gentle smile, Mirei's breath stops for a moment. Well then, let's have some food soon. You haven't eaten a single meal yet, right? I am not going to eat your cooking. Oh, you're saying that kind of thing again? Then should I contact Koyuki-san? I don't want Mirei-san to get scolded, but I made a promise, so I can't break it. GRR glaring at me won't change anything. Not unless you say you'll eat. A murderous gaze is directed at him, but Souta isn't scared at all. That face of her being frustrated dispels any fear. It could be called a cute face. Tattling is so petty. And you call yourself a man? It's because I'm worried about you, Mirei-san. If I didn't care, I wouldn't bother contacting anyone. Souta shows his strength as a dorm manager where he can. Even if he's hated or disliked, this is one thing he cannot compromise on. You remember what happened in this living room, don't you, Mirei-san? What I did to you before you fell asleep. I only touched you there. Along with silence, Mirei hangs her head, her ears turning red. She twirls her pink antennae with her index finger and pouts her lips slightly. What Souta refers to as there is Mirei sobbing in the living room, and being embraced. It's a job entrusted to me by my mum, so I can't hide any wrongdoings, and to be honest, what I did to you, Mirei-san, was excessive contact with a resident. Regardless of the circumstances, it's a clear violation. Wow, that was a shocking revelation for Mirei, leaving her unable to close her gaping mouth. He is honestly conveying something that puts himself at a disadvantage and could cost him his social standing and family. Moreover, to the person he knows harbors the most hostility towards him. That wasn't something you asked me to do, Mirei-san. It was all my selfish actions. So if you decide to press charges, I'm prepared to take full responsibility. In other words, whether I can remain as the dorm manager is up to you, Mirei-san, and it's only a matter of time. That's why I want to do what I can to improve your health while I still can. Souta had resolved himself to everything the moment he took that action. With that resolve, there is nothing to be afraid of now. Are you an idiot? Are you okay with wasting your life like that? Are you really okay with that? Of course it's not good, but I believe regretting this action is the one thing I absolutely shouldn't do. You would especially hate it if someone did that kind of thing with a light heart, and I don't want to be that way either. It may be taken as a terrible statement, but that's not the case. Souta has already expressed his remorse by saying I'm prepared to take full responsibility. Remorse means actively reflecting on the past, identifying problems, and seeking improvement. And regret means just feeling unfortunate without taking any action oneself. He understands how much using the latter word would hurt Mirei. It's because I cried in that situation, isn't it? Sorry. I ended up using a strong tone. I just felt like I had to convey my current feelings when I thought I might not be able to stay here much longer. You're way too messed up in the head. It's a complete insult, but her voice sounds like she's holding back tears. I've been attacking you this whole time. You should hold a grudge, and yet, why are you going this far? Well, that's, Souta hasn't been treating Mirei kindly out of consideration for her past. I haven't been the dorm manager for long, but I do want the residents to be cheerful. So it's that simple. I think you'll understand what I'm saying if you ever have to do this job, Mirei-san. Though, coming from me who violated the rules, it probably lacks persuasiveness. Souta places his hand on the back of his head and shows a wry smile. Mirei noticed that he made a slightly lonely face for a moment. Well then, I'll make some food now. But is there anything you want to eat? I'm hoping there's a dish you can eat even a bite of. If Mirei presses charges, today will be the last meal Souta makes for the residents. Even so, he asks Mirei with a smile, hoping she will eat. You're too much of an idiot. Seriously. There's no dish with that name in this world, so I can't make it. I know that. Geez. Make me an omelette rice. Got it. Then wait a bit. Why, you might poison it, so I'll watch you. Oh. Then why don't we make it together? He is stared at intently. That alone conveys what she wants to say. Of course, I have no intention of committing any more violations, and if you're really worried, you can keep a knife ready for self-defense. If that's the case, fine. I'll stab you if you try anything. Haha. Make sure to aim for the heart then. Obviously. Then wait just a moment. I'll prepare the ingredients on my end. With that, Souta heads to the kitchen first. He opens the fridge and cupboards and starts preparing one thing after another. Mirei, who continues to capture his working figure in the corner of her vision, is fidgeting with her hands. Chapter 67, Tsundere and Dere. Mirei before starting to cook. Hey, what are you doing? Mirei furrowed her well-groomed eyebrows and gave Souta a look as if she had something to say. Huh? As you can see, I'm filling a bowl with water. There's no such step in making a immerse. Even I knows that much. Ah, this is for emergency treatment. Emergency treatment? I don't mind doing it for myself, but I want to be able to cool it immediately if Mirei-san gets burned. I just want to do the bare minimum. Hey, I'm not clumsy enough to get burned. Me. Mirei pouts with a sullen expression and crosses her arms in an intimidating manner. Perhaps she felt looked down upon, or maybe it was to hide her embarrassment at being worried about, only she knows. I don't think you're clumsy, Mirei-san. It's just for my own satisfaction, so will you let me? But you know, that will increase the dishes, right? Increasing the hassle is really stupid. I'm telling you in advance, I won't help with the dishes or anything. Of course, I won't force you to do the dishes, so don't worry. Both cooking and washing dishes are the job of Souta, the dorm manager. In the first place, he can't push it onto others. Souta nods at Mirei's statement and continues. But if you think about it, isn't it amazing that just by adding one more hassle, you can prevent burn scars? I want you to cherish your body, Mirei-san, and even if it's a hassle, it's not a waste. HHMPH. You think that way because you want me to like you, right? It's totally obvious. Ah, you got me. The fact that I don't want Mirei-san to get burned. Shut up, just do as you please. Mirei turns away from Souta, who threw a curveball by intentionally affirming her statement. Her cheeks seem to be turning red. Ha ha ha, sorry for dampening your enthusiasm. If you're going to apologize, just do it already. You lunatic. Did you say something? I didn't say anything. You don't have to get so angry. I'm not angry. If he hadn't caught her muttering under her breath, Mirei probably wouldn't have reacted this way. If asked who's at fault, it's undoubtedly Souta. The atmosphere is a bit awkward, but not heavy enough to prevent conversation. Souta and Mirei stand side by side in the kitchen and start cooking. Souta chops onions and chicken. Tap, tap, crack. The sound of cracking eggs comes from beside him. Mirei carefully cracks them and puts them in a container. Hey, was it 2 eggs per person for immerse? Yeah. And please add 1 tablespoon of milk and a pinch of salt. The measuring cup is over there. Ah, you can have 3 eggs specially for you, Mirei-san. Then I'll do 3. I'll take them from yours. Ha, then I'll only have 1 egg? There are plenty of eggs, so don't take mine. HMPH. That's up to me. Then I'll sprinkle salt and pepper all over Mirei-san's chicken rice. If you do that, I'll take all your eggs. Then I'll add mayonnaise to the chicken rice. That's seriously the worst. It won't be immerse if you do that. I want Mirei-san to understand that it won't be immerse if the eggs are taken. You can still eat it though. I can't eat it if the seasoning is weird. That's more malicious. Well, that's true. Mirei diligently checks the measurements and such. As a result, the conversation expands and gets more lively than expected. Hey, I heard this before, but can you really do stuff like 1 tablespoon by eye? It's not perfect, but I can do it well enough that there's no odd taste. Ha, gross. Ah, so that's what you say. Even Kotoha-san can measure by eye. You being able to do it by eye is what's gross. It's amazing that Kotoha-san can do it by eye. Ha ha ha, you're treating me harshly. Her words are the same as always, but there's no edge to her tone. It's like a friendly insult you can say to a friend. Oh, do you know this, Mirei-san? You can't crush an egg with 1 hand. Huh? What are you saying? Of course it would crack. My grip strength is 30. Oh, then try it. Cover the egg with your hand and apply pressure. No way. If I do that, the egg will break. I know it's a lie. No, it's not a lie. Then you do it first. I don't mind. And so, as if to prove it, Souta takes an egg from the carton and grips it in 1 hand. Then he applies enough force to make his arm tremble. Of course, Souta isn't lying at all. The egg won't break. Huh? Seriously, stop acting. You want to cuff me in egg? Just try it. It's true. Then if it breaks, I'll make you do a penalty game. Sure. Then it's not a game, but I'll give you money. Then 100 yen. Mirei states a cute amount, even if she's holding back. 100 yen? You don't want 10,000 yen? Is that okay? I'm seriously fine with it though. I'm okay with up to 30,000 yen. If you're going to say that much, I'll make it 30,000 yen. Don't complain even if it breaks. Of course. Then give me the money. And so, the 30,000 yen challenge starts immediately. Mirei holds the egg in one hand and applies pressure over the container in the same way. NGH. She lets out a moan-like voice and trembles her arm. It's clear she's giving it her all. What? WY? NNMGH. Mirei immediately gets fired up. Thinking it would break, she changes her posture to apply more force and tries again. Still, the egg doesn't budge. What's with this? It's irritating. In the end, she swings her arm around, adding vibration to the yolk and white inside the egg to start damaging the shell, but still, there's nothing unusual about the shell. NNGH. Huh? It seriously won't break. Why? Mirei turns to Souta with her eyes wide like a child, making a cute face. It's the first time he's seen her like this. See? My grip strength is 60, but even that won't break it. Wait. You have a grip strength of 60, twice mine? That's right. I'll admit the egg thing just now was true, but that's got to be a lie. 60 is impossible. That's like a gorilla. Like Hiyoriy. Mirei attends an all-girls school. She probably doesn't have many opportunities to know how strong a man's grip can be. I'm up for a grip strength contest anytime, so let me know. I'll show you double the strength. Then. Someday. I'll do it. Then I'll be waiting for that day. You're seriously cheeky. I'll peel off that mask of yours. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it. And so, while chatting about things other than cooking, Souta and Mirei spend time together. Before they know it, over an hour has passed, and they've finished making many dishes besides immerse. With this, there will be no issues with today's dinner, and Mirei helped until the end. Oh, sorry. I made you help until the end even though the immerse was done first. You're hungry, right? Well, I haven't eaten since morning. Man, I'm really sorry. I forgot to say something. Dinner is all done now, so go ahead and eat. Aren't you going to eat? The food is already done, right? She asks with a blank look, as if to say, why? Yeah, I thought I'd finish the dishes while I'm still in work mode. I'll eat once that's done. Seriously? Of course. Souta's urging should be appreciated by Mirei, and yet, Mirei closes her mouth. Then she gives him a dissatisfied look. What's wrong? Then I'll help with the dishes too. Huh? You don't have to worry about me, okay? That's not it. I'm telling you to let me help. Eating alone it's not very tasty, you know. Fidget. So it's fine if you eat with me. And then, Mirei conveys this in a small voice while glancing up at him. For Souta, it's an attitude he never thought of or imagined. He couldn't hold back his laughter. Could it be that Mirei-san is a lonely person? Don't get carried away, idiot. That's seriously unbelievable. In the midst of this, Mirei curses at him with a bright red face. Souta has the upper hand, and it shows in his grinning expression. Don't get so full of yourself. Mirei continues to hurl insults at Souta, her face color unchanged. Chapter 68, The Past and Dinner. Nom nom. A slightly early dinner, and for Mirei, it's her first meal of the day. Perhaps because she was quite hungry, she showed a pleasant way of eating despite Souta being right in front of her. On the table were immerse, pumpkin soup, enoki mushroom and meat rolls with teriyaki sauce, and macaroni salad. Mirei-san, is today's food delicious? Munch. The timing of his question was poor. Mirei looks at him with half-open eyes while chewing. Her sticky gaze seems to say, now's not the time. Gulp. A few seconds later, she swallows what was in her mouth and speaks while turning her face away with a humph. Well, it's on the delicious side. Oh, for Souta, It's the first time he's heard the word delicious from Mirei's mouth today. That's great. Souta, who had widened his eyes for a moment, immediately smiles happily, a visibly blissful expression. Perhaps because she didn't like that face, Mirei instantly cut in while shyly moving her gaze left and right. Don't get the wrong idea. It's only delicious because I helped. Your cooking alone is just ordinary. It's still something to be happy about. Thank you, Mirei-san. HMPH. She turns her face away and lets out a rough breath. Mirei takes a form as if resisting with her neck when something unpleasant is brought close to her mouth. Or, she's sulking. I'm not sulking. I just got irritated. You're actually just embarrassed, aren't you? If I get embarrassed because of you, I'll kill myself. That's how impossible it is. Mirei stares at Souta with her jade eyes while eating the cute immerse, but it doesn't reflect at all. Don't talk about killing yourself. I told you to cherish your body, didn't I? Seriously, stop saying that. I'm not the least bit happy about you worrying about me. Don't misunderstand that. I'll be pleased. It's my honest feeling, so I want you to understand that much. That's what I'm telling you to stop. Are you an idiot who can't understand the meaning? Ha ha ha. Perhaps because the edge has left her voice, Mirei's expressions can be read more than usual. Her face changes rapidly, looking embarrassed, angry, and dissatisfied, which is interesting to watch. You're seriously creepy. Why are you laughing there? Maybe because I'm happy to talk with you, Mirei-san. Geez. You're saying something rude. So I should be angry. No, that's your way of communicating with me, so I won't get angry. Unless it's something really bad. The age difference between Souta and Mirei is about 5 years. Naturally, Souta, who is already in society, can respond more maturely. Whatever. Getting excited by being insulted is super gross. Mirei-san, who's trying to further excite me by saying that, is also super gross. Huh? I'm not gross. And admitting you're an M is seriously impossible. Don't come near me. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Souta has also become able to return insults to some extent. While it's unique compared to others, there's no doubt the distance between them has shortened. And so, as they enjoy their meal, it becomes close to 5:30 p.m. Hey, Hiyoriy will be coming back soon, so let me just warn you about one thing. What? If you tell anyone that I was crying, I won't forgive you. Of course I won't tell anyone. But, for Souta, it's a natural response. However, for Mirei, those words are sufficiently concerning. Could it be that you know about me? Mirei deliberately omits the word past when she asks, and Souta doesn't try to deceive her. Of course I know. Seriously, who did you hear it from? Tell me. From my mum. Before I became the dorm manager, Souta keeps it a secret that he was told by Koyuki. Of course. It's so that Koyuki and Mirei don't become antagonistic. Huh. So you were ordered by Resign not to get angry or something. That explains your attitude until now. Mirei's tone suddenly turns cold, perhaps because something struck a nerve. She stops eating and fixes a glaring gaze on him. No, I wasn't told anything like that. A dorm manager's authority would be revoked for doing that, right? Then what? You're being kind to me out of pity. You arbitrarily heard about it and thought I was pathetic. That's seriously messed up. Pity? For Mirei, the past is a delicate issue. A dreary atmosphere envelops the living room. The friendly atmosphere from earlier is gone. Otherwise, your treatment of me until now doesn't make sense. Even though I attacked you so much, you didn't change your attitude. There's nothing strange about it. Huh? First of all, I can't pity you, Mirei-san. I'm not trying to demean or provoke you, but I don't have that kind of experience. As a dorm manager, it's natural to treat all residents equally. You're misunderstanding that part as pity or something. Feeling sorry for someone. Compassion. Sympathy. That's the meaning of pity. Humans are complex, and sometimes they want to be pitied, and other times they don't. For Mirei, it's the latter. Then what? Are you saying you're not considering my past at all? Don't act all high and mighty. It's seriously annoying to be treated with weird consideration. Mirei-san, calm down. I am calm. Souta instantly notices that the hand holding the spoon is trembling. By deliberately creating silence, Souta measures Mirei's mood and times his words to continue. There are only two things I'm considerate of when it comes to you, Mirei-san. When I talk to you and the content of your private life I ask about. Seriously gross. Don't pity me. This isn't pity. And you do the same kind of thing, don't you? Most recently, you didn't ask for details about what Kotoha and I did when we went out for drinks. What does that have to do with anything? I don't need your excuses. The point is, you avoided interfering too much in my private life so as not to upset me. I'm doing the same. I know you don't want to be pitied. On the contrary, Hiyoriy seems to want to be pitied. You can tell to some extent by looking at their personalities. Mirei doesn't argue against Souta's statement. She can't say anything because she has the same opinion. I never thought we'd have this kind of conversation, but since we have the chance, let me talk. Prefacing with that, Souta makes a frighteningly serious face. I try not to do anything particularly unpleasant to any of the residents. So I don't pity you, Mirei-san, who doesn't want to be pitied, and I don't intend to treat you specially either. I'm just doing what's normal. I don't want you to misunderstand that. Just for this moment, Mirei was overwhelmed by Souta's pressure. Because they're alone. And because it's a face he doesn't usually show. It's precisely because those two conditions overlap. Come to think of it, before I took Hiyoriy out on my bike, you made an impassioned speech, didn't you? Handling and resolving residents' troubles is the dorm manager's job, you said. Huh? Souta clearly remembers that time. Handling and resolving residents' troubles is the dorm manager's job. Those were the words Mirei said to motivate Souta. Originally, a dorm manager's job is only to resolve troubles between residents. Resolving troubles related to residents' commutes and such is not allocated as part of the dorm manager's job. However, Souta uses this to his advantage. Based on what you said, I'm not asking you to believe in me, but rely on me as the dorm manager. For me, that's part of my job, and I don't find it troublesome at all. I don't want that. I don't know what you'll do. In that case, I'll give you a kitchen knife. When you rely on me, it'll probably be when we're alone. So if I try anything weird then, feel free to use it without hesitation. It's an outrageous method, but considering Mirei's past, it can't be helped. When something happens, she needs a way or weapon to protect herself. What's that? That would be hard on you. Even though I'm relying on you, not being able to fully trust you, Mirei, who can consider how Souta would feel about that action, must truly have a kind heart. I'm satisfied as long as all the residents are cheerful. So, if something happens, please rely on me. A dorm manager's schedule is flexible, so it's always okay. There's only one reason Souta is saying this much. It's because tonight's weather forecast shows thunderstorms. Mirei might recall her past and fall ill. That possibility is high. Koyuki told him. I sometimes sleep together with Mirei to reassure her, but she's gone from the room by morning. I think she probably has nightmares and leaves so as not to disturb my sleep with her voice. If resolving troubles becomes part of his job, the consideration for that might lessen, and she might rely on him more. That's what Souta thought. You even know about the weather, huh? I'm sorry for bringing up a topic you don't want to remember. It's fine. Just hearing that I can stab you with a knife is satisfying enough. That's okay. I'll do anything you want me to do, Mirei-san. Whatever. I don't intend to rely on you anyway. You're not reliable at all. Well, about that. Sorry. Don't apologize. It makes the atmosphere weird. Sorry. Huh. You did that on purpose just now, didn't you? Seriously the worst. Ha ha ha. You got me. That conversation also comes to an end, and about 10 minutes pass without any warning. The sound of the front door opening with a click, and then a noisy voice reaches the living room, accompanied by the sound of stomping footsteps. Welcome back, Hiyoriy. Why are you in such a hurry? Ah, you did it, Mirei-chan. That's not fair. Huh? What? Perhaps because she had a bad feeling. Hiyoriy suddenly attacks Mirei while pointing her finger. Eating together with Souta-san is Hiyori's joy, but Mirei-chan took it all. That's not it. He said he wanted to eat with me. This guy. Mirei points at Souta as if influenced by Hiyoriy. Huh? Mirei-san invited me. Huh? Why would I have to invite this guy? I hate him and don't want to eat with him. Then why are you eating together? Well, Because Mirei-san. I said it wasn't me. Geez, I hate this guy. It seems Mirei can't be honest in front of other residents. Chapter 69, Mirei's Request. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Midnight. Thunder echoes in the stillness outside. Raindrops hit the roof hard. As forecast, a thunderstorm is assaulting tonight. It may be just another weather event for everyone else, but not for Mirei. Mirei, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. If anything happens, please let me know anytime. Thanks, Koyuki-san. Given the late hour, this exchange takes place in Koyuki's unlit room. The two lie together on a single bed, covered by a blanket, with zero distance between them. Mirei's back is pressed against Koyuki's chest as Koyuki hugs Mirei from behind, expressing her concern. Koyuki-san, it's a bit hot. Fufu, it's just right for me, and it feels nice to sleep while using soft Mirei as a hugging pillow. So you're using me as a tool. I'm sorry. This makes me feel more at ease. To prevent reminding her of the past. To reassure her, Koyuki, without conveying her true intentions, hugs Mirei a little tighter. Staying like this for dozens of minutes, feeling human warmth, naturally invites drowsiness. Yawn. Koyuki, letting out a soft yawn she only shows to those close to her, makes a strained voice. I'm sorry, Mirei. I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, I'm getting sleepy too. Really? Then shall we sleep like this? Feel free to wake me up if anything happens. Okay, got it. Though I'm sure nothing will happen. You can't know that for sure, right? Well, that's true, but with you doing this for me, I think I can sleep. Doing what? If Koyuki-san is going to play dumb, I'll just say it's nothing. Of course, Mirei realizes the reason Koyuki is hugging her. That reason is precisely this. Fufu, then good night to the sulking Mirei. Good night, Koyuki-san. Yes, please rest well. Koyuki hugs Mirei tightly once more. How many dozens of minutes have passed since that goodnight exchange? ZZZ. Koyuki, using Mirei's back as a hugging pillow, begins to breathe steadily in her sleep, exhaling warm breaths from her small mouth. While one of them has fallen asleep, Mirei is not sleeping. More precisely, she has kept her eyes open this whole time, as if to say she has no intention of sleeping here. If she sleeps, she'll have nightmares. Mirei has that feeling. She doesn't want to disturb Koyuki's sleep with the sound of her nightmares. Koyuki-san, are you awake? ZZZ. The only response to her question is a cute sleepy breath. Having confirmed that Koyuki is in a deep slumber, Mirei slowly starts to move. First, she lifts her back and untangles Koyuki's slender right arm sandwiched between the bed and her waist. Next, the left arm resting between her waist and the blanket. Since Koyuki's body is unresisting, Mirei can easily release the arm holds. Finally, she shifts her body forward and gently places Koyuki's face, which was stuck to her back, on the bed. With her entire body free, Mirei places her bare feet on the floor and stands up. She takes out her smartphone from her pocket and, relying on its light, exits Koyuki's room. The other residents are probably sleeping, as no light leaks from the rooms on the second floor. She quietly advances her feet so as not to disturb their sleep and opens the door to her own room without a sound. However, Mirei spends less than a minute in that room. Holding a medium-sized stuffed rabbit in her left arm, she steps into the hallway. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Listening to the eerie thunder in the darkness, Mirei descends the stairs. A single light leaks there, and she heads toward it. What's reflected in Mirei's eyes is the manager's room. Mirei knows that Souta is still awake at this hour. Knock knock. She knocks just like that and says a word while squeezing the stuffed rabbit. Hey, she calls out to Souta as if mustering her courage. Why yes, I'll open it now. After that response, the door to the manager's room opens immediately. Huh? Instantly, Mirei glares while Souta tilts his head. What's with that weird face? It's irritating. Huh? You came to complain? No. It's because you just made an irritating face. Then I'm sorry. Souta, who was complained to before confirming the reason, has no way of grasping the situation. So what's the matter? It's obvious. I came because I'll have nightmares with this weather. She twirls her pink antenna with the right hand and pouts her lips. Her face is also turned away. You said it, didn't you? Tita rely on you. That it's your job. So it's not a bother. Mirei, who doesn't want to cause trouble for anyone by having nightmares, wants to be by someone's side because she doesn't want to have nightmares. It's natural to have such a conservative feeling. So you came to sleep with me? Sleep? Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I want to sleep with you. I just can't afford to miss school for days, and this is the only way to not affect everyone. Mirei-san, keep your voice down! Exclamation mark. It's already past midnight, and this place is connected to the hallway. A loud voice will immediately be heard on the second floor. Mirei, who is considerate of not troubling others, immediately covers her mouth. Then shall we move to the living room? It's a bit much for us to sleep together in the enclosed manager's room. Of course. What are you trying to lure me into? That's unthinkable. I'm not. That's why I suggested the living room. The frequency of entry and exit and the space between the manager's room and the living room are naturally different. The latter is obviously where Mirei can feel at ease. As Mirei sets forth her desired conditions, there's one thing Souta is worried about. If something happens, please rely on me. A dorm manager's schedule is flexible, so it's always okay. Mirei's actions are a result of those words he said, but he wonders if it's really okay to sleep together at this hour. Then hurry up. Bring your futon. Oh, okay. Souta, who is oddly given instructions, follows them despite his confusion. He puts the futon over his shoulder and exits the manager's room to find Mirei waiting in front of the living room. Entering the living room, Mirei sits down on the sofa without hesitation. First of all, let me say you can't lie down to sleep, huh? What does that mean? Just like noon. I'm telling you to do the same thing. Why, your hand will be my pillow. So, that means Mirei-san will lie down on the sofa, and my hand will be used as a pillow. No. It's not wrong. Mirei, whose face turns red as if her guess was spot on, tries to deny it but endures and affirms it. This should make it clear. Mirei had a very pleasant sleep during that afternoon nap. She wanted to sleep in that position once more. Perhaps she might not have nightmares. She also has that big wish. So hurry up and give me your hand. Mirei hugs the stuffed rabbit, resting her chin between its long ears, and looks at Souta with a fixed emerald gaze. Hurry up. Oh, okay. Mirei, displaying a burning hostility at the silent treatment, demands while slapping the sofa beside her, and yet, her soft-looking cheeks are puffed out. Chapter 70, Until Good Night. Tap. Mirei taps the sofa, indicating where Souta should sit. As Souta tries to sit down as prompted, he lets out a voice as if remembering something and quickly heads to the kitchen. Hey, don't run away. I'm not running away. I just forgot the kitchen knife you use for self-defense. I have to prepare it so you can respond immediately if something happens. Even though I'm the target. Souta opens the lower cabinet in the kitchen, takes out a sheathed kitchen knife, and checks that the blade is properly inserted before returning to Mirei. He hands it to Mirei as if passing a pair of scissors. Hey, do you have a desire to be stabbed by this? That's the only way I can think of it. Why would you think that? I think most people don't want to be stabbed. I've cut my finger a few times while cooking, and it really hurts. Then you didn't have to bring this. I didn't say anything. You weren't thinking for my sake, were you? Mirei shared her thoughts with him during the day. When you rely on me, it'll probably be when we're alone, so if I try anything weird then, feel free to use it without hesitation. And when he handed Mirei the kitchen knife for self-defense, that would be hard on you. Even though I'm relying on you, not being able to fully trust you. She carefully considered how Souta would feel about that. I know that, so I won't pretend not to know and take advantage of it. In the end, that's not something that would benefit you, Mirei-san. If you don't have a way to protect yourself, the anxiety might have various effects, right? You're considerate of me, Mirei-san, but even if you don't trust me, it doesn't hurt me. So don't hesitate to keep it. I think it's like a lifeline for you. Okay, then I'll really stab you. Only if I do something weird, okay? That depends on my mood. Mirei, who makes such a terrifying statement, immediately places the knife she received from Souta on the floor next to the sofa. If Souta didn't know Mirei's kind nature, he would have trembled at this moment. Then, now that you're done too, hurry up and give me your hand with the knife nearby. It sounds like you're going to cut it off. Ahaha, I'll stab you if you say something weird again. Sorry. Then I'll sit next to you, okay? I told you to hurry up. We're running out of time to sleep. Yes. Considering that Mirei will lie down, Souta sits on the sofa at a slightly distant position, then places the back of his left hand in contact with the sofa, making it a receptacle for her head. Now he's ready for his hand to be used as a pillow. Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready. I don't need your cue. Ha, so harsh. HMPH. The two begin to get used to the darkness. The moment their eyes meet briefly, Mirei snorts softly and tries to lower her head onto Souta's hand as if giving in to her feelings. However, Mirei takes a strange action here. She brings her head close to Souta's hand, but immediately puts distance between them. She approaches again, but quickly pulls away. It's as if she wants to hold hands, so she brings her hand closer, but lacks the courage to do so and retracts it. Then, just as their eyes meet again, Mirei tightly seals her lips, lets out a groaning voice, and glares at Souta. She's taking out her frustration on him for not getting her way. The reason why she could do it during the day but can't now is extremely simple. During the day, she easily used his hand as a pillow because she was half asleep, but this time she's trying to take that action while being fully conscious. Given the accumulation of her past treatment of Souta and her own past, it's more difficult than for an average person. It's okay, it's not scary, Mirei-san. Souta, instantly grasping the situation, slowly tries to bring his hand closer to the sofa. But it's not that easy. I am not scared of this. This hand. It's just a hand. Even while raising her voice forcefully, Mirei's body retreats backward. She knows this hand can become a weapon. After all, it's the part that struck her cheek long ago. Hey, hurry up and put it on the sofa. That hand. With how you're acting, I don't think you'll use it as a pillow even if I put my hand there again. I will. That's weird. For some reason, I can't move my hand. What? That's impossible. It's possible. No matter who hears it. It's an absurd argument. But this isn't out of malice. There's a legitimate reason for it. I'm occupied with my smartphone, so you can do whatever you want with this hand that I can't move right now. First, he's trying to get her used to it even a little by letting her touch his hand. And to get her accustomed to it, stages and an easy environment are necessary. Thinking she would hold back if watched, Souta takes out his smartphone and starts browsing the news at random. Using a smartphone in the dark, the light from the screen illuminates Souta's face. And so, Mirei is left completely neglected with his hand extended. She looks around in confusion, glaring with dissatisfaction. But it doesn't convey anything to Souta, who doesn't even glance at her. Mirei is completely at a loss. But the words "you can do whatever you want" from earlier cross her mind. Mirei, who wants his hand as a pillow, had no choice but to take that action. Mirei hugs the stuffed rabbit with her left arm and extends her right arm towards Souta's hand. The distance gradually shrinks and she extends her index finger. Then she lightly touches it. Mirei's finger rests on Souta's palm. Anyone seeing this sight wouldn't understand what the two are doing. Hey, I touched it normally. You touched it. Take that. I don't know what that means. Mirei is a little proud. She's showing off while pretending she's not afraid. Also, once touched, the feeling of scary subsides. Mirei traces Souta's hand with her index finger, pinches his skin with her thumb and index finger, and gradually increases the skinship. Eventually, she touches Souta's hand with both hands. She needs the karate chop part, swings his wrist around, doing whatever she wants. During this time, Souta doesn't move his hand at all. To Mirei, that hand is like a model. She must have thought she can do it now. Mirei stretches her legs on the sofa and lies down while covering herself with the blanket. Going to sleep soon? Yeah. So turn off your smartphone. I can't sleep when it's bright. Got it. The reason Sutu is accommodating Mirei is to let her sleep with peace of mind. He won't do anything to interfere, so he immediately turns off his smartphone. 3 seconds later, Mirei, who lowered Suta's hand herself, places her cheek on it to use as a pillow. At this moment, the sensation of her marshmallow-like cheek fully transmits to Suta's palm. I won't forgive you if you think about weird things, Mirei whispers a warning in this unlit room. I know. I won't forgive you even if you touch me. Of course. Also, your hand is too hot. It's annoying. Well, I can't do anything about that. Mirei complains like this, but if it's hot, she can just move her face away from that hand. She's just not being honest. Hey, what is it? Tomorrow? No, today. Wake me up when you make breakfast. Definitely. Huh? That would be really early. Before 6 a.m.? I can't show anyone that you're doing this for me. It would seem strange if I slept here. Ahaha, I see. Got it. This is a secret. If you tell anyone, I'll stab you with the knife. Of course. Her voice isn't menacing. It's a voice enduring embarrassment. There was no intimidation at all. That's all I wanted to say. Then, I'm going to sleep now. Yeah. Good night, Mirei-san. Why you too? Yeah, thanks. HMPH. That breath was the end of the conversation. Mirei, comfortably repositioning her head on Suta's palm, stops moving. She was fully entered a sleeping posture. No one notices, but the corners of Mirei's mouth are slightly relaxed. Why you too? Because even though it was quite clumsy, she was finally able to say goodnight to Suta, which she had never been able to do before. Chapter 71, Carry Me. The thunderstorm has yet to cease. Even so, perhaps feeling secure with Suta's hand as a pillow, Mirei falls asleep quickly. Zzz. Just like during the day, Mirei lets out a cute sleepy breath. Her cheek is squished against Suta's palm as if her head has completely fit into it. I'm glad she's sleeping. Suta's voice, filled with gentleness, dissipates in the room. When in the darkness for a long time, the eyes adapt. Currently, Suta has secured enough vision to move around the living room freely. He has a good grasp of the situation. Oops. When he looks at Mirei's body, he notices a part of the blanket has come loose. Suta slowly fixes it so she doesn't catch a cold. Still, Mirei-san's sleeping position is good. This is something he's been vaguely thinking since the afternoon. Mirei rests her head on Suta's palm until she wakes up. On the other hand, Hiyoriy seems like the type to kick off the blanket. If the person in question heard this, she would either get angry, saying how rude, or be surprised, asking how do you know? A choice between the two. As he continues taking care of the sleeping Mirei while recalling the dormitory residents, Suta makes one adorable discovery. Mirei skillfully hugs a stuffed rabbit inside the blanket. Since she sleeps with it, it must be an item she cherishes a lot. Suta wants to play a little prank. He's tempted to pull out the stuffed animal while she's sleeping, but he restrains himself. Having watched over Mirei's sleep and neatly covered her with the blanket, there is no more work left for Suta. After setting the alarm on his smartphone with his free hand not being used as a pillow, Suta leans against the back of the sofa and closes his eyes. The sofa space doesn't allow Suta to lie down, which is a drawback, but still, if it puts Mirei at ease, he holds that single-minded thought. There are no childish complaints about someone being unfair, and so, Suta settles into a posture to take a nap. Section. How many hours have passed? As Suta nods off, moving his head up and down while dozing, a certain voice begins to reach his ears. Since he was sleeping while sitting, Suta's sleep was quite shallow. The pained groaning voice wakes him up like an alarm. Although he just woke up, he understands the situation is bad. He has a clear consciousness without being groggy. Mirei-san? Sorry for waking you up. You don't need to apologize. Mirei, who had nightmare, also wakes up. Checking the time on his smartphone, it's 3:40 a.m. a rather awkward time that takes a toll on the body. Mirei-san, let's calm down first. There's nothing to be afraid of. I know that. It's not like that. Her words are the same as always, but they lack vigor, pressure, and energy. Like an empty response. It seems the time of day, the weather during the rainy season, is having a significant impact. Having a nightmare-free sleep like during the day was not possible. Mirei, thinking of something, raises her body from the sofa, places her bare feet on the floor, and stands up feebly. Perhaps on the verge of tears, she turns her back to avoid showing her face. Where are you going, Mirei-san? To my room. You can keep sleeping. I'm just a bother now. Mirei speaks as if pushing him away. However, this doesn't mean Souta has become annoying to her, nor is he literally a bother. Souta has been told by Koyuki, I sometimes sleep together with Mirei to reassure her, but she's gone from the room by morning. I think she probably has nightmares and leaves so as not to disturb my sleep with her voice. Just as in this statement, she is being considerate to not disturb his sleep any further. It's clear she's forcing herself to return to her room alone. Souta can't let Mirei slip away like this. Mirei-san, you can't go to your room. You absolutely have to sleep here. Souta immediately stands up from the sofa and blocks the doorway leading to the hallway. Just like during the day, his tone also changes to a strong one. Don't screw with me. I'm not messing around. I told you not to worry about being a bother or anything like that. You should accept that too, Mirei-san. Seriously, what are you? She just had a nightmare. It's only natural for her emotions to become unstable. And this response makes her feel the pain of her past. Now, they are facing the same development as during the day. Come on, Mirei-san. Tell me what you want me to do for you now. What would help you calm down? Move. I won't move. I have no intention of letting you pass from here. Even threatening me with a knife won't work. Jeez. Seriously, damn it. Did she think of threatening as one of her options? Having that preemptively blocked, Mirei stands still, only able to resist with insults. Calm down, Mirei-san. It's okay. Towards such Mirei, Souta slowly approaches, closing the distance. Calm down. I won't do anything. Come here. It's all right now. And taking a step forward, Souta places his foot in a position where she can fly into his arms, and spreads both arms. He takes a posture to hug her, just like during the day. Souta doesn't have the skills to deal with past trauma. He has no choice but to try the method that succeeded during the day. Mirei-san, come here. You're going to school today, right? Then you need to sleep again, or your body won't hold up. Idiot. Even with this much reaching out, Mirei doesn't move. Then he has to reach out even more. That's all Souta can do. Mirei-san, if you don't move, I'll do it, okay? A vague statement in a hugging posture. It means he'll hug her on his own if she doesn't show any action to refuse. One wrong step and it's complete sexual harassment. But there are no impure intentions. He just wants to extend a helping hand. Mirei maintained her unresponsiveness. In other words, that's what it meant. I won't do anything bad. Don't worry. It's okay. I'm right here. They are within hugging distance. Souta awkwardly but gently puts his left hand around Mirei's back and strokes her head with his right hand, just like he did during the day. Sorry, you don't need to apologize. You can stay like this until you calm down. They both stand as Mirei sheds tears against Souta's chest. This is also the same as during the day. His clothes start to get wet, but Souta shows no sign of minding it. He continues stroking her head at a steady pace to calm her down. It's okay, it's okay. Listening to the gentle voice, Mirei seeks the warmth of his skin for dozens of minutes. Her tearful voice also subsides. A warm time passes, and Mirei finally regains her composure. Her first words in that state are, "This." "Hey, carry me." She lets out a coy voice against Souta's chest. "See, carry you? You want me to?" "Yeah." And a spoiled nod. At this moment, Souta's face grows increasingly perplexed. Mirei is not a baby. She's a high school student. It's a sudden request from someone whose body has transformed into a womanly shape. It's not something he can immediately accept. Not only that, but also the gap from her usual self is. Hey, carry me. Still, Mirai's demands don't stop. Then I'll carry you, okay? Yeah. In his head, Souta understands he has to do it, but he can't help but hesitate. When carrying someone with a large body, you support their bottom and back. In other words, touching those areas. Hurry. Carry me. A third, continuous request. If he's being asked, he has no choice but to fulfill it. Then I'll do it, okay? Yeah. Up we go. If he hesitates, there's a possibility of dropping her during the carry. He had no choice but to resign himself. Souta places his hands on Mirai's bottom and back, and lifts her up with a shout. Mirei, letting out another spoiled voice, wraps both legs around Suta's waist and tightly hugs his back. She holds on firmly so as not to be shaken off. Like that. Move. Okay. The only place he can move is this living room. Souta keeps going around and around the same route. The reason why she requested him to move becomes clear soon. Zzz. That sleepy breath can be heard near Suta's neck. The vibration of walking was lulling her to sleep. With this, I won't be able to sleep. Souta can only give a wry smile. Despite the time being 4 a.m., he had no choice but to continue carrying her in this living room. However, thanks to his efforts, Mirai's condition is steadily improving. Chapter 72. Hurry. Wow. This is rare today. Convenience store food. Sorry. I did that today. It's the first time, right? For Souta-san to oversleep. Please don't push yourself too hard. Thank you. This morning, after the thunderstorm in the middle of the night has passed. As per the conversation between Hiyoriy and Kotoha, breakfast is not handmade by Souta. It's bread, rice balls, sandwiches, pasta, and desserts bought from the convenience store. The lineup looks like he indiscriminately tossed items into the basket. In the morning living room are Hiyoriy, Kotoha, and Mirei. Oversleeping is seriously unbelievable. You're not doing your job at all. I have no excuse. You're fired for now. And Mirei, the only one who knows Souta isn't oversleeping, is acting hostile. Yes, Mirei, who can't be honest unless they're alone, hasn't changed at all. Mirei-chan, please forgive him for that. Firing is no good. Absolutely no good. Souta-san is tired too. Why yeah. No one is perfect, so. Right? You two spoiling him like that is why he's getting carried away. The fact that Mirei has enough energy to go to school is thanks to Souta, but she's not the type to say that. But are you okay, Souta-san? You seem to have a lot of fatigue on your face. He was also holding his lower back in pain secretly, so it wouldn't be noticed. Mirei, startled by the two's observations, becomes somewhat restless. She glances at Souta while trying not to be noticed, her gaze wandering around. What? That's not true. And I did sleep. I definitely slept. By the way, how much were you able to sleep? Yes. Don't lie and tell us. The tag team pursuit of Kotoha, who sees through his expression and demeanor, and Hiyoriy, who energetically attacks for now, is truly strong. Souta can handle it well if it's just one of them, but when the two cooperate, he has no way to deal with it. Sleep time. About 5 hours, I guess. 5 hours? It seems you got some sleep, but, judging from your face, didn't you have poor quality sleep? Like waking up many times. You're also yawning a lot. Secretly. That's not true. This time, what's really unfortunate is that Hiyoriy noticed him secretly taking care of his lower back, which was hurting from carrying Mirei, and yawning. Because of that, Souta reads between the lines to avoid worrying them. His actual sleep time is probably about 2 hours. Even that was while nodding off with his head dropping, sleeping while sitting, which is an inefficient way to recover. Furthermore, he continued carrying Mirei until morning. Fatigue has already accumulated. Knowing him, there's only one possibility. He went to that place and came back in the morning. He probably stopped by the convenience store on the way back. I bet. That place? Coming back in the morning? Kotoha, who is naughty, immediately notices Mirei's vague statement. Hiyoriy, who is pure-hearted, doesn't notice. I see. But that can happen, right? Given an environment of a girls' dormitory, Souta-san is young too, so he probably wants to let off some steam, Let off steam? What does that mean? What does Souta-san let off? No. Hiyoriy. Let's eat for now. What does he let off? That's already the answer. Hiyoriy is unconsciously leading to the correct answer. I know it's presumptuous of me, but since Souta-san rides a motorcycle, I think you should refrain from going in that weather. Okay? The tires can slip in the rain, and accidents are more likely to happen. At worst, I can drive you, so don't hesitate to let me know. I'm understanding, so don't worry about that. Kotoha, who misunderstands it as the nightlife due to the combination of lower back pain and coming back in the morning, is responding generously. Souta really wants to clear up this misunderstanding, but he can't. Clearing up the misunderstanding will naturally lead to then what happened? And, I carried Mirei until morning. He has been sworn to secrecy about this fact by Mirei herself, who created the flow of the adult town. Huh? Why are you looking at me there? You seriously gross. It's really weird that you got it right. Right, Hiyoriy. Mirei doesn't want anyone to know she was carried. She seriously tries to bring Souta down, even trying to recruit Hiyoriy, who doesn't understand the meaning, as an ally. However, such bad deeds come back to haunt you. Hiyoriy also has something puzzling. Why is Mirei-chan's stuffed rabbit in the living room? Huh? That stuffed animal on the sofa, it's the one Mirei-chan always hugs as a pillow when she sleeps, right? I wonder why. Simple questions are truly troublesome, especially in Hiyori's case. She keeps piling them up. When Hiyoriy woke up first, both Souta-san and the Mirei-chan were already awake. So what? I just happened to wake up early. Yeah, and I feel like you two were having a really fun conversation. Oh, could it be that you went to that place together? No fair keeping it a secret between you two. Hiyoriy wanted to go together too. Hiyoriy-chan? I don't think that's it. Wow. There's no way. Why would I have to go to such a place with him? I hate him. I really hate him. When there's one person who doesn't know about sex, the place becomes chaotic. Kotoha immediately intervened, but it wasn't the kind of argument a high school girl would make. And you know what else? When Hiyoriy was waking up and going down the stairs, I think I heard a cute voice saying something like "carry me." I wonder what that was about. Surely that was just Hiyoriy mishearing things? You know, you can be groggy when you wake up, but you know, Souta-san. I heard the voice quite clearly saying something like they still won't find out. I remember it. Souta also has the memory. After all, he's the very person who was begged with that spoiled voice. Mirei was wise to Hiyoriy, who was unknowingly trying to expose the facts they were trying to hide. As if to break through this situation, she rummages through the convenience store bag with a rustle. Ah, I see a salted rice ball. Dere wants to eat that too. Dere, who turned round at super high speed with her eyes sparkling like jewels, latched onto it. She successfully diverted the conversation by finding her favorite rice ball. Why didn't Souta, who didn't oversleep, make breakfast? Why did he end up going to the convenience store? There's only one reason. He spent all the time making breakfast on taking care of Mirei. Oversleeping is seriously unbelievable. You're not doing your job at all. I have no excuse. You're fired for now. Mirei, who declared his firing right from the start, understood it the most. With such a morning exchange, Mirei was able to go to school with Hiyoriy. Time flows. That midnight, just like yesterday, at the time when the residents have fallen asleep, there's a knocking sound on the manager's room door. The weather is clear, not a thunderstorm. The person making the sound is hugging a stuffed rabbit against her chest. She speaks through the door. Hurry, in a spoiled voice. She had completely gotten a taste for it from yesterday's incident. Chapter 73, Spoiling Until the Quiet Night 1. Hurry. Oh, okay. Souta had one miscalculation. Today, without a thunderstorm, a clear weather, he didn't think Mirei would call for him, assuming she would sleep alone or with Koyuki. Seeing off all the residents in the morning, Souta checked the news to confirm the weather wouldn't deteriorate and thought this: if there's no thunderstorm, I probably won't need to do anything. I don't need to prepare for the middle of the night. Even if my body is tired, I should be fine without sleep for about a day. As a result, he kept working without taking a nap and faced midnight still sleep deprived. And just as he was finally about to go to bed, Mirai's call came. If he dallies, she calls out again, "Hurry!" There's no escape route left. Souta lets out a big yawn, rubs his eyes to deceive his drowsiness, and opens the door. "Good evening. I came today too." She seems to have difficulty saying it, but Souta isn't one who can't understand what Mirei wants. Anyone can tell when she's holding the stuffed rabbit she always uses when sleeping. "Then, shall we go to the living room? Also, bring that futon, of course, and move quietly so the others won't find out." "Got it." Mirei, twirling her pink antenna with her index finger, turns her back but doesn't try to go to the living room alone. She stands next to the door, serving the role of a doorstop. And so, just like yesterday, Souta, with the futon over his shoulder, heads to the living room with Mirei. Arriving at the living room, Mirei goes to the sofa while Souta heads to the kitchen to bring the kitchen knife for self-defense. This is also the same as yesterday. "Then I'll place the knife on the floor, okay?" "Hey, could it be that you've dulled the sharpness of the knife so you'll be saved if I stab you, huh?" "Why do you think that?" "Because you're not showing any signs of being scared at all." "That's because I won't have the blade pointed at me unless I do something weird, right? Wouldn't it mean I'm thinking impure thoughts if I was scared?" "Well, that's true, but, of course, life is precious, so I can't think of doing anything weird. And all the knives in this dormitory are on the sharper side. I even sharpen them with a sharpener when they get dull. Why don't you test the sharpness of this knife on paper or cloth? I think that would make you feel more at ease." "No, there's no need to go that far. If you can say it with such confidence, it must be true, and you'd just boast about the sharpness anyway." The old Mirei probably wouldn't have believed this statement. Even though she's being vague, it's a sufficient line to interpret that she trusts Souta. "Anyway, I want to sleep instead of having this conversation." "Ahaha. Then excuse me for sitting next to you." There's no need to retort, even though it was Mirei-san who started the conversation. Souta sits at the edge of the sofa and lowers his left hand palm up, and Mirei immediately moves. She stretches out her shorts-clad legs, covers herself with a blanket, and naturally places her head on his offered palm. Souta still isn't used to the sensation of her silky hair caressing his hand. "Hey, make sure to wake me up properly tomorrow too, okay?" Hiyoriy was saying weird things this morning. Not weird things, but facts. Like the voice saying "carry me" and such. No, that's not it. That was just Hiyoriy mishearing. "I don't say things like carry me." "Then I don't need to carry you today?" "In the first place, your lower back hurts, right? So it's fine today." That was just Hiyori's misunderstanding, you know? Yeah. This morning, Mirei heard. He was also holding his lower back in pain secretly, so it wouldn't be noticed. The reason his back hurts is something only Mirei knows among the residents. She seems to want to be carried but doesn't want to push him too hard. "Then, I'm going to sleep now, okay?" "Good night, Mirei-san." "Good night, huh?" HMPH. Idiot, huh? As if conveying it's fine if he didn't hear, Mirei snorts and slightly moves her head on the warm palm. Finding a comfortable position, she slowly closes her large cat-like eyes. Tomorrow is also a weekday. Mirei, not wanting to miss school, wants to sleep early. About 3 minutes pass like that. Yawn. Mirei, starting to doze off, hears a small voice she tried to consciously suppress. It was clearly audible in the quiet space, and it was Souta's yawn, which she heard for the first time. She ignores it once, but she couldn't ignore it forever. Souta, sitting, and Mirei, lying down, both surrender to drowsiness. There's no doubt the quality of sleep is different. She felt guilty for being in this lying position without having nightmares and in a relatively energetic state. Having peace of mind allows for consideration. It allows for a kind heart to emerge. After a while, Mirei had her eyes open. In the darkness, what entered Mirei's vision was the sight of Souta's head nodding off. The sight of him struggling against sleep. "Hey, to Mirei's question, Souta returns a powerless question mark at the end of his word. It's a response as if mustering his remaining strength amidst drowsiness. "I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. You lie down until then. Huh? I'm fine. Souta's speech is slurred, but it's clear he's saying I'm fine. Just lie down. I'll stab you with the knife. Ah, right. Got it. The conversation continues without any sense of discomfort because he's half asleep. As Mirei stands up, space naturally opens up on the sofa, and Souta lies down as if seeking rest. I'll leave this with you while I go to the bathroom. If you drop it on the floor, I'll stab you. Mirei hands her precious stuffed rabbit to the dazed Souta and covers him with the blanket. Then, I'll be back. Yeah. And so, Mirei moves to the hallway, swaying her hair, and enters the bathroom on the first floor. At this time, Mirei had decided to sleep in her own room tonight. Seeing his dozing state, she didn't want to make him sleep sitting up. It was an inefficient way to sleep. Finishing her business, washing her hands. The moment Mirei returns to the living room, ZZZ, huh? An unexpected sight unfolded there. Souta was sound asleep on the sofa, hugging the stuffed rabbit with both arms. His peaceful sleeping face is exposed. No, you can't be serious. Mirei's bathroom trip was short. She didn't take a long time. It's natural to think he's pretending to be asleep. I don't have time to play along with such games though. Mirei picks up the knife placed on the floor, looking annoyed, and continues. I'll forgive you even if you're pretending to sleep, so wake up now. Hurry. ZZZ. I'll stab your heart, okay? Really? Are you okay with that? ZZZW. Wait, seriously sleeping like that? Realizing her misunderstanding after even threatening him and getting no response other than sleepy breaths, Mirei returns the knife to its original position and blinks her jade eyes while looking at Souta's sleeping face. And she grasps the situation. Then, give it back. I didn't give it to you so you could sleep. Give me back my stuffed animal. Mirei had already decided to sleep in her own room, and this stuffed rabbit is a necessity when sleeping. Handing it over because she was going to the bathroom is now coming back to haunt her. Give it back. She tries to take the stuffed animal in his arms, but it's firmly wedged between Souta's arms and chest. She cherishes it, so she can't pull it out forcefully. She couldn't untangle his crossed arms either. Hey, wake up for a bit. You can sleep there. Thief. Pat pat, pat pat, pat pat. She attacks his cheeks with her hands. Mirei tries to wake Souta up somehow, but he brushes her off as if she's a nuisance. Through this sequence of events, Mirei realizes something. Could it be that he didn't take a nap? Even though he didn't sleep in the morning, Mirei knows Souta is an early riser. He never oversleeps, and even after drinking with Kotoha, he tried to wake up early in the morning. And yet, such Souta isn't showing any signs of waking up now. In other words, that's how it is. It also connects to the reason he was dozing off so much. Sigh. Seriously, what is he? He should slack off a bit more. However, Mirei also knows the reason Souta doesn't slack off. It was after the G incident in this dormitory, past 10 p.m., when all the residents had returned to their respective rooms. She saw it. Souta was diligently cleaning from corner to corner all by himself. I cleaned like this yesterday too. Gotta work harder. While muttering to himself, he was keeping the room clean to prevent disliked pests from appearing. He doesn't take naps to secure time for daily cleaning. Geez, what is wrong with him? It's annoying, but also makes her happy. Such mixed feelings. Mirei scratches her head as if feeling irritated. She pouts and narrows her eyes, glaring intensely. I can't wake him up like this. I can't take the stuffed animal either. This is truly a dead end. Mirei, who can consider people's feelings, can't be forceful. Thief, idiot, pervert, heartless. She sits on the floor in a girly posture and continues to mutter insults. I need to sleep soon. He stole it, so, what should I do? Mirei's eyes meet the stuffed rabbit in his arms. At that moment, as if the stuffed animal she had treated with care was throwing her a lifeline, a different thought crossed Mirei's mind. Treat him like the stuffed animal. If he's in a deep sleep, Souta won't notice. She can spoil herself as much as she wants. She can hug him, sleep with peace of mind, do anything. Mirei looks around to check. Of course, there's no one else in the living room. I am not doing anything wrong. It's his fault for taking the stuffed animal. I hate him. Those words are the trigger that moves Mirei. With flushed cheeks, she gets on the sofa where Souta is sleeping. Mirei, who was the first to criticize Souta for sleeping alone with Kotoha in the past, had her spoiled switch strongly pressed. Chapter 74, Spoiling Until the Quiet Night 2. There were multiple sounds transmitted in the unlit living room. ZZZ, ZZZ. Souta's sleepy breaths exhaled in a steady rhythm. And then, along with Mirei's alluring voice, sounding like she's moaning or gasping, a small friction sound of swish is heard. MMPH. Mirei uses her strength, moving her body. She tries to stick her right hand into Souta's tight left side while rubbing her arm against the sofa. This struggle continues for 4 minutes, 240 seconds, and the victory goes to Mirei, who kept attacking while conscious. She slips her right wrist in. Once breaking through the hard gate, the inner defenses are weak. Moving her hand like a wave, her elbow gradually goes in. It's warm. Doing as she pleases with the unconscious Souta, she reaches her target spot. Next, she pulls the thin blanket toward herself with her free left hand. If it's long enough to share, this goal is also achieved. After covering herself with the blanket, Mirei similarly sticks her left arm into Souta's opposite side. This side doesn't have Souta's weight on it. Since his guard is loose, it smoothly goes in. And so, Mirei's both arms are in Souta's sides. Of course, this isn't to pass the time. There's a clear purpose. In this situation with just the two of them, she really wanted to be spoiled. Mirei bends her elbows 90 degrees in that posture and tightly hugs Souta's back, then freezes like a rock. Souta, being squeezed by Mirei, who continues to be like a koala, lets out pained sounds. Even so, he gets used to it. His steady sleepy breaths soon return. Whoa. That's amazing, amazingly calming. Mirei probably doesn't realize it herself, that she's become able to be touched by the opposite sex she's not good with, and so boldly at that. Whoa. This whoa isn't because she imagines being found out in this situation. It's because the degree of reassurance can no longer be contained in her heart. That's why it leaks out as a voice. When your feelings are full, only what you currently hold in your heart comes out of your mouth. This is whoa. She pinches Souta's clothes with her hands around his back, feeling more and more of his body temperature. Mirei's body is wrapped in a blanket. The only part exposed is her bare feet extending from her shorts. The warmth she wanted won't escape so easily. How many minutes did she continue in the same posture? Mirei's spoiled voice, which only Koyuki has heard in this dorm, is muffled in a blanket. She really wanted Souta to carry her. However, if his lower back hurts, she can't force him. Instead of enduring, she's hugging him like this. But being carried in his big arms and body is surely the most reassuring thing. The more she keeps enduring, the closer she gets to a situation resembling being carried, and the more the urge she's forcibly suppressing loosens. Carry me. Carry me. Mirei presses her face against the belly of the stuffed rabbit Souta is holding, muttering and hugging Souta tightly again. Then, after entangling both her feet with Souta's right leg, she moves her ankles to hold that leg. It's as if Souta's leg is a creature being squeezed by a snake, as if no escape is left for it. Mirei lets out a breath of satisfaction, but that's only natural. When sleeping, Mirei uses the stuffed rabbit as a hugging pillow. As a result, Mirei has naturally developed a habit of hugging, and she can't sleep without touching something. The more she touches, the more ease she gains. However, that peace doesn't last long. The moment her eyes meet the stuffed rabbits inside the blanket, hostility dwells in Mirei's eyes. This guy. Unfair. Boff. Mirei delivers it, a headbutt crushing the belly of the rabbit she's always treated with care. It's not because she's gone crazy, it's precisely because jealousy is at work. Mirei is enduring with hugging instead of being carried. But what about the stuffed animal? It's being hugged by Souta with both arms. That's as good as being carried. When their gazes crossed, she noticed this difference. Hey, wake up. ZZZ, wake up. ZZZ, wake up. When you notice the superiority, you want to change the situation. Mirei raises her voice to wake Souta up and make the stuffed animal back off, but he doesn't wake up due to deep sleep. If his lower back hurts, it's fine even if he's lying down. Mirei wants him to treat her like the stuffed animal. Carry me. Her voice withers toward the end. It was a voice of giving up on waking him. HMPH, then never mind. Mirei is sulking but doesn't headbutt him again. It's not that she's dissatisfied even like this. She gently puts her head on the stuffed animal and hugs Souta again. And then, getting into a sleeping posture, she says, "Gee, good night, idiot." The greeting she finally managed to say, even if it's to the unconscious Souta. Without loosening her grip, Mirei, who has become Souta's clinging bug, closes her eyes and soon starts breathing sleepily. Although it's such a peaceful space, Mirei had already made a blunder that would shatter it. Before coming down to the first floor, she had left the door to her room open when she came to this living room section. The time is 5:30 in the early morning. Yawn. In a resident's room, Koyuki, who sits up with a yawn, has woken up due to thirst. There's only one place to hydrate, the living room. With a hazy mind, Koyuki puts on slippers and leaves the room to drink barley tea. And then, she notices when she steps into the second-floor hallway. At this hour, the door to Mirei's room is open. Koyuki is a guardian role. When faced with a situation different from usual, she can't help but check. She advances to the open door and peeks into the room, and immediately understands the situation. What? Her drowsy head switches in an instant. Mirei, who should always be there, is not in the bed. It's an empty shell. Where? Mirei? Koyuki loses her usual composure. In a hurry, she runs to check the second-floor bathroom. The balcony. Of course, she can't be there. And with all her ideas exhausted, Koyuki turns to others with teary eyes. Hiyoriy. Kotoha. Is Mirei there? Mirei is gone. Yes, by waking up the two who are sleeping. Having no way of knowing that Souta and Mirei are sleeping together in the living room. Chapter 75, Unfathomable Motives. Mirei-chan is missing? She hasn't come to Hiyori's room either. She hasn't come to my room either. Then where is Mirei? Could she have gone for a walk or something? Any male replies? I've never heard of her going for a walk at this hour, and I haven't been able to contact her. Leaving the door wide open is concerning, isn't it? Early morning, 5:35 a.m. Dere and Kotoha are awake because Koyuki called out to them. The conversation among the three revolves around Mirei, who has gone missing. For now, shall we go wake up Souta-san? He might know something. And if we're going to search, it's more efficient to have more people. You're right, Kotoha. With Koyuki at the lead, they go down the stairs. None of the residents are in a bad mood from waking up. They all have worried expressions. Knock 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 knock. Koyuki can't hide her impatience. She knocks faster and calls out toward the manager's room door. Souta-san, Souta-san, Souta-san. Please wake up. Following Koyuki, Hiyoriy urges with a loud voice, but there's no response from inside. Even when lowering the doorknob of the manager's room, the door doesn't open. This room is where all the important documents and such are managed. To prevent problems, it's properly locked. What should we do? Just as Koyuki utters a heavy voice at the dead end. A surprised voice reaches Koyuki and Hiyoriy from right beside them. Kotoha, who checked the living room thinking Mirei might be there, had her eyes wide open. You too. Souta-san is sleeping over here. See, on the sofa. What? In the living room? Why is that? Souta's bed is attached to the manager's room. There's no reason for him to sleep in the living room, so the three have varying reactions, naturally. Anyway, I'll wake up Souta-san. Mirei-san isn't in the living room either. Kotoha approaches the sleeping Souta and shakes his shoulder while calling out near his ear. At this moment, no one notices the blanket covering his body is bulging. Souta-san, Souta-san. Please wake up. A voice reaches his hazy consciousness. Souta frowns as if finding it annoying. But Mirei-san is missing. Souta opens his heavy eyelids, making a sound as if punched in the gut. Mirei-san is missing. These words immediately bring back his consciousness. He confirms while suppressing a yawn. Mirei-san is missing? Why yes, that's right. Huh? Wait, really? She wasn't in the bathroom either? It takes a moment for him to grasp the situation, but it's quite fast for having just woken up from deep sleep. Hiyoriy and Koyuki are behind Kotoha. It's not a joke, and it's clear at a glance that it's no trivial matter. There's no time to lie down anymore, no time to be groggy. The moment he vigorously sits up and tries to put his feet on the floor, Souta suddenly stops moving as if sensing something off. The force of sitting up and the force of stopping collide. Unable to withstand the momentum, the blanket slips off Suta's shoulder with a flop. At that moment, the gazes of the three shift from Souta at the same time and, as if drawn in, they look slightly downward, taking it into their view. The three suddenly fall silent and widen their eyes, reacting as if they had rehearsed it. Huh? When given such expressions as if possessed by something, questions naturally arise. Souta observes the situation while tilting his head but notices something. The three are looking at the area from Suta's chest to his waist. As if guided, he lowers his head, and there she is, still letting out soft sleepy breaths. A person is clinging to Souta. In his vision, he sees a head with black and pink hair color. And again, Hiyoriy, Kotoha, and Koyuki are all looking at the same thing. Among the residents, there's only one person with this color. It's Mirei, the one the three were looking for. As Souta looks up with his mouth closed, the three also raise their heads. Gazes mingling in the silence. He has no idea about this situation, although he has no clue. It's unmistakably bad, to say the least. Souta twists his neck once, puts his hand on his chin, moves his gaze up, down, left, and right, and his breathing becomes rough. Then he looks at the three. Their dumbfounded faces have changed. Dere, puffing her cheeks as if angry, has her honey-colored eyes burning. Kotoha, staring at him expressionlessly, isn't even blinking. Koyuki, furrowing her brow, shows an expression urging an explanation. Their gazes are cold, and the pressure from each of them combines to assault Souta. His mind is already frozen. For now, Souta covers Mirei's head with the blanket. This is the natural reaction when faced with a critical situation. Try hiding it for now. No one utters a word. The air is heavy and hostile. It's not what it looks like. No matter how trusted a person is, this alone lacks even a shred of persuasiveness. After all, he's making excuses while undeniable evidence is being witnessed. However, one mustn't forget. From Souta's perspective, it's she clung to me on her own. Anyway, it's not what you think. What's not what we think? It's exactly what it looks like. Souta-san, please tell us honestly. Yes, otherwise the conversation won't progress. Perhaps having something on their minds. Hiyoriy, who is angrily pouting, and Kotoha and Koyuki demand an explanation. Honestly, it was only a matter of time before this happened, and it was something that could have been dealt with beforehand. Koyuki had asked Souta, please be extra considerate during the rainy season, she said. As an extension of that, Souta persuaded Mirei and ended up sleeping together with her to prevent nightmares. What Souta should have done as the dorm manager was report to Koyuki, saying, this is how it was yesterday. This is how it was today. If Koyuki knew the reason why things turned out this way, she wouldn't have turned against him and would have skillfully pacified Hiyoriy and Kotoha. Of course, Souta had been thinking, I shouldn't report this to Koyuki. Still, the reason he didn't act according to his thoughts was precisely because he prioritized Mirei's feelings of not wanting anyone to find out about doing this. Even so, there's no time for regrets. Although it's after the fact, to overcome this crisis, he has to confess everything and make them understand. There's no other way. Actually, just as Souta opens his mouth to explain in order, his clothes on his back are suddenly grabbed so strongly that the clothes stretch. The only one who can do that is Mirei, who is clinging to him. With a puzzled expression, he slightly lifts the blanket, and his gaze crosses with Mirei, who is looking up at him. She probably already realizes the situation. Mirei, blushing up to her neck like a child, is shaking her head slightly from side to side. No, no. She moves her thin, pink lips slightly and requests concealment in a feeble voice. If she does this, the option to confess disappears. The path to make them understand is also lost. Somehow it ended up like this when I noticed. There's no way that's true. No. That's how it is. Prepared to be met with strong distrust and discomfort, Souta resolves to deceive them, believing that Mirei will follow up later. During the 20-minute period of making excuses with the feeling of shortening his lifespan, Mirei under the blanket took advantage of the confusion to rub her cheeks against him, hug him tightly, touch him with her bare feet. She kept indulging herself while enjoying the desperate situation. For Souta, Mirei's actions were simply unfathomable. Chapter 76, Mirei's Aftermath. This guy snuck in on his own while I was sleeping here. Isn't that unbelievable? What? No, that's not true. Don't lie. Confess already. I'm really not lying. The one lying is you, Mirei-san. Huh? Trying to shift the blame is seriously the worst. Why don't you go to hell like 100 times? Afterward, after Mirei woke up and sat up, in front of the other residents, the two involved parties, Souta and Mirei, started a verbal fight. Souta, who had continued to cover for Mirei, believing she would support him, had his hopes dashed. He was mercilessly sold out. The ruthless Mirei didn't state the fact that I invited him, didn't say anything to settle the matter like, well, nothing happened, so it's fine, right? Instead, she threw all the blame on him, saying, it's all his fault. Of course, some residents fall for such a devious Mirei. I think Mirei-chan is more credible after all. When I ended up sleeping together with Souta-san, the one who warned me the most was Mirei-chan. Considering that, I can't help but. What? Kotoha? That's Mirei-san's trap. Don't mess around with traps. There's no need for me to do that, right? Souta-san's claim is that it somehow turned out like this on its own, right? Then it's only natural for me to make a judgment like this, right? Well, I can't deny that, but it's true that it ended up like this on its own. That's unbelievable. That's where Hiyoriy, who has too much energy, joins in. When two of the three non-involved parties, Hiyoriy, Kotoha, and Koyuki, sided with Mirei, Souta found himself at a numerical disadvantage. I know it's a lot to ask, but please believe that. There's no way we can believe that. HMPH, huh? Mirei attacks Souta, and the moment their eyes meet, she raises the corners of her mouth, as if to mock him, saying, too bad. Mirei probably believes she has gained a numerical advantage. Some might think she's mocking him even though he covered for her. Or just tell the truth already. Still, Souta, who cherishes Mirei's feelings, wasn't thinking of conveying the truth. What he's doing is foolish. But this is the very action that has earned Souta trust. The wonderfulness of being considerate of others will surely come back to oneself. Hiyoriy, Kotoha. Why don't you calm down and think about it? Koyuki prefaces, putting her hand on her chin and making a difficult face. Souta-san's claim is certainly far-fetched, but based on his actions so far, I don't think he has the personality to do such a thing. Moreover, he's working at this dormitory on Risan's recommendation, so he can't take risky actions, right? Now that you mention it. But Souta-san's claim is strange, right? If it's the truth, he should be able to say it. That's right. He has the personality to do that. In fact, he did that to me. Kotoha agrees with Koyuki, who analyzes calmly, while Hiyoriy remains on Mirei's side, probably because Souta's oddity strongly bothers her. From Souta's perspective, Mirei and Hiyoriy are hostile. Kotoha is neutral, leaning toward an ally. Koyuki is an ally. It's 6 a.m. It's time for Souta to start making breakfast, but the atmosphere doesn't allow him to escape there. The usual liveliness of the dormitory was present. My guess is that Souta-san is hiding something. Or there's something he can't say. Something he can't say? Yes. If he lies, Mirei will certainly object. So from Souta-san's perspective, it's normal to leave a claim for us to believe in order to get us on his side. There's no merit in making a strange claim like it somehow turned out like this on its own. Wow. Mirei's eyes waver greatly at Koyuki's sharp point. There's no way she can argue against this, because from Souta's perspective, it's just as Koyuki says. That's his trap. Koyuki-san is being tricked by him. He's saying nonsense on purpose, aiming for that. Kotoha, what do you think after hearing my opinion? Well, yes. Mirei-chan has started to panic quite a bit, so there's a good possibility of that. I think Souta-san could come up with a better lie. Oh, of course I'm panicking. I'm being framed. The one framing is you, Mirei-san, right? You shut up and be quiet. Justice always prevails. That's what everyone has learned from Anpanan. Everything that was falling on Sutu is now coming back to Mirei. Mirei, you're hiding something, aren't you? You said he snuck in on his own, but the one sleeping on the backrest side, the inner side of the sofa, was Suta-san, right? In other words, the only way to think about it is that Suta-san slept on the sofa first, and then you snuck in there. No, that's wrong. That's just, like, sleeping positions. The positions switched during sleep. Her excuses are too poor to be believed. She's trying her best with a bright red face, but her lies are too clumsy when attacked. She's a ditz. Even Kotoha, who would have been on her side, is now giving her a stern look. Suta-san, do you have anything to say? Now's your chance. Koyuki phrases it in a way that implies, if you answer honestly now, your suspicions will be cleared. What should he do? Suta, showing hesitation while moving his head up, down, left, and right, accidentally notices Mirei next to him. There, Mirei is tightly sealing her lips, overlapping her index fingers, and rolling her eyes. The grinning Mirei from earlier is no longer there. Having been pointed out and opposed by Koyuki, whom she trusts the most, she probably realized she has no standing. She was completely reduced to a small fry, shrinking her shoulders. As you can see, it's not the usual Mirei. Piling on more would be too pitiful. Why yeah, maybe I'm in the wrong. No, that's not how I should put it. I'm the one in the wrong. I'm the one who snuck in. I guess I was half asleep. Ahaha. I knew it was something like that. I see. Koyuki and Kotoha immediately caught on unless they understood his intention. There's no merit in confessing after making so many excuses and finally gaining the upper hand. It's clear that it's an action to protect Mirei. It's clear, but there's one resident who takes it at face value. The pure and innocent Hiyoriy. What? Then, you mean, if we sleep in the living room, we might end up sleeping together with Suta-san? Huh? What? From top to bottom, it's Suta, Koyuki, and Kotoha. Even Mirei, who had a desperate face, was making a blank expression. There's no doubt that this one line derailed the conversation. Mirei-chan was hiding that, right? That's not fair. You could have told Hiyoriy too. Everyone is amazed by this misunderstanding. Still, for Suta, who has been protecting Mirei without conveying the truth, there's nothing more appreciated than this. Well, I heard from an anonymous source that Hiyoriy has bad sleeping habits, so I told Mirei-san to keep it a secret. I don't want to get kicked by her feet. What? That's rude to a lady. Wait, there's no one else but Mirei-chan who could be anonymous. Hiyoriy is probably glaring at Mirei with a scary face. Mirei is looking at her with an expression that doesn't even feel scary. I guess so. If Hiyoriy makes it into the top half of the grade rankings on the next test, I'll let her do the same thing as Mirei-san. Ah really? Then I have no choice but to do my best. Oh? Then I'll look forward to the next test. And I'll go make breakfast now. Yay! Hiyoriy wants a fried egg, rice ball, and ham. All right. This morning's commotion ended with Hiyori's misunderstanding. Hiyoriy follows behind Suta, who heads to the kitchen. With a cheerful skip, she intends to monitor him so she can eat it as soon as it's made, and the ones left in the living room are the perceptive Koyuki, Kotoha, and the culprit Mirei. Mirei, make sure to apologize to Suta-san later, okay? Even if you were planning to clear up the misunderstanding individually later, he's been protecting you all along. I'm sorry. Still, Suta-san is unbelievable. That defense could have risked ruining his relationship with us. That's how much he cherishes Mirei. I suppose only a handful of people could do such a thing. Yeah, being with only the same sex allows for honesty. Mirei, who had been thinking this all along, nodded at what Koyuki said. Even after such an incident, it's after the rainy season ends. Let's go. Wait a moment, Mirei-san. Sorry, Mirei, I'm still not used to it. If you get it wrong next time, I'll stab you. Suta, with a knife, The way they addressed each other had changed. And precisely because everyone knew they slept together, Mirei started openly demanding to sleep with him. Chapter 77. Koyuki's teasing. On a certain day after the rainy season ended. Souta-san is truly unbeatable. Huh? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Souta was riding in Koyuki's car, a black Audi, heading to a nearby supermarket. The car's interior was air-conditioned, and fashionable Western music was randomly playing from the speakers. Koyuki, wearing an off-shoulder top that exposed her white shoulders, smoothly turned the steering wheel and continued speaking. I was reflecting on the rainy season. Thanks to Souta-san's sincere efforts, Mirei didn't fall ill, right? Even though I've been involved with Mirei for years, I couldn't achieve the same results as you. That's why I say you're unbeatable. Saying Mirei didn't fall ill is a bit misleading. I think there were days when she forced herself to go to school. During the rainy season, she ate less food too. Oh, so that's why you were buying fruits every day? So Mirei would eat at least a little. It only worked for Hiyoriy though. It was super effective for her. During the rainy season, Souta prepared cut fruits for each person, but Mirei would give them to Hiyoriy, saying I can't eat anymore. You can probably imagine it already, but the fruits given to Hiyoriy were immediately stuffed into her mouth and munched on. What you're saying isn't wrong, Souta-san, but still, last year, Mirei's health deteriorated to the point where she couldn't go to school, so I think she had a much easier time this year. So, thank you. I'm really glad I relied on you. There's no higher praise for a dorm manager. Now Mirei relies on you more than me. It's like my role has been taken, like my daughter has been taken. I've pouted a few times, you know. Souta's eyes meet Koyuki's for a moment as she's driving, but she quickly averts her gaze as if to confirm her words are true. Ahaha. Actually, Mirei wants to rely on you more than me, Koyuki-san. That can't be true, right? She says it to me many times. I don't want to trouble the other residents, especially Koyuki-san, who I've relied on the most. In other words, she considers me someone she can trouble without issue. Knowing Mirei, she's just indulging herself with you to that extent. She's surprisingly shy despite how she looks, and she probably doesn't really know how to interact with the opposite sex. Koyuki, who properly conveys Mirei's situation even while pouting, is truly a mature woman. Driving suits her too. But I have absolutely no complaints. I'm happier that she's closing the distance with me rather than avoiding me like before. Closing the distance, huh? Did I say something strange? No. I was just thinking, could this be how you close the distance? Whoa. Wait. The moment the car stopped at a red light, Koyuki took her left hand off the wine-red steering wheel and reached out to Souta, gently stroking his thigh. Her exposed round shoulders approached, and he instinctively turned his face away. Please focus on driving while you're driving, Koyuki-san. We're stopped right now. Koyuki seemed to have seen through the words that would come back. He had no choice but to say that's true. Why, you've been teasing me quite a bit lately, haven't you, Koyuki-san? This is what happens when you take Mirei from me. I am kind of sorry about that. I'd like to forgive you, but bear with it a little longer. And at this timing, the light turns green. Koyuki reluctantly removes her hand from Souta's thigh, grips the steering wheel with both hands, and steps on the accelerator. I'm only saying this because it's you, Koyuki-san, but please refrain from physical teasing with other men. Some men might misunderstand it as an invitation. I'm curious about one thing. What would you do if you had such a misunderstanding, Souta-san? It would go exactly as you imagine. Oh? I can't believe it. Considering you haven't laid a hand on Mirei even though she sleeps cuddled up to you. Her body has feminine curves, so the sensation must be different. I won't explain it here, but Souta was hugged so tightly by Mirei he couldn't escape the sensation of her soft body pressing against his chest. Using the excuse of being a man is questionable, but to be honest, I did have impure thoughts. However, considering my position and Mirei's painful past, I couldn't lay a hand on her. This might sound rude, but if Souta-san hadn't kept his reason, Mirei would have been in serious trouble. I'd appreciate it if you didn't respond here. I think it's a bit different for me, who had impure thoughts, to agree. He ends up replying with agree. but Suta's feelings are sufficiently conveyed through his actions. Suta-san is truly sincere. I remember you responding the same way at my part-time job. Ahaha. Thank you for that time. With that personality, your girlfriend can feel secure in dating you, Suta-san. I don't know if I'll get a girlfriend though. At his previous workplace, he was worn out both physically and mentally, and didn't even have the desire for a girlfriend. But now, he has peace of mind and can do his job with some leeway. Lost feelings can be revived. By the way, what type of woman do you prefer, Suta-san? Let's see. The most important thing is a woman who won't betray me. Won't betray you? Yes, it might be seen as a bit heavy, but I want to have a serious relationship, not a casual one, so I don't want to be two-timed or anything like that. I'm loyal, even though I may not look it. Is there anything else? Koyuki throws a jab like a gust of wind and prompts him again. I also like someone who's good at being considerate. My previous job was a black company, so I kind of wanted to receive a message or even an email saying good work today after work sometimes. It might make me seem like a domineering husband though. I sometimes even go to pick you up at work after sending an email. Anything else? Koyuki attacks in the same way again. If I may be extravagant, I'd like my girlfriend to have a little income. I want to try going on trips, and if that happens, just my salary alone would be a bit unreliable. I currently have a decent annual income and savings enough to support one man. Anything else? Koyuki-san. What is it? Koyuki looks nonchalant, but even she can't ignore it when it happens for the third time. No, Suta couldn't help but retort. I apologize for the Mirei incident, so please stop with those kinds of jokes. I might seriously bite back, you know? That sounds interesting in its own way. That's why I'm telling you to stop. I'll get angry if you tease me anymore. Fufu. Suta gets teased like this, but that's just his own misunderstanding. Koyuki isn't promiscuous. She doesn't go around touching people's thighs. She doesn't reveal the amount of her savings either. Moreover, there was no apology for the teasing. She just laughed it off. From there, Koyuki continues driving, tucking her hair behind her ear to secure her vision, and glances at Suta dozens of times. Her transparent sky blue eyes reflect his gallant profile. Her cheeks naturally turn scarlet. She doesn't do this to just anyone. She doesn't become like this. For Koyuki, the impression of Suta, who helped her precious Mirei, has already surpassed the framework of a dorm manager. What Suta thought was teasing was, in fact, Koyuki's way of appealing to him as a member of the opposite sex. Chapter 78, Koyuki's approach. Whoa, okra is on sale. Oh, cabbage too. Oh, Shinji mushrooms as well. Immediately after arriving at the large supermarket, Suta heads to the vegetable section with Koyuki and happily approaches the sale items. To others, Suta probably looks like a house husband. Fufu. Suta-san becomes like a child when he comes to the supermarket, doesn't he? A child? If I were to compare it, it's like a child who's been taken to a toy store. In a good way. You look really lively. Ahaha. I'm sorry for showing you an embarrassing side of me. I can't help but get happy when I see things on sale. You don't need to apologize. That feeling is important, and it's favorable to me. I get to see your cute side. See cute? Suta becomes like this every time he goes to the supermarket. When he finds cheap items, he quickly latches onto them just like Hiyoriy, and when examining the products, he gets a serious expression. It's amusing to see his expression change so quickly. It might be a complicated compliment for a man, but Suta-san in the dorm has a mature side, so there's a gap. For now, I'll make sure not to take the other residents shopping with me. It's obvious they'll attack me if they see me like this. Not wanting to be teased with cute, Suta tries to protect himself. It's a natural reaction. It's Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha. The three of them. It's a rare sight you don't show in the dorm, so they might secretly take pictures of you. That's the worst. I'm really glad only you know about this, Koyuki-san. Seriously, I'll keep it a secret, so don't worry. Phew, I'm really grateful. Do you think everyone notices how well Koyuki is handling this? Suta's childish side can only be seen while shopping, and so far, the only one who has accompanied Suta shopping is Koyuki. In other words, Among the residents, only Koyuki has seen this rare side of Souta. I don't want to show this to the other residents. I don't want such a side of Souta to be known. To continue having that special feeling, she used the word secretly take pictures to keep them away. It's Koyuki's way of doing things, but it's a feeling everyone has. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing. You forgot something? In return for keeping it a secret from the other residents, I may have already secretly taken pictures of you, Souta-san. Ahaha. There's no way you'd do that, Koyuki-san. I know that. Oh my, if it's a man I'm in love with, it becomes an exception. Souta-san, you'd want to take pictures of the woman you like too, right? So you can look at them in your room. I'm the type to properly get permission because I like them. That part. Wait, huh? In love with, huh? Souta now notices something off about what she just said. He stops his hand reaching for a product and starts thinking. According to Koyuki's statement, the man she's in love with is Souta, so I have a picture of you shopping as my smartphone wallpaper. Want to see it? Koyuki smiles somewhat amusedly. If it's really set as her wallpaper, it becomes a fact that she's in love with him. But, having had a little time, Souta accurately understands the situation. He returns the smile and waves his hands left and right. I'll pass. The wallpaper you're trying to show me now isn't a picture of me, but a picture of your pet taken at your family home, right? There's a good possibility I changed it, don't you think? It's a cherished memory, so you wouldn't change it so easily. Am I wrong? Geez. You're right. How did you guess it? Koyuki presses the power button on her smartphone as if it's boring and shows the wallpaper. On the wallpaper she reveals as she enters the password, there's a picture of a white rabbit she keeps at her family home, just as Souta said. Souta had accidentally seen this wallpaper before and talked about it with Koyuki, so it remained in the corner of his memory. This is what it means to be a manager, Koyuki-san. I won't be defeated so easily. Fufu, that's like throwing down a challenge to me, isn't it? Then I'll have to think of other methods. Of course, I don't mind, just don't go overboard, okay? Yes, I'll do things that aren't excessive, so don't worry. I feel like I just heard something scary. Maybe it was your imagination. I don't say scary things. Why, you're right. Then I'll assume it was my imagination. Souta understands it wasn't his imagination, but it's probably not something to pursue too much. While having such a conversation, they make one round of the store, and Koyuki stops in front of a certain product. Come to think of it, you like peaches, don't you, Koyuki-san? Yes, peaches are delicious, aren't they? What Koyuki was staring at was a soft pink fruit, a peach with white fuzz. When there are a lot of your favorite foods, your eyes get drawn to them after all. Then why don't you buy some while we're here? No, I'll hold back. We bought a lot of fruits during the rainy season, so we have to consider the food expenses, right? Well, it did cost more than other months, since I was buying fruits for everyone. That's why I'll refrain. Souta had been buying fruits every day for Mirei, whose appetite had decreased during the rainy season. If one of the residents begs Souta, he'll have to buy for all the other residents too. Koyuki was considering his wallet situation. To be honest, I was going to buy them with my own money, but I forgot my wallet in the car. It's a blunder. This is after the fact, but I also feel like eating peaches now, you know? So I'll buy one for each of us. Since it's my money, you don't need to worry about food expenses, and if we eat them quickly, the others won't find out. Thank you. Then I'll pay you back later. No, let me treat you. No way. I know you're being considerate, Souta-san. It's understandable. Without saying it, that Souta moved to make sure Koyuki wouldn't hold back when he said I feel like eating them after the fact. Koyuki tries to at least pay him back, but Souta makes the first move. This is a manager's order. If you break it, I'll kick you out of the dorm, so please let me spoil you. Souta blatantly abuses his authority. Normally it would be a big problem, but this is out of consideration for the other person. It's not something to be offended by. Geez, I don't think it's right to use your power only at times like this. I apologize for that. It's the only way I can win against you, Koyuki-san. Then I'll leave the peach selection to you. As payback, I'll choose a sour peach for you. Souta-san. Ah, if you do that, I'll steal your peach, so be prepared. In that case, I might misuse the secretly taken pictures. Ha ha ha, that threat won't work on me. I know you don't have any. Fufu. How cute. What is? Souta acts confident, thinking that since Koyuki's smartphone wallpaper hasn't changed equals he hasn't been secretly photographed. However, Koyuki isn't the type to lie using dangerous words like secretly taken pictures. Smartphones have an album where you can save photos. In return for keeping it a secret from the other residents, I may have secretly taken pictures of you, Souta-san. Oh my, if it's a man I'm in love with, it becomes an exception. Souta-san, you'd want to take pictures of the woman you like too, right? So you can look at them in your room. That is the answer to everything. Chapter 79, More Than Others. A few hours have passed since shopping, and it's now 4:50 p.m. Souta, who has already finished preparing dinner that he needs to complete by 6 p.m. and has wrapped up his current work, brings a futon from the manager's room while suppressing a yawn. Koyuki, who has seen this scene several times from the rainy season until now, continues her handmade work without being particularly disturbed and calls out to Souta. You can finally take a nap. Ahaha, I'm sorry. Even though you're working, Koyuki-san, you don't need to worry about that. It's tough once your life balance is disrupted, isn't it? To be honest. Yes, at first, I tried my best, but it's no good after all. The drowsiness is just so strong. Although they don't mention it, there's only one reason why Souta's life balance is disrupted. During the rainy season, he was taking care of Mirei late at night. That burden is now hitting Souta. Of course, only Koyuki knows that Souta's life balance is disrupted, and it's a secret. This was something the two of them discussed in order to avoid giving Mirei a sense of guilt and to prevent worrying the other residents. I have to get it back to normal soon. Otherwise, it will seem like I'm slacking off at work. No one would ever think you're slacking off, Souta-san. Even today, you're putting off all your break time and using it for a nap, right? That's the case, more or less. You're doing what needs to be done, so no one will complain. If anything happens, I'll defend you, so leave it to me. Thank you very much. But it's true that I'm not working as much as usual, so I'll try to get back to normal as soon as possible. Souta is doing his assigned work properly even while taking naps, but usually he works tirelessly with the momentum to forego breaks. Because he has been doing more than his quota every day, he can't help but have some thoughts. You're beyond the realm of diligence, really. I've never seen someone younger than me who's like that. Is that so? I'm just saying what's natural. The fact that you're trying to take a nap in the living room like this already shows how serious you are. It means work is always on your mind. That's to save electricity. It's a waste to use air conditioning in two places. Then to be precise, it's because by sleeping in the living room, you can have me wake you up, right? No, it's to save electricity. Souta firmly refuses to change his answer, but Koyuki has seen through him. Alarms are convenient, but being woken up by a person is more reliable. There's also no possibility of going back to sleep. This feeling is stronger for Souta than saving electricity. If you won't be honest, maybe I should do my work in my room. No. Let's not do that. I mean, working in a spacious area is more efficient, right? You panicked just now. You're trying to use me as an alarm after all. Koyuki narrows her beautiful eyes and looks at him with suspicion. Still, she doesn't seem to be angry. The corners of her mouth are turned up as if to say, it can't be helped. Oh, sorry, Souta-san. If you don't sleep soon, there won't be time for your nap. Why, you're right. Then, Koyuki-san, I'll take a nap now. Yes, 5:50 p.m. as usual, right? Yes. Please do that. If anything happens, please don't hesitate to wake me up. I'll respond right away. Got it? Then, good night, Koyuki-san. Good night. And so ends the conversation with Souta, who lies down on the sofa. No new conversation arises from here. Koyuki is engrossed in her work, and Souta is trying to take a nap. They both have the feeling of not wanting to disturb each other. And so, about 30 minutes pass with silence reigning. Phew. A small sigh is exhaled into the living room, and the sound dissipates. As if cutting the thread of concentration, Koyuki stops her hands and stretches her upper body by raising both arms. She was finally finished today's quota. 30 minutes have already passed. Koyuki looks at the clock installed in the living room, puts eye drops from the table, and starts putting away her items. It's a task that takes time to get used to, but Koyuki has done it dozens, hundreds of times. Knowing where to put things, she finishes without hesitation. By the time she puts everything back in the case, it's 5:35 p.m. With 15 minutes left until waking up Souta, Koyuki stands up from her chair. The place she heads to is the sofa where Souta is sleeping. Zzz, zzz, there lies Souta, breathing sleepily. Perhaps he has completely turned off the switch, as his powerless arm hangs down from the sofa to the floor. Geez, I'm being too immature. Just looking at Souta-san makes me jealous of Mirei. Koyuki, who knows Mirei's situation the best, thinks that way. It's something everyone knows that Mirei can freely do as she pleases with Souta's sleeping figure. Mirei-chan, who was cautioning me so much, fell for him so easily. It can't be helped when Souta-san treats her so kindly. There's a solid process leading up to that. But I do have some thoughts about Mirei having her way with Souta-san. Right? Oh my, are you envious of Mirei, Kotoha? That's yes, I am. It's really nice after all. I know because I've also slept together with Souta-san, but when he's in a deep sleep, he doesn't wake up easily, so you can freely do what you want with his body. I see. This is the content of a conversation she had with Kotoha a few days ago. The factor that pricked Koyuki's heart. And the same goes for Hiyoriy. Hiyoriy has a promise to sleep with Souta if she makes it into the top half of her grade rankings. It was more than enough to feel jealousy toward the other residents. Sigh. I wonder if there's any way to deal with this seriously. This refers to the mix of jealousy and possessiveness. It's a feeling that every human being has, but Koyuki's was exceptionally strong. Souta-san. Koyuki takes Souta's hand hanging from the sofa and gently returns it to his body. However, the way she holds his hand is different from the norm. She intertwines her fingers with Souta's and returns it while squeezing tightly in a lover's grip to calm her jealousy and possessiveness even a little. Koyuki woke up Souta at 5:46 p.m. It could be said that she woke him up with plenty of time to spare, but before the other residents come back, so that the other residents don't see his sleeping face. Such feelings accounted for more than 80% of it. Chapter 80. Kotoha picking up on Koyuki's feelings. It's the time when the sun has set and the full moon shows its face. Kotoha, who is having dinner at the living room table, addresses Koyuki, who is sitting across from her, with a questioning voice. Yuki-chan, are you thinking about something? Huh, what makes you think that? It must have been sudden for Koyuki. She asks back with a somewhat dumbfounded face. You had a difficult expression while looking at the kitchen. That's why. I'm sorry. I was just spacing out. It's nothing in particular, as long as that's the case. But if you're not feeling well, please tell me right away. The temperature has been rising recently. Yes, thank you, Kotoha. Please do the same. You spend more time outside than I do. If there's one thing Souta isn't having trouble with, it's that the residents get along well and there are few problems. Because there's no hostile atmosphere, it has become an easy place for Souta to work. I may not look it, but I'm tough, so I'm fine. And yet, on the rare occasions you're not feeling well, you try to hide it, don't you, Kotoha? That's why it's troublesome. What? What do you mean? But from now on, even that won't work anymore, right? It will be difficult to slip past that, won't it? If you look towards the kitchen, you see Souta seriously checking inventory while writing on paper. That's also the reason why Koyuki was blankly looking. So Yuki-chan thinks the same. His observational skills are sharp, after all. Yes, I haven't told this to anyone, but I was easily seen through, you know. Something I was confident about. Seen through? If I tell this story, you'll probably understand to some extent. But how do you hide dark circles when you're sleep deprived, Kotoha? Of course. I use cosmetics, concealer, right? Both of them wear makeup, so they're knowledgeable about cosmetic names. Kotoha gives the correct answer without hesitation. Correct. That concealer was found out, even though I applied it well. Huh? Do men notice that? Even though Yuki-chan's makeup is skillful without flattery, I never expected it to be found out, so I was really surprised. After that, I was immediately ordered to take a nap. Souta-san was worried about your health, wasn't he? That's just like him. Did you call me just now? Souta reacts strongly when Kotoha mentions his name. It wasn't like he was eavesdropping, but it just happened to reach his ears. Yes, I thought it was rare for the adult group to be gathered. Although she didn't particularly call him, Koyuki quickly reacts and invites Souta into the conversation. Ah, that's certainly true. Hiyoriy and Mirei went upstairs early, didn't they? If I remember correctly, they had plans to play games with friends. That's right, I heard they're going to play 4-player matches. They're really like students, aren't they? At this age, you stop making plans to play games with friends. Ah, I also noticed at some point that game topics have disappeared for me too. It might be because the age range of the people you interact with changes when you enter society. Oh, by the way, Yuki-chan, do you play any games? As expected of a receptionist, Kotoha suggests a new topic at the timing when the content of the conversation ends. Let's see, it might be tomboyish, but I play FPS and puzzle games that can be played on smartphones. What about you, Souta-san? I don't really play anything. Ah, if I had to say, it would be online Pictionary Hiyoriy. What about you, Kotoha? I play an axolotl breeding game and a farming simulation game. I like games where you raise things. Oh my, we have such mismatched interests. The three of them skillfully point out the gaps in each other's statements. Koyuki smiles wryly as if summarizing. I was a bit surprised to hear that Koyuki-san plays gun games. That was unexpected for me too. The screams you hear when you defeat an opponent are funny, It feels good. Ah, I've seen that flowing on Twitter before. You can hear some that sound like they're doing voice training. That sounds interesting. Maybe I should install it too. Then why don't you play with me next time? It's more fun with two people than alone. Yes, I'd love to. Fufafu, I'll throw grenades and tease you. Why would you do that? Please be kind to beginners. At this moment, Souta thinks. Rather than playing together with these two, he'd rather observe them playing from a distance. We've taken out 3, so let's push forward all at once. I'll take the lead. He imagines Koyuki coolly giving orders like a leader. Wow, I'm getting shot a lot. About 60 shots until I'm down, I guess. And Kotoha, who gives off a strong character vibe with her calm analysis but gets taken out easily. That alone would be interesting. Fufu, now that the conversation is getting lively, why don't you take a break too, Souta-san? If you'd like, I'd love for you to keep us company. Ah, I'm sorry, it's a tempting invitation, but I'll have to decline. I slacked off a bit today, so I have to finish that part. Huh. It's rare for Souta-san to slack off? Don't be fooled, Kotoha. Even if he says he's slacking off, Souta-san still meets his quota. Oh, that's right. I almost got tricked. Kotoha, who has deep trust in Koyuki, affirms her words without questioning or denying them. She narrows her round, apple-colored eyes and shows a gentle smile. I am honestly happy to be accepted so readily. Well then, I'll go finish the remaining work in the manager's room. So call me if you need anything. Yes, I understand. In exchange, please keep me company when you're done with work, Souta-san. Ahaha, leave it to me. And so, Souta turns off the kitchen lights and crosses the living room with the inventory paper in hand. He opens the door and heads to the manager's room. It's a common situation. But this is when Kotoha feels something off about Koyuki sitting in front of her. By chance, she noticed Koyuki's blatant actions. Until Souta left the living room, she was following him with a passionate gaze while moving her head from left to right. The moment the door connecting the living room and the hallway closed, she had a pouting expression like a child. Kotoha immediately figured out the true nature of this discomfort. I'm sorry, I was just spacing out. It's nothing in particular. If this was about looking at Souta in the kitchen. Yes, I thought it was rare for the adult group to be gathered. If it wasn't a topic created to avoid an awkward atmosphere, but simply because she wanted to include Souta in the conversation. Don't be fooled, Kotoha. Even if he says he's slacking off, Souta-san still meets his quota. If she was throwing in support to prevent Suta's position from looking bad. Yes, I understand. In exchange, please keep me company when you're done with work, Souta-san. If it was a blatant appeal of wanting to close the distance, everything connects. Why Yuki-chan? Kotoha connects her words while including tension in her voice. If it's my misunderstanding, that's fine, but what is it? Could it be that Yuki-chan? However, the next words didn't come out. Even though the words were sorted out in her head, she couldn't say them out loud. No. It's nothing after all. Souta-san, did you fall in love with him? That's what she couldn't say. She immediately understood what kind of situation it would be if she voiced it out loud. Geez, what's wrong? You're making me curious. Sorry. For some reason, I forgot what I was going to say. Then tell me when you remember, okay? Why yes, I'll probably remember soon. So this was the first time Kotoha lied to Koyuki. That's right. Of course, Souta-san is the other person. Even Yuki-chan would end up like that. And this was the muttering in her muddled heart. Chapter 81. A certain resident is cunning. This is something a certain resident actually witnessed. Souta-san, give me a reward. What's gotten into you all of a sudden, Hiyoriy? I don't recall making a promise to give you a reward. You did. Hiyoriy smiles. Let me ask again. We didn't make such a promise, right? We did. Hiyoriy smiles broadly. This is the last time. If you lie, no reward. We didn't make such a promise, right? Maybe we didn't. Souta attacks with pursuit, but Hiyoriy counters with a full smile as if she's enjoying it. For now, let me just ask what you want a reward for. A reward for working hard studying for 6 hours since morning. Oh, you studied for 6 hours today? Yes, it's not a lie. This is where Hiyoriy digs her own grave, so to speak. I see. If you worked hard for 6 hours, I guess I have to give you a reward. What do you want me to do? Pat my head, please. And I want a piggyback ride too. What? And Souta is surprised by the barrage of rewards section. This is something a certain resident witnessed. Souta, I want to eat immerse tomorrow. Is that a no-go? It's fine, Mirei. No one else has made a request. What do you want in the immerse? I want you to put in wieners, those sliced ones. Got it. Souta smiles happily at Mirei, who makes the request shyly. Oh. And I want to drink soup too. Maybe. Sure. Then I'll make soup too. I want you to put shiitake mushrooms in the soup. Shiitake is Hiyori's least favorite food, you know. That's why I want you to put it in. She messed with me the other day, so I'm getting back at her. Mirei isn't the type to hold a grudge over small things. She wouldn't do this kind of payback unless she was really annoyed. What did Hiyoriy do to you? When I was in the bathroom, she used the door to play Taigo no Tatsujin. She was saying don do 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 donka with her mouth. The intensity was at the Ana difficulty level. Oh, that's just like Hiyoriy. But isn't that because Hiyoriy also wanted to use the bathroom? The bathroom on the first floor was available. All right. Let's put in shiitake. Thanks. But the responsibility is on you, Souta. And let's sleep together tomorrow. Okay? What? And Souta is surprised by the sudden request section. This is something a certain resident actually witnessed. Such an alluring voice. It feels really good. Souta-san. Should I press harder? Kotoha. It is to be about that much, or it's not enough. If you only hear the voices, it's a conversation that could be misunderstood, but they're not doing anything obscene. Still, you're good at this. I used to give massages to my family, but man, this shoulder stiffness is incredible. It's become hard like a rock. Fufu. It might be because of my desk work. Maybe you should loosen up in the bath every day. I hear severe stiffness can cause headaches and nausea. I try to do it to some extent, but getting it massaged is better after all. Kotoha, who is emitting a comfortable aura, is wearing revealing clothes. She has a camisole that exposes her arms and shoulders and shorts that show her thighs. Despite showing so much white skin, she doesn't show any wariness. She closes her eyes and entrusts her body to Souta. This is what made a certain resident the most irritated. She's appealing as a woman, seducing him, although she's doing it where others can see. That's how it was perceived. After I'm done with your shoulders, should I do your back and lower back too? I think it'll make you feel a bit better. Huh. Is that okay? Even if I'm spoiled, I've made good progress with work. If there's anywhere else you want me to massage, what do you want to do? Then, can I also ask you to massage my legs? My boss said it felt good. What? It's a request to massage her bare legs. Naturally, Souta is surprised by the content section. This is a part of a certain resident's memory. Hiyoriy skillfully begging. Mirei skillfully satisfying her heart. Kotoha skillfully being spoiled. All of them except Koyuki are doing things that can hardly be called wholesome. The dorm manager Souta is a free person who belongs to no one. Precisely because he's free, he doesn't have to worry about having a girlfriend. There's no problem if it's something the residents desire. If you're envious, you should just say so. That's the logical argument. Koyuki has no words to refute, but there's the issue of her position and personality. She can't hurl complaints, but dissatisfaction just keeps accumulating over the frustrating situation. To say it once more, Koyuki is the only one who hasn't been able to have physical contact. Because she sees Souta as a member of the opposite sex, she dislikes excessive contact with him. However, when patience reaches its limit, the way of thinking also changes. If everyone is doing it, then I too. Because impatience arises, the switch for moving forward is pressed. One can shed a layer. If her position and personality get in the way and she can't be spoiled, she just needs to devise a way around that, and Koyuki immediately comes up with a flow that won't be felt as strange. I received the earrings you made, Koyuki-san. I really like them. I was surprised at how carefully they were made. My boyfriend, who normally doesn't praise me, complimented them. It really helped that you moved up the schedule for me. I'll use your services again, so please take care of me. Koyuki's main job is handmade crafts, and she has even created a social media account to increase her name recognition. Many happy voices from those who made personal requests arrive in her personal email. However, it's not all good news. Koyuki, precisely because she has a beautiful face, also receives troublesome emails from a throwaway account. An account for sending emails that can be discarded. Emails like this fly in. I fell in love at first sight. Please give me your personal contact information. I'm sorry, I ran out of money, so could you let me stay over? Let's meet up sometime. I'll pay whatever you ask and treat you to any meal. I'll give you 150,000 yen for a night. How about it? I went out of my way to buy the product, but your address wasn't written on the invoice. You don't have to handle it like you only told the shipping company. She has received countless emails with ulterior motives. In fact, there are more emails on this side than congratulatory ones. Koyuki had decided to take advantage of this situation. I wonder where Koyuki-chan lives. The shipping fee was 1,080 yen, so it must be around this area. Content that could be perceived as stalking. It was a DM sent along with a photo of the predicted area. Normally, it would seem like a crisis is approaching, but when showing her face online, Koyuki has thoroughly investigated all the causes that could lead to her being identified. She has made perfect arrangements. The only possibility of being identified is when she's working part-time or when she's out. It can't be helped that luck gets involved. Because there are no other holes, there's no trace of anxiety, and precisely because she received this email, Koyuki can come on strong. On a weekday at 11:20 p.m. Huh? You might be stalked. Yes. You know I show my face on social media, right? That's the reason. Koyuki consulted with Souta at this time when the residents would be going to bed. Of course, she kept it a secret that the possibility of being stalked is only a matter of luck and that she doesn't have any anxiety. I may be at fault for showing my face, but I'm really scared of this email. To increase credibility, she puts on a gloomy expression and a dejected tone of voice. Her acting is so good that no one can see through it. I see. I understand the content of your consultation. What should I do? Souta-san, if I were to give advice, I'd say consult the police. This kind of thing is difficult for an amateur to handle, and nowadays, you can easily consult by phone. About that, I heard that if there's no actual harm done, the police can't take action. In other words, they can't deal with it. Huh, is that so? Yes. This text, in particular, is too weak to be judged as stalking. Don't you think? Well, that's true. There's nothing like "I saw you at the supermarket" that implies they're following you. The sender must have thought that far ahead. In fact, the one who has thought this far is Koyuki. After all, she's the one who chose this email out of the numerous stalker emails she received. It's all to get Suited to propose an idea. That's why I'm worried. They seem to be well versed in this, and there's no way to deal with it. That's right. The safest option would be to shut yourself in the dorm until things cool down. But Koyuki-san, you have a part-time job. Yes. I often hear about making the stalker give up by ignoring them. But I don't have that kind of man. Koyuki has bet on making Suta understand. Suta closes his mouth, as if pondering over this statement, and Koyuki waits for his reaction. After several seconds of silence, Suta, with a difficult expression, crosses his arms and answers. Koyuki-san, I'll act as your boyfriend. Huh? Koyuki almost grins from the joy of things going according to plan, but she somehow endures and responds. I don't think I can be of much help, but given the current situation, I don't think there's any harm in trying. For now, I'll start dropping you off at work on your next part-time day. Are you really okay with that? Of course, there may be risks, but I'll be satisfied just being able to act as Koyuki-san's boyfriend. Geez. A smile escapes from Koyuki in response to his sincere concern, a joke to dispel anxiety, and a serious response from the person she sees as a member of the opposite sex. It's impossible not to be happy. For now, let's go with this approach. If anything bothers you, please let me know right away. If you continue to receive emails that seem to be getting close to identifying you, let's go consult the police. Yes, thank you, Souta-san. I'll properly thank you next time. There's no doubt that she's taking advantage of Suta's good intentions for her own desires and making him do unnecessary work. She's properly considering how to thank him for that. No, you don't need to thank me. We help each other out in times of need. I understand. I'll take you up on that, Souta-san. Huh? Hey, don't say it like that, Fufafu. Koyuki accurately understands the merits of showing her face on social media, differentiates herself from her peers, and directs them to her blog, which has led to an income that allows her to purchase a luxury car. With this, she can compete with the other residents, just by going out, just by accompanying him shopping. She can be spoiled a lot under the pretext of being his girlfriend. Both her jealousy and possessiveness can be satisfied. Now, what should I ask Souta-san for? How should I attract his attention? Koyuki is a person who doesn't lose to anyone. Chapter 82, Hinting at Affection. Souta-san, are you going shopping today? After Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha left the dorm, Koyuki, holding her handmade tools, sits on a chair in the living room and checks with Suta. That's right. We've used up all the ingredients, and the stock of laundry detergent is running out, so I'll go buy that too. Fufu. Then I'd like to accompany you, if that's okay. There will be luggage, so I'll take the car out. Thank you for always accompanying me. I'm thinking of heading out at 11 o'clock today, so please let me know if you need to prepare anything. They have the same exchange every time they go shopping, but starting today, there will be one more thing added. Because Koyuki has agreed to something, their relationship will change when they're outside. So, Souta-san, just to confirm, you haven't forgotten about acting as my boyfriend, right? Of course not. I've been thinking about you ever since that consultation. Thank you. I'm really happy. It's only natural. Though I may be inadequate as a boyfriend. Ahaha. Oh my. Please have more confidence. You're my boyfriend after all. The main reason Koyuki accompanies him shopping is this: because she can have Suta, the person she's interested in as a member of the opposite sex, act as her boyfriend. If there's any inconvenience, It would be that the boyfriend act can't be used inside the dorm. So Koyuki-san, before I act as your boyfriend, there's one thing I'd like to discuss. Is that okay? Discuss? What is it? Even if I'm acting as your boyfriend, how far can I go with Koyuki-san? Since we're not actually dating, it's better to set limits so we can avoid any unpleasant feelings. Souta, who has no idea that this situation was intentionally created, is trying to set rules so that Koyuki won't feel uncomfortable. Koyuki, who lets out a laugh at his gentlemanly response, conveys her true feelings as they are. Fufafu. Then don't worry. I won't feel uncomfortable no matter what you do, Souta-san. Huh? This is a delicate matter, so you don't need to hold back. Everyone has things they don't like being done to them. I'm not holding back at all. Then you're saying I don't need to be considerate? I'm not being considerate either, you know? Koyuki is straightforwardly expressing her feelings, while Souta is casting a doubtful eye on her answer. He's misunderstanding, thinking, she's probably not making any extravagant demands because I'm acting as her boyfriend. Souta, who strongly wants her to tell him if there's anything she dislikes, takes a firm stance here. Then I'll give an extreme example, but that would mean you're okay even with borderline sexual harassment, right? Touching your shoulder or even more than that. Like going to a love hotel as a couple? Why yes. There might be times when I say something like this is the best way to make the stalker misunderstand, so you should say what you dislike while you can. If Souta-san is okay with it, I don't mind that at all. What? Of course. You'll have to take responsibility for just sleeping together. Not just anything, but the responsibility of becoming my real boyfriend. Souta gave an extreme example to get her to tell him what she dislikes, but he receives an unexpected answer. He can only open his mouth in astonishment. Fufu, knowing you, Souta-san, you probably wouldn't do such things, but if you do invite me, please be prepared to marry me. I yield. Koyuki smoothly changes becoming a real boyfriend to marrying, and Souta makes a bitter face, unable to get her to tell him what she dislikes. Let me hammer it in again to the surrendered Souta-san, but please keep this matter a secret from the other residents. Are you sure it's okay not to tell them? I think it would be more reassuring for you, Koyuki-san, to have as many people as possible who understand. I'm the oldest one here, so I can't make them worry. Besides, it's my own fault for showing my face online. Koyuki is saying things that sound plausible, but to be honest, she just wants to keep this relationship a secret. Having Souta pretend to be her boyfriend, judging from their interactions so far, it's predictable that some residents will admire and envy this. Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha all fall into that category. She doesn't want to give up this special position to gain an advantage over multiple residents. She doesn't want to lose to anyone. So that's how it is. Koyuki-san, you really are mature to think about even that. No, I'm still a child. When I want something, I stubbornly want to monopolize it, to the point where I don't even want it to be touched. You won't lend it out? I'm quite mean, aren't I? That's kind of unexpected. I thought you'd act in a way that improves the atmosphere, Koyuki-san. 99% of the time, I act that way, but there's 1% that I absolutely can't compromise on. When you put it that way, I might be the same. There are things I don't want others to touch, especially things I cherish. Yes, especially for me. So the conversation is going smoothly, but what Souta and Koyuki are thinking is completely different. Souta is thinking about monopolizing things, while Koyuki is thinking about monopolizing people. In other words, all of Koyuki's statements are directed at Souta. She's hinting at her affection to make him aware of her. I like greedy women. I think it applies to all men, because we want to be spoiled. Then can I spoil you a lot? Of course. Spoil me as much as you like. That will also lead to making the stalker misunderstand. Fufu. Koyuki raises the corners of her mouth defiantly and makes a triumphant face with her sky blue eyes sparkling, while letting her gaze wander over Souta's hands, arms, and chest. She's thinking about where to touch him. Section. And so, the time becomes 11 o'clock, when they plan to go shopping. Shall we go then? Yes, let's go. Koyuki, wearing light makeup, has changed into a soft, calm baby pink and black combination color dress. To appeal as a woman, Koyuki exposes her flawless white skin from her shoulders to her fingertips and responds to Souta while wearing sandals on her bare feet. They're about to go on a shopping date. The moment she stands up from the entrance with an excited expression and lines up next to Souta. Huh? It was too sudden. Koyuki's white, supple hand was firmly grasped by Souta without being given a choice. Let's start from this stage. There's a possibility that the fact that we live in this dorm has already been discovered. That's right. Souta doesn't have an embarrassed expression on his face. He had a serious look as if driven by a sense of mission to protect her from the stalker. So I'm sorry, Souta-san. My hands are cold because I have poor circulation. Don't worry about it. I think they'll warm up soon. Koyuki attacked before she could prepare her heart. Furthermore, Souta squeezes her hand tightly so that it doesn't come off, and her face turns red. The sensation of his rough, powerful hand. Her mind goes blank from his thick, large fingertips. The hand she's holding is the hand of the man she has feelings for. This is the first time Koyuki has touched Souta's hand, just from holding hands. Why do I feel like this? This is precisely what it means to have a weakness for someone you love. Koyuki somehow hides her reddened ears and cheeks under her long hair, but her toes peeking out from her sandals are restlessly moving. Chapter 83, Koyuki's Display 1. Sigh. I never thought you'd link arms with me, Koyuki-san. Souta, who placed the shopping bags in the back seat and returned to the passenger seat, gives Koyuki, who is gripping the steering wheel, a look as if to say you got me. Fufu. I got jealous of the shopping basket. The way you were holding it looked like you were linking arms. What's with that reasoning? It was forced, wasn't it? Oh, you know. There are children in this world who get jealous even of stuffed animals. I'm one of them though. Is there a reason to be jealous of stuffed animals? Souta fully sympathizes with jealousy towards people, but he doesn't understand jealousy towards inanimate objects. For example, let's say Souta-san is hugging a stuffed animal. At that time, you might think, why only the stuffed animal when I've never been hugged? There's something like that? I didn't know. You might think for an adult to do that, but you can't help but project yourself onto the stuffed animal. But I think a woman like that is cute. Men often say they want to see a jealous expression. Thank you for the follow-up. It helps when you say that. The conversation reaches a break. Koyuki steps on the accelerator, exits the supermarket parking lot, and skillfully shifts gears, pulling the car onto the road. Still, that was funny earlier. I never thought just linking arms would make your face turn that red, Souta-san. Oh, of course it would. I'm not used to that kind of thing at all. Koyuki also made an embarrassing attack. Even so, Souta showed even more embarrassment. Just when he thought she was clinging to him, her shapely breasts, disproportionate to her well-defined small face, pressed against him, and her supple arm linking with his conveyed a soft sensation. Finally, a sweet scent filled his nasal cavity. Even someone accustomed to women would likely blush if it were Koyuki. It's a lie that you're not used to it, right? When you sleep with Mirei, you end up in that kind of situation. The feeling is different. In Mirei's case, I can do it in a protective way, but in Koyuki-san's case, I'm acting as your boyfriend. In other words, I make your heart race more. Well, that's true. Fufafu. But I also get nervous and embarrassed, you know? Sometimes my interactions with my boyfriend show through to you, Souta-san. Koyuki is casually laying the groundwork, saying, this is what I'd do if I were dating you. If I were dating Koyuki-san, I can only imagine being wrapped around your finger. Ha ha ha. I don't think you can say that for sure. Right now, Souta-san is leading by 1 point. Yes, the number of times your face turned red. So I'm winning with a handicap. Well, I wonder about that. Souta hasn't been able to confirm Koyuki blushing. It's not unreasonable to see it as a handicap, but they're actually having an equal match. She's leading with 2 points, holding hands at the entrance and linking arms while shopping. Oh, Souta-san, you don't have any other plans, right? That's right. We're just going back to the dorm. Then, is it okay if we stop by the donut shop for a bit? I haven't shown my face there recently. I don't mind at all. If anything, Should we eat in the store? I think that would allow us to take our time, and I'm in the mood to eat in the store too. Thank you, Souta-san. Then please let's eat in the store. Come to think of it, I'm looking forward to eating donuts since it's been a while. Fufu. I'm glad to hear that. And so, they drive to the fast food restaurant, Mr. Donut, in a good mood. As Koyuki said, this Mr. Donut is one of the stores she frequents. She's acquainted with the staff and the manager, and in early April, they had a conversation like this. Oh, Koyuki-chan, are you eating in the store today? Yes, manager. It's rare, isn't it? Still, you seem to have a difficult expression. That's right. She said there are circumstances. I see. In other words, it's a matter of love. That's right. So you finally have a man in your life, Koyuki-chan. I wonder what kind of person he is. Based on Koyuki-san's appearance and the car she drives, I'm pretty confident in my prediction that he's a tall, handsome guy working in IT. For me, let's see. Rather than economic power, I think he's a man with high household skills, and yet, his appearance is a bit scary looking. Manager, it's unfair to include a gap in your analysis. What's wrong with that? Yes. They're heading to the store where this kind of boyfriend speculation took place for the first time, with a man in tow. Section. I'm sorry, Souta-san. I'll go to the restroom first. Got it. Then I'll place the order, pick the donuts, and secure a table. Yes, I'll be right back. This conversation took place in the car. Koyuki gets out of the parking lot and heads to the restroom outside Mr. Donut, while Souta enters the store as is. Being a weekday and a store that also does takeout, there weren't many customers inside. They should be able to enjoy a relaxed meal. Oh, welcome. Will you be eating in the store? Yes, in the store, please. Certainly. Please go ahead when you're ready to order. Thank you. Souta, who smiles and bows in response to the energetic and friendly staff, looks at the many donuts in the glass case. Colorful donuts that could be called art. The sweet aroma filling the store stimulates the appetite. Leaning forward and concentrating on his selection, Souta didn't notice the staff member he had just exchanged greetings with was now gesturing. Manager, a handsome customer has arrived. Really? Let me see. And the manager reacting with lips syncing and peeking. Excuse me, I'd like to place an order. Oh, what would you like? 1 ponder ring, 1 custard cream, and 1 blend coffee. Also, a 24-piece assortment of 1-bite donuts. Please wrap these for takeout. Yes, certainly. Because Souta entered the store alone, the staff and manager don't realize that Koyuki, the regular customer who went to the restroom, is connected to Souta. After finishing the payment and taking the ordered items to a table, Souta sits down. At that moment, the entrance door opens and Koyuki, wearing a one-piece dress, enters the store. Oh, long time no see, Koyuki-san. Fufu, it's been a while. I'm glad to see you're lively as ever. The same goes for you. We were worried because you hadn't come in for so long. Fufu, I'm sorry. Oh my, it's rare to see the manager at the register too. Did something happen? Well, this girl gestured to me that a handsome customer had come in. He's a bit scary looking, but it's true. Geez, you two really love men. Anyway, Koyuki-san, please look. His response to me was also really good. He's over there now. The staff member secretly points her finger so as not to be noticed. It goes without saying who she's pointing at. And the moment Koyuki realizes who that person is, her face breaks into a smile. Chapter 84, Koyuki's Display 2. Anyway, Koyuki-san, please look. He's over there now. Urged by the familiar female staff member, Koyuki's response is of course her true feelings. Oh my. He certainly is a lovely man. No wonder you gestured to call the manager over. Alright. He placed his order politely, so he must be a kind person for sure. The staff member gets even more excited as Koyuki agrees, but here the manager's calm perspective chimes in. But he bought a 24-pack of bite-sized donuts, so he might have about 2 children. That's also a strong possibility. But isn't he quite young? I think he's probably around 25 years old. To be precise, he's 23. He's 23. That's just a year younger than me. Wait, how do you know about that customer, Koyuki-chan? The manager asks the natural question, No one can guess the age of a stranger. Koyuki isn't the type to make random guesses either. That person, his name is Souta-san, and I'm connected to him through work. Look. She turns around from the register and waves at Souta sitting at the table. He waves back with a puzzled look. Souta is reflexively responding without understanding the situation, but if Koyuki weren't an acquaintance, he would have ignored her. Wow. So today is a chance reunion then. Isn't that amazing? Fufafu. The staff member assumes it's a chance reunion since Souta and Koyuki entered the store separately. In response to the staff member, Koyuki didn't reply but put on a smile. This is a technique Koyuki excels at, misleading the other person without lying. The sophistry of "I didn't respond" works. Koyuki has done this before to make Mirei eat Souta's cooking. So that means Koyuki-san knows a lot about that customer, right? There's something I'm a bit curious about. Oh, then wouldn't it be more certain to go ask him directly? That's too embarrassing to do. Really? Then I'll answer. But, is that okay, manager? It might take a bit of time. As long as you can properly respond when a customer comes in, and as long as you're not too loud, it's fine. Mr. Donut has many cheerful staff members, so we basically operate in this style. Thank you, manager. It was wise of Koyuki to take the initiative, as it would have been difficult for the staff to get permission from the manager to chat. But this flow is exactly what Koyuki hoped for. So, first, does that person have a family? He has neither children nor a wife. I think the reason he bought the 24-pack of bite-sized donuts is as a gift for acquaintances. I see. Then, does that customer have a girlfriend? Let's see. It wouldn't be surprising if he did, right? Suddenly, Koyuki narrows her eyes cutely. I think he does. It's rare for Koyuki-chan to call someone a lovely man after all. Well, that's true. Oh, speaking of which, Souta-san can do both cleaning and cooking. Huh? He can do housework? Well, he's quite capable for his age. Even before his looks or personality, Souta has skills that everyone envies. For women, these skills are an attractive factor. Women always have their time of the month every month. It's a time for preparing a baby's bed. The symptoms include lower abdominal pain, diarrhea, headaches, and nausea. Also, women have symptoms of PMS, premenstrual syndrome. The symptoms of PMS are headaches, irritability, decreased concentration, decreased motivation, depressive symptoms, drowsiness, loss of appetite, and rough skin. Because there are many painful days and times when they want assistance, a man who helps with housework is reliable. Yes, he's amazing despite his young age. Even I, who does housework to an average extent, can't match him. Wow. Even Koyuki-san? He's made me stew dishes a few times, and they were so delicious. Gulp. He's good at cooking. Stew dishes are difficult, aren't they? Yes. He doesn't slack off in cleaning either, so his room is always tidy. He works like a house husband. Wow. He's a top-notch catch. It's unfair that you know such a person, Koyuki-san. Fufu. I'm grateful for the connection. At age 24, some classmates start getting married. It's an age when admiration arises. The staff member is thrilled by Koyuki's story and her eyes sparkle more and more. On the other hand, the manager, who had been digesting this story, gave Koyuki a look of realization, as if to say, "You did it, didn't you?" The matter of cooking and cleaning. It's information that can't be known just by being connected through work. Koyuki rarely praises someone as a lovely man, so it naturally leads to the question of whether they're dating. If the staff hadn't stimulated Koyuki by saying a handsome customer came in, it probably wouldn't have turned out this way. I'm jealous. I wonder if we could set up a group date. Oh, Koyuki-san, what do you think about a group date? I'll be the organizer. So you intend to have me invite Souta-san? If I know that information, I can get ahead before he becomes popular. Of course, I'll prepare men who won't bore you, Koyuki-san. So how about it? Oh, before that, Koyuki-chan, is your usual order okay? Yes, I'll pay by card. Certainly. This is the privilege of a regular customer. The manager quickly enters the items into the register and displays the total amount. Then Koyuki pays by card. During this ordinary exchange, the two had made eye contact. He's your proud boyfriend, isn't he? Won't you give him to me? Fufu, as expected of the manager. You noticed quickly. Of course, I won't give him up. That's a shame. The manager hands over the receipt and starts preparing the churros and pondering. With perfect coordination, the staff member pours the blend coffee. So, about the group date? Yes. How about 3 to 3 or 4 to 4? I have just the right people in mind. Let's see. It sounds fun, but are there any men better than Souta-san? Well, that's... Ahaha. Oh, I'll prepare some highly educated men. Koyuki makes a sharp point to the staff member who is targeting Souta. If she had someone in mind better than Souta, she wouldn't be setting up a group date. Honestly, you're not interested in academic background, right? I think you prioritize being able to live happily. Why, you saw right through me, huh? You said? The staff member finally notices the incongruity. And at this timing, the manager finishes preparing the ordered items. Here you go, Koyuki-chan. Sorry for the wait. You better go to him soon. Thank you, manager. That's right, since he was away from me in the restroom. Be boyfriend. Fufu, sorry for being mean. I'd really be in trouble if he was taken from me. After apologizing, Koyuki turns her back to the register side with the tray of items and takes 1 step, 2 steps closer to the table where Souta is sitting. At that distance, she turns back to the register again. Yes. So don't you dare target him. Souta-san is mine. Koyuki smiles seductively and softly hammers it in with definite hostility in her narrowed eyes. Chapter 85, Koyuki's side, irritation, and puffed cheeks. Friday, 9:30 a.m. Dere and Mirei are at school, and Kotoha is at work, so it's just me and Souta-san in the dorm. Cough cough, I'm coughing into my hand in the living room. Then I clear my throat as if to soothe the scratchiness. As you can see, I've caught a cold. I wonder if it's my first cold this year. Are you okay, Koyuki-san? It's a cold, right? Yes. My throat has been scratchy for a while now. And I've started coughing. I could suppress the cough if I tried. But I don't go out of my way to do that because I want Souta-san to notice me. I know from Souta-san's personality that if he knows I have a cold, he'll spend more time looking after me. Coughing is an early symptom of a cold, so it's concerning. I think the stalker situation is putting a mental burden on you. And I tried to be mindful of the nutritional balance of your meals. But I'm sorry. Fufu, there's nothing for you to apologize for, Souta-san. Don't worry about it. There's something I absolutely can't tell Souta-san, but I take thorough measures against identification before showing my face online. So there's nothing that can be found out about me on the web. So I don't have any mental burden at all. And that's just like you, Souta-san. He genuinely thinks that the cause of my cold might be the diet he prepared. I can tell that from the apologetic face he's making with downcast eyes. It's amazing that despite being young, he identifies that as a possible cause. Mirei, I used to say Souta-san is unfit to be a manager, but I'd like to hear her current opinion. I think Souta-san deserves 100 points as a manager. Of course, without any favoritism. Souta-san, actually, I have an idea about the cause of my cold. It's something that can't be proven by science though. Huh? Haven't you heard this before? That if you do something bad, it comes back to you. Ah, I've heard that. Wait, what? That's right. It seems that the mean thing I did to an acquaintance has come back to me. You really shouldn't do bad things. Koyuki-san being mean? He has a surprised look on his face, probably because he thinks I'm not the type of person to do such things. That might be a bit problematic because I'm quite devious. Very devious. Cough cough. To the staff at the donut shop we went to together, Souta-san. Is that so? From what I saw, you seem to be having a fun conversation though. It's irritating when he acts like he doesn't know you're popular, so you should be more on guard. Because you, Souta-san, are the reason I ended up being mean. I'm jealous. I wonder if we could set up a group date. Oh, Koyuki-san, what do you think about a group date? I'll be the organizer. So you intend to have me invite Souta-san? If I know that information, I can get ahead before he becomes popular. Of course, I'll prepare men who won't bore you, Koyuki-san. So how about it? Of course. I'm keeping it a secret that the energetic and cute staff member was trying to invite Souta-san to a group date. Souta-san also said he likes donuts, so I'd be troubled if he secretly visited the store and developed a close relationship with her. That's why I took advantage of the manager's misunderstanding and answered like this. Here you go, Koyuki-chan. Sorry for the wait. You better go to him soon. Thank you, manager. That's right, since he was away from me in the restroom. Boyfriend. He can be used as an abbreviation for boyfriend or as a pronoun for a man. That's why I chose that word, which is like a lie but not a lie. Yes. So don't you dare target him. Souta-san is mine. I don't have the right to say such a thing, but I hammered it in at the end because I don't want him to be taken away. Seriously, women are scary. No matter how much of an acquaintance they are, if they try to enter your territory, you can get serious. You can bare your fangs. She's a kind staff member, so I felt like teasing her a bit. I didn't say anything that would ruin the atmosphere. Ahaha, so that's what it was. I understand that feeling. You seem to be pouting. If you understand that feeling, I'd like you to notice that the staff member was targeting you. Cough cough. It must be tough to work part-time when you're starting to catch a cold. Please don't push yourself too hard. The other residents will worry. Fufu, maybe I should have Souta-san take care of me if that happens. Of course, I don't mind. If that happens, I'll listen to any request you have, so please feel free to rely on me. Thank you. Anything. I wonder if Souta-san will take responsibility for those words. Even though someone with ulterior motives like me is sure to use them in a different sense. Still, Kotoha, who can think from multiple perspectives, and Mirei, who is calculating, might be on this side. Hiyoriy is pure, so she'll probably roll in a wasteful direction. But as the eldest, I can't rely on you that much. You're already driving me around, Souta-san. I'm doing it because I want to, so let's dismiss that thought. Besides, there's a saying that we help each other out in times of need. So when that time comes, I'll borrow your help, Koyuki-san. Geez, you're as smooth-tongued as ever. It's my true feeling. It's really troubling when you say it with a gallant face. Because I know it's your true feeling even before that. I see. So that's how you sweet-talk women, Souta-san. What? How did you come to that conclusion? Fufu, think about it carefully. Well then, I'll start getting ready. Oh, okay, understood. There's an hour left until my part-time job. I returned from the living room to my room. Souta-san and the other residents probably don't know, but my recent joy is on the days I have my part-time job. It's not because I like my part-time job, but because I can ride on Souta-san's motorcycle, and because I can openly hug Souta-san. Souta-san probably doesn't know that I'm secretly pressing my body against him just enough not to interfere with his driving. If I remember correctly, Hiyoriy also gets to ride on Souta-san's motorcycle. She might be doing the same thing as me, but, I wonder, I'd prefer if she held the tandem grip for his waist and didn't cling to him. Hugging Souta-san is enough with just me. Chapter 86, Koyuki's cold worsens. I'll repeat your order. 1 carbonara, 1 mini Caesar salad, and 1 coffee. Is that correct? It's 1 p.m. Koyuki, who has already been working in the hall of the family restaurant for 2 hours as a part-timer, takes an order from a regular customer in a practiced manner. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Koyuki-chan, even though you must be feeling unwell. I'm not feeling sick at the moment, so it's okay. Thank you for your continued patronage. The person she's interacting with is a woman in her 40s to 50s. She's a kind regular who always comes at this time, and she's also a memorable customer for whom Koyuki served for the first time when she first started working in the hall. Koyuki, who has caught a cold since this morning, is working while wearing a mask to follow manners. Regular customers who saw her like that when she entered the restaurant were concerned about her health. Oh, I'm sorry, and you'd like your coffee without sugar and milk, right? Yes, please. Certainly. Although Koyuki is the eldest and in a higher position in the dormitory, she naturally takes a lower position than the customers during her part-time job. She doesn't use her usual speech patterns like I wonder, right? Or isn't it? So those who know her might feel a slight sense of discomfort with this slightly reserved customer service tone. After asking a question in that manner and pressing the confirmation button on the handheld terminal to input the order, the regular customer suddenly voiced a thought. Still, Koyuki-chan, you've become good at taking orders. You can speak more clearly now compared to before. ! Really? Yes, I was really worried at first because you were nervous, but now it seems you can stand on your own. Thank you very much. Make sure to stay hydrated and keep up the good work. Thank you for your kind words as well. Now, if you'll excuse me, please wait a moment. Koyuki, who finished confirming the order and bowed before leaving the table, enters the kitchen to serve another customer. If you only look at her eyes, her expression hasn't changed at all, but her footsteps are light and the corners of her mouth hidden by the mask are slightly raised. Koyuki is often complimented on her appearance and customer service. That's of course something to be happy about, but the content of the compliment from the regular customer just now made her so happy that her heart leapt. Everyone must be wondering, why is Koyuki, who currently has enough savings and earnings from handmade crafts and blogging to support a man, working as a part-timer? For what purpose did she choose a family restaurant as her workplace? The answer to all of that is contained in the words from earlier. Koyuki-chan, you've become good at taking orders. You can speak more clearly now compared to before. It's quite a luxury. But Koyuki isn't working to make a living. She chose a family restaurant as her workplace to develop communication skills that allow her to speak confidently even with strangers she meets for the first time, skills that are useful in various situations. Family restaurants have customers ranging from children to the elderly. It's a place that provides sufficient opportunities to interact with all kinds of people. If you work in the hall, you can focus on customer service. Koyuki is over 25 years old. Although she's still young, she has a bright future plan of getting married and having children by the age of 30. The skills necessary to meet someone and become close to the opposite sex for that purpose are communication skills, and those abilities can also be applied to consultations and transactions for handmade crafts. Koyuki believed that acquiring those skills would not be a loss, but rather something she should acquire. Some might say, then you should have taken action earlier. However, it takes many years to get an individual business like handmade crafts on track, and it also requires adjusting one's schedule to make time for a side job. Having succeeded in turning her hobby into a business, which gave her financial and mental leeway, Koyuki then reflected on her own shortcomings and came to the conclusion that she wanted to fix her shyness and poor speaking skills. That's great, Koyuki-san. I saw you being complimented. Just as she reaches out to serve the dishes prepared in the kitchen, a bright female staff member who is also in charge of the hall and started at the same time as her calls out from beside her. This is embarrassing to be seen. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Let's keep up the good work at this pace. Yes, you're right. To avoid keeping customers waiting, their conversation is brief. Koyuki returns to the hall with a tray of dishes and moves to the table where an order was placed 10 minutes ago. Sorry to keep you waiting. The fried chicken set meal and a large portion of rice. Oh, I've been waiting. The customer Koyuki serves is a male around Souta's age. Although not a regular, he's a customer who always tries to engage with Koyuki when he visits the restaurant. It's the current situation that many male customers approach Koyuki in this way, perhaps as a beauty tax. Is your order all correct? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But can I ask you one question, Koyuki-san? Yes. What is it? Just as she places the said meal and does a final confirmation, the male customer speaks up somewhat hesitantly. Well, I heard from the staff here that you've been getting dropped off at this store by motorcycle recently, Koyuki-chan. Is that true? That's correct, but is there a problem? No, that's not it. I heard the motorcycle driver was wearing masculine clothes. I was wondering if that was true. Yes, it's a man. So that's your boyfriend. He is. We live together, so I'm indulging him. What? Why you live together? Koyuki, who answers matter-of-factly, had sensed something from the male customer's demeanor. Since he has feelings for her, she thought he would ask, is that the pronoun he? If she only used the word boyfriend, That's why she made another move. Living in the same dormitory equals living together is a slightly inappropriate expression. But it's not a lie. I see. Living together. Living together, huh? Is it surprising? I'm already at this age, so I don't think it's strange. No. It's not surprising at all. Why yeah. Is that all for your questions? That's all. Why yeah. Thanks for answering. No, it's fine. Although the answer isn't incorrect, this is also necessary to make the other person give up. It was a question she wouldn't answer if it weren't for work. Yes, Koyuki had already decided. If she could date Souta. The difference between Koyuki and Kotoha, the working adults in the dormitory, is probably whether they reject such affection outright or gently. For Koyuki, who has a strong possessiveness, it's a natural behavior to maintain a certain distance from customers in a part-time job where she can. Similarly, for the young Kotoha who doesn't want to make enemies at work, it's the same. They both respond based on a clear understanding of each other's circumstances, as expected of a place where the level of the girls living there is just too high. Then, I'll leave the receipt here. Please take your time and enjoy. With that, Koyuki gives a polite bow and leaves the table. 11 male customers have approached Koyuki today. That was taking a toll on Koyuki, who had a cold. Cough cough. I wonder if my body is starting to feel a bit strained. Even though she felt that way intuitively, Koyuki endured until the end of her part-time job so as not to cause trouble for the staff. It's clear that her symptoms will worsen. Chapter 87, Koyuki's Endurance and Souta's Dissatisfaction. The time is 7 p.m., when the sun is about to set into the sea and faint clouds spread across the sky. Souta was waiting on his motorcycle in the parking lot of the family restaurant at this time when Koyuki's part-time job ends. There are more cars than motorcycles in the parking lot, so he naturally attracts attention. Feeling embarrassed by the gazes from around him, Souta fiddles with his smartphone to kill time. 15 minutes pass, and Koyuki, wearing a mask, likely having finished her clock-out process, comes toward him from the entrance. Souta, sensing her presence, raises his head and immediately makes eye contact with Koyuki. Oh, good work today, Koyuki-san. Cough cough. I'm sorry for making you wait, Souta-san. I was talking with the manager for a bit. No, I just arrived, so don't worry about it. Fufu. Knowing you, Souta-san, you were probably waiting since 7 o'clock. Thank you for being considerate. I'll be in your care again today for the ride back to the dorm. Ahaha. Anyway, leave the driving to me. I'll prioritize safety. With a wry smile, Souta hands the spare helmet to Koyuki. As their distance closes, he notices something odd. Koyuki-san, isn't your face a bit red? Cough. I think that's because today was busy and I was wearing a mask, so my skin might be a bit rough. Is that so? You're coughing more than in the morning, so I thought your cold might be getting worse. Fufu, if it were getting worse, I wouldn't be able to show my usual self like this. Well, that's true. I'm sorry, worrying too much is a bother, isn't it? I'm happy you feel that way. So it's okay. Thank you, Souta-san. I'm glad to hear that. Koyuki had decided during her part-time job to pretend to be well so as not to worry others. To endure, that's what this normal appearance is. Although Koyuki's acting is good enough to fool Souta, she had reported her poor health condition to the manager when leaving work. If she couldn't come to work next time, it would cause irreparable trouble for the store. Avoiding the worst-case scenario and doing her best not to worry others is very much like Koyuki, but it's hard to say that it's the best course of action. Then shall we head back to the dorm, Koyuki-san? Yes, let's go. Koyuki has ridden on Souta's motorcycle a few times. She smoothly puts the helmet on her head. Understanding safety comes first, she puts her head all the way in without worrying about messing up her hairstyle. It may be something women are resistant to, but for Souta, who is gripping the handlebars, it gives a good impression. Then I'll get on the bike. Yes, go ahead anytime. Koyuki, who called out to make it easier for Souta to brace himself, raises her long legs and straddles the tandem seat. The two-person ride is complete. I'll start the engine, but are you ready? I'm ready. Understood. Then I'll start. It's a motion he has done dozens, hundreds of times. Souta, who starts the engine with practiced hands, slowly accelerates the motorcycle and tries to enter the road. Cough cough, cough. At that moment, Souta's eyebrows twitch as he hears Koyuki coughing through the helmet as he smoothly drives the motorcycle. There is another odd thing. Koyuki, who usually hugs Souta to stabilize herself, had a weaker grip than usual. Souta called out, "You can hold on a bit tighter." "It's okay," but the strength only increased. "No." Returned to the usual hugging strength temporarily. Koyuki soon weakens it again. Although Koyuki was able to hide it well with her attitude, she couldn't resist the cold in this aspect. Section R. Welcome back, Souta-san and Koyuki-san. Welcome back. We're already eating dinner. Welcome back. Good work, both of you. When they return to the dorm, Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha are gathered around the dinner Souta had prepared. They are convinced by the reason that Souta suddenly started driving Koyuki. It's to thank her for helping with the shopping. Souta is diligently keeping Koyuki's wish. Please keep it a secret so as not to worry everyone about the stalker incident. Then, Souta-san and Koyuki-san, let's eat together. This stir-fried meat and vegetables are really delicious. Souta, Hiyoriy is prioritizing eating that meat, so scold her later. She's even saying yummy happily. How cheeky. What? You can't tell on me like that. If you had properly eaten your vegetables, I wouldn't have had to tell on you. Who's the one in the wrong? I'm sorry about that. Dere, who hadn't been eating a balanced meal, has no chance of winning. Mirei, who quickly gained the upper hand, stands up from her chair and pulls out chairs for Souta and Koyuki to join the dining circle. She seems to agree with Hiyori's suggestion to eat together. The meat is delicious too, so it can't be helped. Hiyoriy-chan, you'll eat your vegetables from now on, right? Oh, why yes, I'll eat them from now on. So, Souta-san and Koyuki-san, let's eat. Kotoha, who took a neutral position, follows up on Hiyoriy, and Hiyoriy wraps it up nicely at the end. Although the three have different personalities, they strike an exquisite balance. Just as Souta is about to smile at the cheerful atmosphere, a voice cuts through the scene. I'm really sorry, I have some work left to do, so I'll go back to my room. Huh? Yuki-chan. From top to bottom, Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha, without listening to the voices of these three, Koyuki, who left the living room, went up the stairs. At some point, she had taken off the mask she was wearing earlier, and Souta keenly captured her momentarily unsteady gait. Sorry everyone, I forgot to buy something, so I'm going out to get it. At this hour? It can wait until tomorrow, right? It's already dark outside, so it's dangerous. That's right, let's take it easy today. No, I have to go now, or rather, I won't feel satisfied. So, I might be a bit late, so I'll leave the rest to you. 5 minutes after returning to the dorm, Souta, feeling guilty about the seat prepared for him, takes his motorcycle keys and goes outside like Koyuki, leaving the living room. The three who remain in the living room are unchanged. Somehow, Souta-san's mood, wasn't it a bit bad? Hiyoriy opens her mouth while tilting her head. That can't be. Well, I felt his face was a bit grim though. Souta-san has a strong sense of responsibility, so maybe he's angry at himself for forgetting to buy something. Does that happen? Souta has some weird quirks, so Kotoha-san might be right. More importantly, I wonder if Koyuki-san is okay going back to work without even eating dinner. These three haven't seen it. Koyuki wearing a mask, which could be taken as a sign of a cold, and Koyuki, who didn't show any oddities in her behavior. They probably can't even imagine that she has a cold, but there is one person who understood the situation and read Koyuki's thoughts. He understands her feelings, but Koyuki's actions are not praiseworthy. Souta made a stern face precisely because he strongly felt that way. Chapter 88. Taking care of Koyuki 1. After that, Souta returned from shopping after more than an hour and a half had passed. At 9 p.m. Souta had finished his errands past 8 p.m. since he already knew what he was going to buy, but he was carefully timing his return home to when Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha would have finished dinner and gone back to their rooms. Of course, there was a reason for doing such a roundabout thing. It was an action born from understanding Koyuki's feelings. Souta, holding a large shopping bag in his dominant hand, moves to the quiet kitchen where no one is present. Thud. He puts down the bag and takes out cold medicine that works for all symptoms of sore throat, fever, and congestion. A boxed nutritional drink called Drinkable 4 and sports drinks. In addition, Koyuki's favorite foods, peaches, pudding, yogurt, and ice cream. 2 packs of retort egg porridge. The cold medicine goes in his pocket. Next, he opens the refrigerator, creates a wall using the leftover dinner and condiments, and puts the drinks and desserts behind it as if hiding them. After that, he opens the freezer and puts vanilla ice cream under the frozen foods and frozen udon, and finally pushes the retort porridge to the back of the shelf where Hiyoriy cake and dried noodles are stored. Souta puts away everything he bought a while ago. This is not to prevent other residents from eating them, but a measure to keep the residents from finding out. Figuring out a time when he could be alone in the living room was also for doing this. Everything can be understood by looking at Koyuki's words and actions. She's trying to hide her poor health so as not to worry the residents. She must have a strong will to the point of whipping her feverish body. Phew. It was precisely because Souta fully understood Koyuki's feelings that he acted without telling the other residents the details of his shopping and without being noticed by them. Even so, this is as far as Souta can compromise. It may have been something Koyuki-san couldn't concede, but there are things I can't concede either. Let me be alone today. Leave me be today. He understands Koyuki's feelings like that, but now that he has seen through her worsening condition, as the manager, he absolutely cannot overlook it. Even if he's considered annoying, even if he's thought to be unable to read the room, even if he's disliked, he has to draw the line as his job. This is important. Souta folds the shopping bag into a triangle and puts it in the dedicated shelf for plastic bags before leaving the living room. He goes straight up the stairs to the second floor and stops in front of Koyuki's room. Knock knock. Koyuki-san, are you awake? He calls out with a light knock. Koyuki-san, Koyuki-san. Cough cough. What is it? After a few seconds of silence, a small response reaches Souta's ears along with coughing. Perhaps because they're not face to face through the door, Koyuki's voice sounds strained. I'm sorry for the suddenness. I have something I'd like to talk to you about for a bit from 10 p.m. Could you make some time? Sorry. Cough. I'm working right now, so can it wait until tomorrow? She gives a convenient excuse of working, but it's clear that it's a lie. I'm really sorry for asking too much, but it's an important matter, so please let it be today. Koyuki stops responding to Souta, who has steeled his heart. She's probably trying to come up with words of refusal with her feverish head. Taking advantage of that gap, Souta adds some words in a slightly louder voice so that the other residents who are likely in the adjacent rooms can hear. You seem to be coughing a lot, so if you're not feeling well, I'll reconsider. He's already prepared to be seen in a bad light. It's a sneaky method, but he's taking advantage of Koyuki's feelings. Sigh. I'm fine. Okay. 10 p.m. right? Thank you very much. The living room or your room, Koyuki-san, which is more convenient for you to talk. Since this is sudden, I'll leave it up to you. Then. In my room. Got it. Then I'll come to your room at 10 p.m. Excuse me for now. Although he can't see Koyuki, Souta bows in front of the door and goes down the stairs with a serious face. Returning to the kitchen again, Souta scratches his head and makes an expression tainted with guilt. He's biting his lip so hard that the color changes. Sigh. I'm probably making her suffer by saying that. Souta made an appointment for 10 p.m. in the room, even though Koyuki chose it. It goes without saying that she will forcibly move her painful body to clean the room or adjust the time. Even so, in order to make her feel even a little better, to take care of her. This was the only way he could think of. Sigh. This is harder than being disliked. Souta doesn't particularly care what others think of him. But it's a different story when it comes to making the other person do something difficult. Especially when they're not feeling well. The burden of feeling sorry is greater than anything else. Gotta switch gears. Switch gears. It's not the time to be regretting. 15 minutes later, Souta begins preparations for taking care of her to be ready by 10 p.m. He transfers the retort egg porridge to a heat-resistant container, covers it with plastic wrap, and puts it in the microwave. In the meantime, he prepares chicken broth stock and cuts green onions and ginger on a cutting board. Souta is adding a little arrangement to the retort porridge. One might think, then why not make the porridge from scratch? But the reason for using retort is that it can be made quickly without using a pot, to prepare it without the other residents noticing. Everything is Souta's method of thinking about Koyuki. Finally, when he cuts the chilled peaches into bite-sized pieces, the preparation is complete, and so the promised time of 10 p.m. arrives. On the tray Souta holds in both hands are ginger egg porridge, cut peaches, pudding, sports drink, and cold medicine. The nutritional drink is a last resort in case she can't eat this meal. Souta hopes that she can get some food in her stomach if possible. He carefully heads to the stairs, taking care not to spill the items he prepared. Looking down, checking each step, he safely reaches the top of the last step. As soon as he raises his face, Souta sees an unexpected person. As if waiting for this time at 10 p.m., there was a resident standing on the second floor. The person has beautiful upturned cat eyes, two-tone hair with glossy black and pink antennae, and large breasts. It was Mirei, the one who disliked Souta the most. Without moving her mouth, Mirei takes out her smartphone from her pocket and shows Souta a certain screen. The image with white text on a black background is, Please take care of Koyuki-san." The handwritten text on the screen was a bit shaky and clumsy, probably because she wasn't used to writing on the screen. Mirei had heard Koyuki's coughing from the next room during their exchange past 9 p.m., and just like Souta, she had understood Koyuki's feelings. That's why Mirei doesn't utter a single word. The other residents haven't noticed. To make Koyuki think she has successfully hidden her poor health, perhaps because Mirei has a deep relationship with Koyuki, she thought about the best thing she could do now. When Souta nods as if to say leave it to me, Mirei scrolls the screen to the right again. There, as if anticipating Souta's actions, the words "Thank you so much" were written. As Souta stands frozen with a surprised look on his face, Mirei scrolls the screen again. The next words also anticipated Souta's reaction. "Go to her quickly." That was probably the last message. Mirei turns off her smartphone, waves to Souta, shows a smile, and returns to her room. Souta is still shaken by this series of events, but he gradually understands the situation. At a glance, Mirei's actions may seem like she's abandoning everything and leaving it to others, but that's not the case. She trusts me that much. That is something so happy that words cannot express it. Souta makes a renewed determination to take good care of Koyuki. Chapter 89, Taking Care of Koyuki 2. Koyuki-san, it's 10 p.m., but are you awake? After receiving a thoughtful arrangement from Mirei, Souta calls out to Koyuki's room with a strong will in his eyes. "Yes. The door is unlocked, so you can come in." "Understood. Excuse me then." Originally, Koyuki would invite him in, but she probably can't do that because she's in a painful state. Hearing Koyuki's response, Souta calls out again, shifts the tray to one hand, and opens the door. The first thing that greets Souta is a warm light. Next, a light pink carpet and curtains of the same color come into view. There is a white round table and a shelf of the same color containing handmade items. On the bed covered with a white blanket are 3 fluorescent cushions in purple, yellow, and green, and a small potted plant. Koyuki's room, which has no unnecessary items and simple yet clean atmosphere, is filled with a sweet scent. Koyuki, the owner of the room, wearing pajamas, is sitting on the bed with her eyes wide open. Her gaze is not on Souta, but on the tray Souta is holding. "I don't think it's that surprising. I've known about your condition since this morning, Koyuki-san." Souta, who places the tray on the round table with a flat tone and a serious face, faces Koyuki. On the other hand, Koyuki alternates between looking at Souta and the tray, distorting her expression. On the tray, in addition to porridge and sports drinks, there is over-the-counter cold medicine. Everything Souta wants to say is contained in this. What are you talking about, Souta-san? I'm fine. Nothing has changed since this morning. Koyuki has been putting on a brave face all day, pushing her painful body to hide it from the other residents. She's not about to be honest now. Hearing that unwanted answer, Souta's eyes sharpen. You can say that even though your upper body is swaying just from sitting? Your face is red, and it's clear that your condition is getting worse. Also, there's no sign that you've been working. I'm not swaying. That's just your imagination, Souta-san. Also, my face is red because I was cleaning and moving around before you came. That's also why there's no sign of work. Please be honest. You didn't eat dinner. No. You couldn't eat because your condition worsened and you lost your appetite, right? Cough cough. That's not true. I just prioritized work because it was piling up. They both have something they can't back down on. No matter how much Souta attacks, Koyuki skillfully evades. However, it's easy to think of a way to close off Koyuki's escape route. I see. If you insist that much, I'll bring a thermometer so you can take your temperature. If it's normal, I'll stop this right away. If she doesn't have a fever, she can just obediently comply. And yet, Koyuki lowers her eyes without nodding, and becomes silent. The answer is already obvious. You know, I think I said this before. We help each other out in times of need. That's right. And you said to me, Koyuki-san, that you'll take me up on that. So how about it? In reality, that's not happening, right? Were the words you said to me a lie? Koyuki closes her mouth again. No, she remains silent because she has no words to say in return. Call it her strong core, but even after being attacked this much, Koyuki still won't open her mouth. If the approach isn't changed, it'll be a war of attrition and end up draining Koyuki's energy. This was the only timing to use the trump card. I'll say something impudent, but at times like this, let's stop worrying about being the eldest. Pushing yourself and prolonging the cold doesn't just affect you, Koyuki-san. What will happen to Mirei, who looks up to you? Exclamation mark. Do you want to put a burden on Mirei, Koyuki-san? Souta understands better than anyone that he's saying something heartless. Even so, to make her give in, he had no choice but to bring up Mirei, whom Koyuki cares about the most. I'm sorry. Cough cough. I was wrong. That trump card had a greater effect than expected. Without making excuses or justifications, Koyuki lowers her head and apologizes. I just want you to understand. I'm also sorry for various things. Souta isn't having this conversation to make the sick Koyuki suffer more. For Mirei's sake too. I want you to rely on me without worrying about being the eldest. This is what Souta really wanted to convey. It's not for his own satisfaction. It's to make Koyuki feel better. But when you get better, be prepared. As the manager, I have to scold you, Koyuki-san. Fufu. Souta-san, you're hitting me while I'm down and apologizing. To be precise, while you're apologizing, right? That's right. Finally, the conversation moves forward. Koyuki honestly admits that she has a fever, and the heavy talk is now over. Souta's face returns to normal and he continues the conversation. By the way, did you take your temperature? If you don't have a thermometer, I'll bring one. Yes. With one I bought before. I measured it around 9 p.m. and it was 37.6 degrees Celsius. Koyuki-san, I'm seriously going to get angry. I misspoke. It's 38.8 degrees Celsius. What? It's that high? Wait. That reverse exaggeration is too much. I really can't win against you, Souta-san. But how did you notice? I never thought you'd see through it in an instant. There are individual differences in normal body temperature, but I thought Koyuki-san could hide a fever of 37 degrees Celsius better. But to think it's nearly 39 degrees Celsius. I'm sorry. I've been talking for so long even though you're not feeling well. It's okay. I still have some leeway. A person who's okay doesn't have such droopy eyes. Cough cough. Please don't say any more logical things. Koyuki puts both hands on the bed, slides her bottom back, and sits cross-legged with her back against the wall. It's a posture to make her body comfortable, but from Souta's perspective, Koyuki's beautiful legs, from her bare feet to her ankles, knees, and the back of her thighs, are visible. While struggling with where to look, he somehow manages to get to the main point. So I think you already know the main point, but, can I take care of you today, Koyuki-san? Even if I say no, you won't listen. So why are you asking? Due to the cold, Koyuki tilts her head with a feverish gaze and a flushed face. It's disrespectful, but her appearance is so alluring that it captures the eyes. I'll ask just in case, but only if you indulge me a little, Fufu. That's not forcing anymore. Earlier, I brought up Mirei, but I myself am not worried about you, Koyuki-san. GG's, if you say that, my fever will go up. Their eyes meet at the right timing. Those words are true. Koyuki, whose face is redder than before, crosses her bare feet and hides her cheeks with her sky blue hair. Ahaha. I'm sorry about that. Then, to change the subject, how's your appetite right now? I've prepared some easy-to-eat foods. I also bought ice cream and nutritional drinks. Cough. Thank you so much, Souta-san. I'll pay you back later. Don't worry about that now. So, how about it? I want to eat the porridge. The smell of ginger is nice. Phew, I'm a little relieved that you have an appetite. He feels relieved that she has some appetite. Just getting food in her stomach will make her feel better. Souta takes the bowl of porridge and a spoon from the tray and approaches Koyuki sitting on the bed. At that moment, he is asked this. Souta-san. What is it? It's hard to say, but can you feed me that porridge? Huh? Why, you don't have to be so surprised. Weren't you the one who told me to rely on you? Koyuki, who sends a gaze through her bangs with upturned eyes while interlocking her fingers, has red ears, but still shows no signs of retracting her request. Until now, Koyuki had been fighting the cold alone, but her inner voice kept crying out, I'm lonely. I'm helpless. Help me. Koyuki, whose heart's voice was skillfully taken. In this situation where a helping hand was extended, her desire to be spoiled overflowed. So can you feed me? Koyuki tightly grips the hem of Souta's hand. There's no sign of the usual big sisterly Koyuki. She shows a fragile appearance, as if all the endurance she had been holding back has spilled out, as if intertwined with the cold. Chapter 90. I love you. It's really delicious. Koyuki, tucking her hair behind her ears, chews the porridge transferred from Souta's hand with her small mouth. Still, her eating pace is more than twice as slow as usual, and she swallows at her own slow pace. Despite having a fever close to 39 degrees Celsius, the reason she can respond properly is probably because having Souta as a caregiver has given her something to rely on in her heart. There's no need to rush, just keep going at your own pace. Yes, thank you. With such conversations, one might think the caregiving is going smoothly, but that's not actually the case. I want to apologize for one thing. I'm really sorry that I'm so bad at feeding you. I'm not used to this kind of thing at all. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Your success rate is gradually increasing, right? Well, yes, but also, I'm looking forward to seeing how many tissues you'll use. Hey, you're sick with a cold, so don't use your energy to tease me. Fufu, cough cough. See, that's what happens. This is the full picture. Souta is trying to feed Koyuki by saying but the more he tries to feed her well, the more his hands tremble, and he can't properly bring the food to her open mouth. As a result, rice sticks to the corners of her mouth and such. He ends up having to wipe it with tissues. However, there's no way to get used to this other than through experience. This is the first time Souta has experienced feeding someone as part of caregiving, and the first person he's doing it for is the beautiful Koyuki, who is showing a new side of herself and being spoiled. I just realized the reason Souta-san asked for permission, saying can I take care of you? Cough cough. It's because you weren't confident in this kind of thing, so you couldn't be assertive. Ahaha. You saw right through me. I don't have any. I couldn't be too assertive and cause you trouble. You're good at getting by in the world, aren't you, Souta-san? But it's a bit questionable that someone like that isn't used to caregiving. You're the one who's better at getting by, Koyuki-san. Having achieved success at your age, it's a realm I can't reach. Koyuki, who drives a luxury Audi car in her late 20s and has enough savings to support one person, and yet, she doesn't look down on others and has no strange pride. Souta's words are correct in a sense. Going back to the topic, you don't have to force yourself to eat the porridge. It's totally fine if you leave some. No, I can eat it all. So it's okay. That can't be true. right? I think part of it is because I'm bad at feeding you, but your pace is gradually slowing down. Exclamation mark. If you stuff yourself too much, you won't be able to eat the peaches or pudding. But is that okay? Of course. There's only a certain amount that can fit in the stomach, and Koyuki has a cold. Even a porridge that she praises as delicious will quickly make her feel full. The worse the physical condition, the smaller the appetite naturally becomes. I know it feels like a waste, but let's take it easy. At least when you have a cold, I want you to get various nutrients and feel even a little better. Geez, if you say that, I have no choice but to be spoiled. I don't want you to endure or push yourself. I think I understand that feeling the most. Precisely because Souta has experienced a black company and was mentally and physically tormented, he didn't want to make the other person feel the same way he did back then. He can sincerely appeal to the point that it resonates in the heart. Sigh. I can't hold my head high against you, Souta-san. Really, if you say so. Can I eat the peaches first? Yes, of course. Let's eat what you want to eat. Souta, who smiles happily upon hearing the answer he wanted, puts the half-eaten porridge back on the tray and picks up the plate of peaches cut into bite-sized pieces. Then please open your mouth. Ah. And so, Souta succeeds in putting the peach in her mouth. Thanks to the bite-sized cuts, it's easier to feed than the porridge, and perhaps because it's her favorite, Koyuki's cheeks relax somehow and her eyes shine as if it's delicious. Koyuki ate half of the porridge and one peach. She didn't touch the pudding because she's not feeling well. It can't be helped that the amount is small, but Souta's anxiety is somewhat dispelled by the fact that she's also taking fluids. Finally, Souta gives Koyuki the cold medicine using lukewarm water and begins to put her to bed as she starts rubbing her eyes drowsily. Even at such a time, Koyuki grabs the hem of his clothes and shows her spoiled side again. I want you to lend me your lap until I fall asleep, she says, looking up at him. Section. I'm sorry for being so spoiled. Somehow, it's lonely to sleep alone. I'm happy that you rely on me, so you don't have to be so timid. And there's nothing to apologize for. On the soft, sweet-smelling bed, Souta sits with his knees bent and Koyuki's head on his thighs. As for Koyuki's posture, she's turned her back to Souta so as not to show her reddened face. The room lighting has been changed to an orange incandescent bulb, with only the minimum amount of light on. It's bright enough and dark enough to sleep at any time. I'll stay by your side until you fall asleep, so please rest your body slowly. Thank you so much. How's your physical condition? Has it gotten a little better? Yes. Thanks to you. I also took the medicine, so I think I'll feel better tomorrow than I do today. That would be the best, but even if you feel better, please don't push yourself like you did today. One day isn't enough for a full recovery. Souta realizes that Koyuki might do just that. That's why he's hammering in a big point. He's already planning to make sure to take her temperature first thing in the morning. Fufu, I won't do that anymore. It's hard to be scolded by Souta-san. Being scolded by the person you have feelings for. Receiving strict warnings. This is definitely something that damages you mentally because it rubs your feelings of not wanting to be disliked the wrong way. It can't be helped as the manager. I'm sorry there's a lot of personal feelings involved. But it's because you're thinking of me, so I'm really happy. Really, I'm glad you say that. But when I think about the future, I have mixed feelings. Mixed feelings? The future. That's also a word that leads to what happens after the cold is cured. Many people would be as stumped as Souta, wondering, what on earth? When the cold is cured, I won't be able to be spoiled like this. That's what I'm thinking. Although Koyuki can act as Souta's girlfriend outside to protect her from the stalker, the current situation is that it doesn't apply inside the dorm. Now that she's been spoiled in a way that's even more out of bounds inside the dorm, it's as if the stopper-like apparatus in her heart has come loose. The other residents are doing it too, so you don't have to hold back, Koyuki-san. I mean, we're supposed to be in a relationship too, so I think it's important to get used to that kind of thing. Is it okay? Once I'm allowed, I won't be able to stop? Of course, it would be a problem if you do it during work, but you can be as spoiled as you want during break time or free time. Don't regret those words, okay? Ahaha, I'll be waiting expectantly, so please get well soon. Souta has no way of knowing. By allowing this request, he will be forced to endure a frustrating life from now on. Koyuki's spoiling is not just ordinary spoiling because she's thinking of spoiling Souta as a member of the opposite sex. Sigh. If this is how it's going to be, I should have told you about my condition from the beginning without enduring it. The other residents probably already know that I have a cold, and I ended up making them worry unnecessarily. Oh, I forgot to mention that. You can rest assured on that point. Rest assured? Yes, I said some harsh things to you earlier, but if I were in your position, I think I would have taken the same actions. I understand your feelings painfully, so I acted in a way that would cooperate with you. The reason you didn't eat dinner is that you had work left to do in your main job, and that's been accepted. Souta had done everything to avoid being noticed by the residents, such as adjusting the timing of his return from shopping to be alone in the living room, putting the caregiving items in the back, and using retort porridge so he could prepare it quickly. There's only one thing, Mirei has found out about Koyuki's situation, but that doesn't need to be said. Mirei is on Souta's side. It's clear that she will go along with the story. When he was ambushed in the hallway, she entrusted him with a handwritten message saying please. So, I'll leave it up to you, Koyuki-san, to decide how to handle it from here. If there's no problem, that's fine. What's that? Bringing that up after the fact. I'm sorry for being so sneaky. But I wanted to be on your side, Koyuki-san! Exclamation mark. Thump. The moment her heart is swayed by the joy of him cooperating with her without her knowledge, Koyuki is told words so happy that it feels like her heart is being grabbed. Her heart rate rises at once, and her face turns bright red, unable to blend in with the orange lighting. Her body feels hot, itchy, and suffocating, and yet it's a pleasant feeling. She wanted to feel more of that. Souta-san, could you stroke my head one last time? I think I can fall asleep soon. I'm not good at it. Are you sure? I'm afraid it might make you unable to sleep. Hiyoriy always looks so comfortable when you stroke her head, so please. Ahaha. Then, excuse me. He places his dominant hand on the top of her head and gently lowers it along the direction of her hair. As he repeats that motion 4 times, 5 times, it happened suddenly. Koyuki rolls over on his lap and, huh? I want you to spoil me more. Koyuki buries her face in Souta's stomach and hugs him tightly. Souta stops stroking her head for a moment, but, understanding the situation, he starts moving his hand again. It's as gentle as soothing a child. Ahaha, you've really become a spoiled child. I'm sorry for showing such a side despite being older. No, I just found it favorable, so don't mind it. With those words as the last, how many minutes passed? The silence continues for a long time, and Koyuki, who was gently stroked on the head, suddenly speaks in an envious voice. Souta-san, if I had a boyfriend, I wonder if I could have a life where I'm spoiled like this every day. That's right. I think a Koyuki-san loved by her boyfriend would be spoiled a lot. From the silence visits again. There are 2 sounds that can be heard. The sound of Koyuki moving slightly, rubbing against his clothes, and the sound of gently stroking her head. Souta-san. What is it? After that question, Koyuki, who let out a sleepy yawn, uses Souta as a hugging pillow and puts strength into her arms. In that close state, she confesses her feelings as if putting her mouth against Souta's stomach. I love you. In the quiet room, that spoiled voice reaches Souta's ears before it dissipates. Blinking repeatedly, he ponders the words I love you in his mind. Huh? The moment he understands the situation, he lets out such an absurd voice, and the truth is already sealed away. ZZZ. Koyuki, who was letting out small sleepy breaths on Souta's lap. Huh? What? Huh? 3 things come to mind in his confused brain. That she loves having her head stroked, that she loves Souta as a manager, and finally, that she loves Souta as a member of the opposite sex. What am I thinking about such stupid things? I need to take care of her properly until the end. His seriousness instantly dismisses irrelevant thoughts. There's no way she sees him as a member of the opposite sex, and he settles on the high probability option to avoid thinking strangely. If Souta had tried to wake Koyuki up or observe her sleeping face, surely this choice would have changed. Because Koyuki had her eyes tightly closed, and her mouth as well. Her entire face had turned as red as a boiled octopus. It's so obvious that she's not only pretending to sleep, but also that "I love you" was said with all her courage. You could tell just by looking. Chapter 91, Koyuki's Aftermath 1. Well then, Souta-san, Koyuki-san. I'm off today with full energy. See you later. I'm leaving too. Please take care of the rest. Crossing into a new day, just past 7 a.m. in the early morning. The energetic Hiyoriy, same as this morning, and Mirei who properly greets Souta and the others while making eye contact. Kotoha, who is leaving earlier than usual due to work, exits the entrance at the same time as the school group. From this early hour, Souta and Koyuki are alone together. They really didn't find out that I had a cold. I could tell by looking at Hiyoriy, who can't lie. Ahaha. Looking at the closed entrance, Koyuki realizes that what was said yesterday was true. At this moment, Souta sincerely thinks he's glad the person he ran into in the second-floor hallway was Mirei. If it had been Hiyoriy, just imagining it is terrifying. And more importantly, I'm surprised, Koyuki-san, to think you woke up before 7 o'clock and had a meal with everyone. It's not the behavior of someone who had a fever close to 39 degrees Celsius, you know. Fufu. I'm not pushing myself though. My fever has gone down to 37.4 degrees Celsius. That's true, but I was so worried about you this morning that I couldn't take my eyes off you. Oh my, I'm sorry about that. Koyuki apologizes honestly, but her expression is changing and she seems to be enjoying herself. Her feeling of apology is probably about 30%, and perhaps because her normal temperature is high. She's the usual Koyuki to the point where she doesn't feel the strain. But, thanks to Souta-san's thorough care, I've really recovered this time. After I fell asleep, you put a wet towel on my head and lent me your lap. Thank you so much. No, I wanted to do what I could. Oh, right. Should we have you drink the nutritional drink I bought yesterday now? Souta claps his hands as if remembering and continues. It's bitter, but please bear with it and drink it. It's just in case, and it won't hurt to drink it. Souta-san, could it be that you bought a nutritional drink that comes in a box? Koyuki turns her mouth sideways and turns her face away. It's as if she's sensing danger. You guessed it well. If you're going to drink it anyway, it's better to have a drink with higher ingredients. I'm really sorry that you bought it for me, but I'm not good with bitter things. I'm sorry too, but I absolutely won't let you escape until you drink it. I'll be watching. Men who are mean will be disliked, you know. Souta-san's charm is his kindness. If it makes Koyuki-san's health even a little better, I don't mind being disliked. GG's. Why you really are. Ahaha. Then I'll prepare it right away. Souta felt that Koyuki was showing an expression of embarrassment and exasperation at being able to respond well, but in reality, Koyuki's face is red and her eyebrows are twitching precisely because she was told such words by the person she sees as a member of the opposite sex. Souta, who was told "I love you" by Koyuki during the caregiving. But her demeanor this morning was the same as usual. He reconfirms that it wasn't a deeply meaningful phrase. But a few hours later, Souta will find himself thinking about it again. The time is 11 a.m. Click, click, click. Koyuki, who has her handmade tools on the table and is operating a notebook PC with an Apple logo next to it with a mouse, puts her finger to her mouth and blinks. Her face staring at the screen is serious, and it's visibly clear that she has switched into work mode. As expected, really. Koyuki lets out a monologue that sounds like admiration, and Souta can't help but be intrigued. He ends up calling out to her in a way that might interfere with her work. What's the matter? I'm sorry, was I talking to myself? Well, yes. Sort of. I feel like I've shown you an embarrassing side of me. Right now, I'm looking at the handmade products of my peers and inputting ideas, but I really felt their amazing skills. Look, don't you think it's hard to imitate this wavy curve? Wow. You're right. It's really beautiful. Koyuki changes the angle of the PC so Souta can see and introduces the handmade products of her peers while clicking the mouse. And this one has a unique idea. don't you think? I don't know why, but I'm drawn to it. What is this? A coffee bean is half stuck in a grape, and it's selling well. I don't mean to be rude, but I really wonder what kind of life you have to lead to come up with this idea. It's so mysterious. There is grape juice coffee, so they probably got the idea from there, but normally, you wouldn't think of making it into a necklace, right? It's a bit of a harsh opinion, but by prefacing it with "I'm drawn to it," she's also praising the impactful idea. But even Koyuki-san, who is famous in this industry, looks at the works of her peers to get input. To be honest, I think you're at a level where you can sell whatever you make. To be honest, it's just as you say, Souta-san. But if I don't make an effort to grow, I'll just be surpassed by others. I can't slack off on that because it's related to my income. I see. And I'm still far from the top. I'm barely in the top 10 in this industry. If this stops, she won't be able to make a living. Even though Koyuki currently has a large income and savings, her strictness in not letting her guard down is probably one of her strengths. From Souta's perspective, Koyuki being in the top 10 is amazing, but he refrained from making flattering comments when he saw her being hard on herself. Even Koyuki-san is around 10th place. Then the top must be extraordinary. The top ranks are probably about the same. This industry has one dominant player. One dominant player? Yes, the person in first place is a monster. It's questionable whether I can catch up even if I take time. Is she that well known? What kind of person is she? Koyuki, who has succeeded in the handmade industry, calls this person a monster. There's no doubt it's not an ordinary person. Actually, I'm close enough with that person to talk at a cafe. But Souta-san, you probably know her name too. Me? She was very active in the past. Does the name Masquerade ring a bell? Maybe Masquerade is more familiar. Masquerade. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. He's not just playing along. It's a name that's really sticking in his brain. As he mumbles and furrows his brows, Koyuki says the answer. If I say former idol, does it become clear? It's been about 10 years since she retired, or close to it. I remember. She's the one who retired and married an ordinary man, right? Wow, Koyuki-san, it's amazing that you know such a person. I'll tell you about the circumstances later. So, Masquerade-san skillfully uses the fame from her idol days, and on top of that, she has the skills, so she's in a realm that ordinary people can't reach. Wow. I never thought such a famous former idol would be in that industry. That definitely makes her the dominant one. Yes, but it's the result of her hard work, so you can't call it unfair. Fame works to one's advantage no matter what one does. Of course, if you break even one rule or manner, there's also a big backlash. As for the reason I was able to become close with Masquerade-san, I think it's most fitting to say that I received her help and wanted to repay that favor. It's thanks to Masquerade-san that I was able to become famous enough to make a living. Really? Yes, she spread the word on social media, saying it was a beautiful product, so I bought it right away. The number of Masquerade-san's followers is amazing, so that had an impact. From there, we exchanged messages for a long time and were able to have a real-life relationship. Masquerade-san has a lower guard with female peers. Koyuki, showing a gaze of respect, is somehow happily shaking her head. She's probably reminiscing about the past and reviving memories. But... And here, Koyuki narrows her eyes for a moment when using a word that leads to opposing content. Chapter 92, Koyuki's Aftermath 2. This might sound like I'm praising myself, but Masquerade-san is particularly calculating when it comes to enriching her life, so she may have been discerning a partner with promising future prospects. She spread the information at just the right timing when there were signs of that. Of course, without Masquerade-san's influence, I wouldn't have the life I have now. I see. Certainly, with that assistance, there would be synergistic benefits if you gain popularity. It shows how smart Masquerade-san is. Souta praises Masquerade based on what he heard, but here he learns something unexpected. Even so, Masquerade-san has a dependence on her husband, or rather, she's a big husband lover, so the more you talk to her in person, the less amazing she seems. Whenever we chat at the cafe, she always talks about her husband. Last time she went on for 3 hours non-stop. Then she talked about handmade crafts for 30 minutes, and again about her husband for an hour. Oh wow. That's, even such an amazing person can become blinded, so falling in love is incredible, isn't it? It just means married life is that enjoyable too. That's certainly true. But I'm honestly envious of her husband. To be adored by someone like that. He must be living a happy life. That may be true, but Mashiro-san is quite the lustful pervert, so her husband probably has a hard time, you know? That's really even Mashiro-san. Fufu, and she's extremely possessive too, so she won't even let me meet her husband. Of course. Please keep this a secret. Why yes, being possessive is natural, but for a former idol, and quite a famous one at that, to trouble her husband with her lustfulness. This is quite the top secret information. Next time, how about you come along to meet her, Souta-san? If I introduce you and say it's to build connections, she'll let her guard down right away. Well, the moment she does, you'll get sick of how much she gushes about her husband though. And for some reason, Koyuki talks as if she wants them to meet, to which Souta has one reaction. He waves one hand vigorously from side to side. I'll have to pass on that. Really? Getting caught between you and Mashiro-san. I think the murderous aura from the husband would kill me. How timid. This is purely self-preservation. The reason Koyuki wanted to introduce the two to Souta, it was to surround him, to try to use a third party to show her good side to the person she likes. It's not just Mashiro who is calculating. Koyuki is the same. Anyway, going back to the topic a bit. Seeing her brag so happily makes me want to one-up Mashiro-san with my main business. Is that so? I mean, she tries to act superior to me, who doesn't have a boyfriend, even though I want to get married by 30. In a situation where I can only hear it from her since she's become blind to it. This is unforgivable, right? Ahahaha. I can imagine Mashiro-san's sarcastic side. I saw her active on TV in the past, and she seemed to have a bright personality without any hidden sides, like Hiyoriy. Exactly. I'm grateful that she helped make me famous, but I'll definitely get back at her one day. Mashiro, the former idol who happily talks about her married life. Koyuki, who channels the accumulation of those happy stories into motivation for her main business. There's no doubt they have a good balance with each other. That's why I'm looking for new ideas, but it's always hard. I keep hitting a wall. So it's ideas. Is it okay if you wait a bit? I'll go get some paper and a pencil. Huh? Souta turns his back to the puzzled Koyuki and runs off to get the things he mentioned. And when he returns to the living room, he stands next to Koyuki and bends over. I think it might be hard to make, but Souta makes a thoughtful face and groans for 10 seconds, giving off a serious aura like. When he's working, he starts drawing on the paper with the pencil. I don't know if this will be helpful, but what do you think of something in this shape for my idea? To make a strong impression, I'll draw something maniacal. Let's start with the earrings. Souta skillfully runs the pencil. First, he draws a beautiful right ear with the pencil. Then he draws the piercing holes. And from there, he draws an earring with a mouth biting the earlobe through the piercing hole. It would be best if people actually purchased it. But what do you think of using it more as a way to guide people, so to speak? Have people spread it on social media saying I found this impactful earring, and lead them to the overall page. Since your main products will be on the overall page, the likelihood of purchases will increase. For bracelets or hair accessories, you could make this part like an eyeball, or change the shape of the eye like this to make it cute. As time passes, the blank paper gets filled up, and Koyuki is left in shock at the sight. Not only his skill at drawing, the way he develops using items meant to guide people to the page in order to have it spread, things she had never even considered before. Also, I noticed the PC logo. So if you modeled this after an apple motif for hair accessories, you might capture customers from kids to high schoolers. For bracelets, you could use resin, I think. Making them 90% red apples and 10% green apples could be interesting too. An amateur wouldn't be able to let their imagination run this wild in an instant like this. The moment she wonders why he can do this, a past conversation comes back to her. See, come to think of it, you're a designer, right, Souta-san? Ahaha. Former one though. So if there's anything else you're having trouble with, let me know. I might be able to provide some reference. I also have contacts of current designer friends from vocational school, so I can connect you with them too. Of course, I'll make sure there are no issues with idea theft or money, so don't worry. Koyuki isn't just shocked. This time, she changes the color of her eyes in silence. As time goes on, she's captivated. The person she's fallen for has the ability to favorably advance her main business. Souta provides ideas, Koyuki makes them. They live happily off that income and even go on trips. That future vision immediately comes to mind. For Koyuki, it's only natural that he would seem even more like a man she can't let get away. It's truly a stroke of good luck. Geez, Souta-san, you. Koyuki's eyes turn dreamy as she unconsciously gives him a heated gaze. Souta-san, I just thought if I dated you and married you and lived a happier life than Masquerade-san, if I could finally brag about it to her. I wonder if I could do more than just get back at her, but establish superiority. That's true. And if you could further boost the momentum of your main business, it would be perfect. That might apply to us right now, don't you think? In this moment, Koyuki's voice turns seductive. Not just her words, but as if she's implying something. Ahaha, it certainly might. Souta senses this and gives an awkward smile to dodge it. And that was something the one who made the move first anticipated. She meets Suta's eyes and dreamily says, Souta-san, do you remember what I said last night? Last night, you say? That's right. The atmosphere filling this place is tense. There's no way Souta could say it. Something like you mean about loving me? However, that reaction is exactly what Koyuki wants, because her aim is to make him conscious of it, to not let him forget. Fufu, sorry, it's nothing after all. Huh? I forgot something, so I'm going back to my room. Oh, okay, got it. Koyuki cuts off the conversation meaningfully, then stands up from her chair and leaves the living room. Souta is left unable to say anything. In love, there are various ways to make an advance. Directly conveying your feelings as you wish so that nothing gets in the way, getting ahead of things. Using your own weakness, acting spoiled while getting the other person in the mood. Gradually closing the distance, making them see you as a close friend of the opposite sex, and inviting them out with the help of alcohol. Cutting off escape routes and hinting at obvious affection, making the other person conscious of it too. In Koyuki's case, it's the very last one. Souta has been perfectly lured into her trap. End of Volume 2.